Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. and we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome to PUBG Esports 2024 for the European, Middle East and Africa regions. It is PEC Spring and we are kicking off the group stages today. It is so good to be back. Hello, my name is Sam. I'm going to be your host. Joining me here in our virtual studio, a well-known face, Avenger, and someone new to PEC, Mark is here. I know he's a fan favorite, but Mark, maybe for some of the people tuning in who've been waiting for PEC to start, let's get straight into it. I need to know from you, and the fans need to know. This is a great way for them to find out exactly who you are. If you were a kitten, what kind of kitten would you be?
It's got to be, it's difficult. I'm tired between a ragdoll and a Bengal. I'm going to go for a ragdoll. Just all fluffy and all hair, basically, so let's go ragdoll.
There you go. The Ragdoll Kitten is joining us. Avenger, good to be back. And we've got some exciting PUBG coming up and some exciting shuffles amongst the teams, as well as, I think, a really good format to kickstart our group stages.
Yeah, of course, and the teams have been waiting for this to start, right? We are coming into this with a lot of pressure on these teams. We only got 2 of these events this year here, so this is really crunch time for these teams to try to get some of these points. But obviously, starting with the group stage here, we need to get top 8 to get into things. Otherwise, we are going into the last chance to try to get top 8 out of the bottom 16 teams after this group stage is done.
So you can see the format of the whole competition here, Mark. And I think what I love about it is, even though we've only got 2 PECs this year, there is a lot of PUBG to be played over the course of 8 days.
Definitely. These teams want to get kicked off really early because you don't want to be hanging around those bottom 16. Last chances, they can be risky for some of these teams. But if it was me, definitely be looking for a top 8 spot. Just get yourself secure as quick as you can.
Let's take a look at the point system. By now, I mean, the PUBG fans, you're in the chat. You know how this works. You know what to play for. You know how it's going to go down. And eventually the teams know as well, even the new teams. We know this format like the back of our hand, but it is important to start off today with a really good run. The first 3 games, you kind of want to be up there in the top 4, top 5 to make sure you can set yourself up nicely for the rest of the weekend, right?
Yeah, of course. And in a situation here where we have these teams that are coming in, talk to some of them, talk to some of the kind of top performing teams. But up until now, up until today, everything has been training, practice, trying off new strategies, trying to see where everyone else is. You've kind of been holding on to some of these situations where you don't want to give away these new strategies until now and until today.
Of course, because today is where it begins, the fight to get yourself the lion's share of that prize pool. You can see now exactly what is on the line if you ultimately get into the grand finals and have a chance to finish in the top 16. Cash money in your back pocket and, of course, the most important thing for a lot of these teams, those elusive PGC points, Mark.
It's all about the PGC points. Don't get me wrong, you are going to want the lion's share of the prize point in your back pocket, but this is the first major that you're going to be able to get these points underneath your team's belt. So starting early, starting strong, I think some of these teams, especially the well-known teams, they're going to want to put their name against some of these big bracket of PGC points.
All right, Avenger, let's talk about the teams that are coming into this right now. The groups that we have, the group stages, we've got these 3 groups. So you mentioned there lots of practice, lots of preparation, but you're going to have to be facing off against different teams through the course of 2 days. Which changes maybe the preparation a little bit, would you say?
Yeah, a little bit. Obviously, these teams, they're used to coming in and kind of changing in between spots. They're playing 6 games today. We're obviously playing Group A and B today. So we're going to have, as usual, the more established teams, they're going to have their drops. I'm not expecting too many contests across the maps here, because you have these big teams that have made a name for themselves throughout the years. But I'm really excited to see some of these new names. Yeah, of course, we did see FaZe Clan pop off in upper bracket and Brutality, but then they kind of came a little bit shorter once it came to the grand finals. And we have some, for example, Win or Die, some of these teams that are known to the scene, but they really had a fantastic Brutality, and that's also why we're seeing them here in playoffs.
If you're watching the PUBG action over the course of the weekend, you're going to see different teams throughout the mix. And like we said, today you'll see Group A and Group B. Tomorrow that shuffles and changes up a little bit. Avenger touched on it, some of these new names, some of these lesser known teams coming into the mix as well. Mark, I know that you have been grafting for ages. You are constantly, you're doing scrims, you're doing all of these other tournaments as well. Some of them have obviously led to the opportunities for these teams to be here. So you've kept your eye on this scene for a long time. Who are the up-and-coming teams that you think we should be watching today?
Oh, tough question. There's a couple which I want to keep my eye on. Win or Die, everyone knows I'm a fan favorite. Win or Die, I adore the team. They're great. Their consistency is always strong, and they've been putting in the work. We saw them play EU, we then see them play NA, and then you wake up in the morning and I see them playing a CIS event. So it's like a 24/7 PUBG grind for them. I love the pick up though from the Woo to Mad Balls. I think they're good. I think Nixie's really on fire for that team at the moment. So they're the kind of two that I'd be eager to sort of watch as things kick off. And then the real outside bet for me, No Tag. They've got a couple of youngsters in there. Scream, he's really, really strong at the moment as well. And he's only 20. Like, these guys have got really, really good fragging ability. But what I worry about is that this is a major event for these. Those two don't have the level of experience. It's just, can they keep themselves cool, calm, and collective when it comes down to these games?
Do you think that experience is going to play a big role in this, Mark? I mean, for these newer teams, a little bit of nerves today coming into these group stages?
100%. I was talking to the guys from No Tags today, and there's a little congestion on, especially for Kendi, where they might actually be landing on Mad Balls, and they were like, we've tried to reach out, we've had radio silence, so we're kind of ready to have a fight if we need to, but we've got some alternative drops based upon the flight plan. And it was just the fact that they pride themselves on momentum. No Tags, if they have a good game number 1, game number 2, I think they'll be set for the group stages. I would definitely put their name in a hat. But if they start slow, they're one to worry about, because they struggle trying to get that momentum going. So I think it is going to be a big factor to some of these new teams.
Avenger, for me, what's exciting always is to see how the newer teams cope against the big names, because that's the great thing about PUBG Esports in Europe. We have some legends. They're in the mix as well, and we've also had some shuffles. For me, the most interesting one, and the one that I think maybe some of the teams should be a little bit nervous about, is the Twisted Minds pickup of Example. For you, which is the shuffle that you're most curious to see, or the one that you think we should be most worried about?
I mean, there's a situation where, Twisted Minds, they've been always been the bridesmaid, never the bride, right? They had to make a change where they put themselves into this situation where they can win the big tournaments, the global events. And so we've been seeing them holding off a little bit in these kind of smaller tournaments leading into this, but they need the PGC points. We need to see the performance. I'm expecting them to pop off from the get-go. But they are kind of a day 2 team, so this format could be a little bit rough for them. I'm excited for No Tech team, of course, as well. Honestly, it's a team with O'Connell OG, like played in Moonwolf 2018, super stacked player. But can they come in here and contest the top 8? I'm not really sure. They need to have a super strong start here, as Mark said. I am super excited to see Bedboom as well. Their team, they've been one of the best teams to go through open qualifiers throughout the years here in Europe. So they're a team with that change as well that could come in here and really contest at the top. I'm expecting Adusa to, of course, kind of take charge here and lead the reins for these guys and put themselves into some of these spots where they will take these fights. They will play super smart about it, and they will sweep these edges clean with these kind of guys here. But yeah, I gotta say, there's been so much leading up to this day. Obviously, we're in the middle of March here. Like, these guys have been training, practicing. All these trials has been going off in the kind of off season, leading into the open qualifiers, leading into Brutality. There's just so much tension, and I'm just excited to see it kind of blow up today.
There's a lot of teams, obviously, like you said, they've had some time to practice. There have been a lot of those changes at the top level, but do you think it's going to impact them that much? Because Avenger, for me, a lot of those changes are from big teams who are used to shaking things up. So they're pretty much, they know what their job is. I don't think that they're going to struggle too much when they drop in. Right.
The new Na'Vi, I'm excited to see if they can contest at this really, like, this is the big tournament that we need to see them do well at, right? They missed out on PGC last year, made a huge change to the team, come in with a stacked lineup here where we want to see them compete. We want to see them at LAN. They're obviously going, but I want to see them compete here at PC. I want to see them do extremely well at the top because they need to prove themselves at a top tournament like this here. But it's going to be hard because you have, as you said, you have so many proven rosters that are going to be, and they're going to be in most of these end games here, and they just have so much experience playing against top teams, but also some of these kind of medium and smaller and lesser known teams that are going to be coming in and obviously trying to make a name for themselves, trying to get as many PGC points, but first of all, trying to make it into the top 8 through here from the group stages. That is the #1 priority, right, for everyone, because once you get to last chance, it's going to be super rough. It's hard because that's where all the big teams, if there are some down there, they're turning on and they're going to be destroying the lobby.
Mark, what do you think of the new Na'Vi roster?
You ask me or Mark?
Strong.
I said Mark.
Okay. Let's go me. I'll go for it. Do you know what? They're strong. Look at Brutality. They came out, they won the first game. Hakatori is, again, another player that's on fire for me. Him and Diffix just kind of got this like bromance going on that if those two are just left to farm kills, they're going to go and do it. If you can close a team like Na'Vi down, then you can do. And like when we look at Brutality back at the stats, they're like 60% of the time, like they're getting into sort of those top 8s. Compared to a FaZe are always there. Win or die, actually, arguably, is also there compared to them as well. So I think Na'Vi got a bit of work to do getting into the top 8 spot. But if they get there, Diffix and Hakatori, they're going to go to work and put some points on the board.
Who's your favorite, one of the big name changes, Mark, if you take a look at when I say big names, I'm talking about those teams that we see all the time, the BBLs, you know, the Na'Vis, the Twisted. Really? Why is that?
Pyro. I just think he sits so well with BB team, so well. Just watching them play, watching how they rotate, and as Mike says, if Aduzi can get set up early for this team, then I just think that team is going to be solid, and with Spyro again fragging, he's going to be putting points on the board for the team.
Let's take a look now at what you can expect during the course of today. Of course, we have 6 games for you. We're going to be jumping all over the place, making sure that we put the teams through their paces. I'm always curious. It's a question that I always ask. But Avenger, do you think it's going to be a bit of a slow start? Maybe a lot of these teams feeling each other out when we get into the first Miramar, just trying to figure out where they fit in the lobby and how they're going to feel?
Right. Historically, obviously, when we start with these big tournaments or the first kind of regional big tournaments, it's always kind of wait a little bit, see what happens. And we have historically been seeing a lot of space in the center. I'm expecting some teams to obviously send it and go just full on, take some of these center compounds and kind of contest a little bit. But I think it's going to be a somewhat slow to start, especially in Miramar, such a big map with so many high ground spots. We're not going to see a lot of contest for the center compounds early on. But once we move through the day and obviously also going into tomorrow and the rest of the weekend, it's going to be way more kind of focused on getting some of those center location because really more diehard trying to get some more placement points. But yeah, a little bit slow here to begin with on Miramar. We're going to see a lot of edge fights. We're going to see a lot of passive play and obviously try to also see what's going to happen with these kind of, obviously we had a land ratio update onto the server, so should be fixed, but people have been playing live and ranked where land ratio was not working, especially in Miramar, so it could be a little bit rougher. So really excited to see if that's been hurting some of these team strategies. I'm expecting, as I said, a lot of edge fight, a lot of slower kind of play styles around circle 3, 4, and 5, where we're going to see a lot of fights until it kind of congests towards the middle once we hit and reach the later stages of the game.
Let's have a little bit of fun now, because why the hell not? It is the start. Mark, which are the top 4 teams in this first game, do you think?
Ooh,
Top 4 teams. Top 4 teams.
You won't know the circle, you won't know the fly plane, but let's just throw it out there. Top 4 teams. Let's go. Let's have a little bit of fun. Predictions are fun.
Straight away. Let's go. FaZe going to come out with a win, I think, and then we're going to go BB team, I think Na'Vi, and win or die.
Interesting one. I mean, Avenger, he mentioned FaZe there. This is something that's always curious because we put a lot of pressure on those partner teams. We expect results from them. We know that FaZe, Foot, Ascend, they haven't made many changes. They haven't made changes. So they've got to come in here. They need to perform, right? Do you think that they can?
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about the pressure on these big teams, right? Because that first game, if it doesn't kind of crumble for them for the first game, then it's gonna be rough. But yeah, it has to be these big teams, right? I'm expecting BB team, Foot to do well. Ascent, Mad Bulls could be one of those kind of outsiders that we might not see on game 1, but Mad Bulls, I have huge expectations too coming into this. They feel like they're definitely gonna be a team in the top 8.
I was actually too nice to you. I mean, Avenger, you're going to throw in your top 4 teams there that you think are going to claim it on the first game?
BB team, Foot, Ascend, and Mad Bulls, I think, could be the top 4 in the first game here, maybe.
There we go. Interesting enough. So both our analysts have weighed in. Obviously, there's not a lot that we can say sometimes when we start this out, because it is the start. We've seen the qualifiers. We've seen Brutality, but we don't know what's going to happen. The pressure is so different for these teams when they come in here, but it is guaranteed to be really good PUBG. I think, Avenger, the level of EU PUBG has just risen over the years, and it possibly, arguably, the closest it could be today.
I think so. I think PEC will be extremely close, and that's kind of the evolution we've seen of Europe and EMEA in general, like the last 2 years. The kind of center is getting more and more close. Like we have some of the tightest competitions where it's like the qualifier is super tight, the Brutality is super tight, both for the top but also for our mid packs. Like our cusp, our top 8, like it could be from 4th place down to 10th, 11th, 12th, maybe even, where these teams are going to have one game to potentially jump into top 8, right? So the top potentially going to dominate. If we have a kind of snowball effect for some of these teams that have a lot of experience, they're just going to roll with. They're going to destroy the lobby. They're going to third party all these teams that they kind of want to try to force into the bottom 16, because this is really your time to put pressure on some of these big teams, right? Because you know that you're going to be potentially facing them again. But if you can potentially take them out, put them into the last chance, that could be making it way harder for them and putting a lot of pressure onto them. And if you can kind of knock them out, I'm not saying it's going to happen here in the group stage, but especially in the last chance, that's where we're going to see a lot of focused third partying on some of the teams that you're expecting to be in the grand finals, but that might not have really gotten their ticket just yet.
Lots of expectations, but now the teams need to deliver. You know what? I think we've spoken enough. Let's get straight into it.
Thank you very much, Sam. A wonderful intro, and I've got to say, Felix, it's a little disappointing that we come out here and our analysts don't instantly know who's going to be winning our first game, because there's a very obvious correct answer, isn't there? Our winner chicken dinners from the first game is going to be...
Well, Ascend, I guess. Which is why I like Avenger's prediction so much. Just sprinkled it in there. I didn't miss it. I did hear it. But no, obviously, going to be interesting. Look, I can get that question right back at you. Who's going to win the first game?
Yeah, Sticky Gummies. Well done. That is the correct answer.
Sticky Gummies.
Thank you for doing your research as well. But it's honestly, we could look at anyone who's within Group A and B and say that this is a group that is so open in this lobby. There's so many top level teams. I'm not surprised to hear a lot of those teams that were thrown around in the top 4 prediction. Obviously teams that we would expect to come out and look strong, but we really can't underestimate the teams that come through the open qualifiers, because they've had to grind their way to get here. They don't get invites. They've had to battle their way through a extremely tough open qualifier, and it's taken out some extremely tough competition from even this point of PEC Spring.
Look, we've had World Championship players not even getting through the qualification. If that doesn't show you how tough the qualification is, then what else does, right? I mean, players like Uber, are you kidding me? This guy didn't manage to qualify through the qualifiers, which is, it's just absolutely absurd. Yeah. You touch your forehead, because that's honestly what I did as well when I saw the results. So absolutely crazy.
I would say, to be fair, he did get cursed the second that they made an animation about him and his rise to glory in PGC towards the end of last year. Look, as soon as you put that level of focus on a star player, their career falls off a cliff. Just look at Pio. Like, where's he now? But honestly, when it comes down to it, Yes, we've lost some very, very strong teams, some very, very strong players through the open qualifiers, but those that have stepped up to take their place have looked so impressive, and there's not a single team in the competition that we can't say deserves to be here given what they've had to go through. And there's even teams that have come out and actually might be a little bit of a dark horse for a very solid result in this competition. We look at a team like LOLW, what they were able to do in the open qualifiers. They completely dominated with like 150 points. So we definitely have to keep them in the back of our mind when it comes down to who's going to be taking some big points away in our first match.
Yeah, I got to talk about Winner Die as well. Perfect example of this as well. They played massive in the PAC qualifiers. Didn't have to go through that in the end, but they did manage to make it to the last round because they got the spot from Brutality. But these guys performed absolutely massive as well. And look, I think Gibson told me that bit of research. He told me that these guys have had days of practice where they literally played 24 hours of straight up scrims tournaments and just practice in general, which is completely crazy. Like, I wouldn't have the focus to even play 12 hours straight. And these guys, let alone 6 hours, even 6 hours of playing is crazy. These guys scrimmed and practiced on some of the days for 24 hours. That's how crazy and hyped these guys are for the 2024 PUBG Esports seasons. And yeah, as you said, I think, maybe you saw it in the desk as well, everyone pretty much agreed that this is the closest the European scene has ever been in terms of teams, and I could only agree.
Sometimes that Eastern European grind set just comes out a little bit different and can definitely make a massive impact. There's a very good reason why we come into this competitive season of 2024 and say, look, the teams that do sort of hail from that Eastern European region are looking like those to beat in this current lobby. And yes, while we do have a big part of that thanks to teams like Na'Vi, Gaming Gladiators would be on our lips if they were playing, but they're not. But thankfully, we are. As game number 1 gets kicked off, we're starting off on Miramar, heading down from the southwest over by Partona up towards Campo Militar for our first match of the day.
The very first match, it is starting off with Miramar. As PAC Spring begins, it is the first tournament with PGZ points up for grabs. As you said, the playing path is starting down the south. I would say a pretty fair one to start things off. All of these teams, for the majority at least, will make it to their potential drop spot. We did hear a bit on the desk as well about maybe some contests coming on. I do see one in Las Leones. Let's see whether or not these teams will be splitting it. I don't imagine NOT is going to try to actually contest this, but look at this, map balls. Dual and close. Maybe they want to actually engage this.
That and over. Ooh, that's some good shots from Lukarux with the Dragonov to drop one Zach off the roof of the building. Iron sights and all. 60 damage will be enough to get that opening knock. A little bit of shenanigans when it comes down to claiming the loot spots. No-Tag did claim the northwestern side of Los Leones, but it seems like Mad Bull's not happy to let them have it. Another headshot from Lukarux. This Dragonov is just hitting in the early game.
Looks like he's going to get the flash as well. In the meanwhile, though, what just happened? And there goes my prediction, I guess. That's the first team eliminated, and it's going to be Ascent. How the hell did that just happen? Some of these players going down as well as Nixie gets another headshot as one set goes down. That's the second one in quick succession.
Yeah, that seems to have been perhaps a case of driving a car off a cliff. I'm not 100% sure what's gone in there. It looks like we're losing players left, right, and center, so potential remake on the cards, but let's have a quick little check-in with production, see what they like to say. But in the meanwhile, we've got a cool little TDM on the south side of Loss.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, if it isn't a restart, this is definitely an interesting start to, this season. Explicit takes down 2 players. Quizzy and Nixie both have been flushed as well. And yeah, it looks like it's going to be a restart. I would have wondered if it wouldn't have been the case. I thought something was a bit fishy there when I saw Ascent just dying straight up from falling damage.
Yeah, well, it's good to get it out of the way early. It wouldn't be a professional PUBG event without some kind of technical difficulties, but thankfully it didn't come from our end this time. It wasn't one of us leaving our mic muted or anything like that on the VMix call. That happens way too often, but a quick little restart, nothing too impactful overall. But at the very least, we did get a little bit of an early preview at the way that some of these early game fights might be happening. And the fact that both Mad Bulls and No-Tag are in Group B potentially means they might be doing this all the way throughout the group stage. If they were in opposite groups, it would be a today problem only. But instead, it's going to continue on this whole phase.
Oh, this is interesting. Was that, like, depending on when they knew it was going to be a restart, depending on that, I think that kind of tells us whether or not they're going to hot shot, but I'm not really sure. Because at the end of the day, Las Leones is free on all ends. So Las Leones is really easy to split, even between 3 teams, generally. So I'd say I'm not sure we're going to see that again. Even if it was meant to be, I'm not sure we're going to see that again. Or maybe, alternatively, what I could imagine happen as well was Map Balls knew Nozeg was going to go for the western, or rather southern car spawns, and they kind of played that trap card where they, try to contest these vehicles at the very last minute, and due to the fact that it was going to be a restart, they kind of just wasted their trap card.
Well, NoTag has that little bit of information. If Lukarux gets on that roof, gets a Dragonov with a 4x, don't peek him. And don't run across the open, because it probably isn't going to work out quite in their favor. So at the very least, they get a quick little redo. They get their second attempt. There was a little bit of a scrap between Power Grid and Picardo as well. That was Auglis and I think Any Trolls in Chat, which is a logo that definitely will get some people in the chat rolling. A lot of history behind that little man and his maracas. It's a slightly different roster, but Double and Marsalek very much still in play, coming actually through the MEA qualifiers, as they've joined up with a couple of players who reside within that region and playing through the qualifiers, managing to get themselves a spot here in the group stage.
Yeah, it's a really close qualification as well. I mean, we were kind of rooting for them, obviously, but in the end, it was down to the very last game, I do believe, and they managed to just barely squeeze into the qualification spots, but they did make it through, as you said. A lot of these guys, very experienced players, obviously. Marcel, kind of a prominent figure in this scene as well. So it's going to be exciting to see what these guys can do. It's nice to see a picture of some of these players for the very first time.
Yeah.
I just saw Pod as well. Pod also making through the qualification. Obviously, Dante, the star player from me off that lineup, he's been a very, very dominant force for that team, and a very important force as well. Lots of impact frags in whatever direction they do want to go. So excited to see him perform in this tournament as well. It's the first time for me seeing his face as well.
I gotta say, I spotted there was a turtleneck on Baldanini, and now Mark has a new favorite team. He'll be cheering for him for the rest of the game, I'm no doubt. But we are just waiting on the lobby to get itself reset and back in action, so we can get back in with our actual official game number 1, which once again will be taking place on Miramar for today. And it will be hopefully just as chaotic as the early game of what we've just witnessed, because we do love having a little bit of, I won't call it chaos, but at least an engagement or two just to ease us into the early game, because, we're PUBG players. We like the action. Having 10 minutes where no one kills each other, it's boring. Come on, boys, get out there and start scrapping.
Yeah, that's exactly what we just saw as well. And once again, interested to see whether or not that hot job was meant to be done that way, if that contest was meant to happen. But as of right now, we will have to wait and see. The first 2 games, once again, are going to be Miramar, as we head into Takeover Candy, and then 2 Erangels to top the whole thing off. So best of 6 each day, 3 days. That makes a total of 18 maps to be played to qualify towards the finals. That's obviously when we will see all of these teams throughout the next 3 days for the very first time.
Yeah. So interestingly, Miramar itself, it's been a map that quite recently, there's been a lot of hot topic around that map, particularly with the addition of new maps into the pool. Some people think, Miramar is still one of the greatest maps and easily their favorite. Others, they still absolutely hate playing that map. But definitely, if we look at the recent results, let's take Protality as our example. There are far more teams that seem to just favor Miramar than there are teams that seem to favor Erangel. Let's take an example. BBL Esports. 60% of their overall points from Protality came from Miramar. Twisted Minds, 57% of their points. Foot Esports, 53% of their points. And this is bearing in mind that we're not playing Vikendi in Protality. We are going to be playing here, so those points should be a little bit more spread. But just the fact that even a team like Na'Vi, who came second place in Protality, averaging 10 points per game on Miramar, but averaged 6 per game on Erangel. That difference could definitely be a big swinging factor for some of those teams that are going to come out, maybe get a win, maybe get a couple of top 4 placements in the early phase of the day, and just have that momentum there on their side to ride out as we get into the maps that maybe they favor a little less.
Yeah, but also got to say, I mean, the case with Brutality really has been that the stakes were different for plenty of these teams. And I feel like that's the main differentiator between how the GPT plays, not only GPT teams, but generally the partner teams played in Brutality, as opposed to how we are going to see them now. Because I think there is going to be a difference. The stakes are just way different. It's the same thing with scrims. Why people have always been hating on scrims. Why do people not play scrims seriously? And to some degree, it's a subconscious decision, right? Because if the stakes are higher, if you do play for the PGS spots, essentially for the next 3 to 4 months, to have a play in the next 3 to 4 months, then it's obviously going to be way different. And I feel like, once again, half of the lobby for Brutality did have to, maybe not half of the lobby, but majority of the lobby had to, go for these wildcard spots, while the rest of it hasn't. Right, all these partner teams obviously have been invited to PAX Spring as well, and I think that's why I would take some of these performances with a grain of salt, not necessarily the Miramar performance, but just generally. For example, the Navi performance. I think part of the reason why I think Navi performed so beautifully in some of these games, or majority of the games, especially in comparison to, for example, the Twisted Minds, was that their stakes has been a little bit higher. Maybe not wildcard spot-wise, but at least proving themselves-wise. And I think that's what Avengers said in the desk as well. These guys, yes, they do have a reputation as individuals, but as a team so far, they haven't been able to perform, obviously, at the very highest level due to the fact that it is a new roster. And I think that's what plays into the equation as well.
Right. Navi in particular as well, they have an interesting dynamic, again, knowing the fact that they are pretty much locked in for the global events throughout this year, but they don't have that global LAN event experience that the other teams have. So I don't think there's a single person that when they signed this roster came in and doubted that they would be able to perform in an online tournament. That's 100%. They're very capable of doing that, and they've proved that over the past 6 months before they even joined the Navi roster. Hakatori, Levante, both having big pop-off moments towards the latter stage of last year. The big question mark comes around whether or not they'll be able to do it on LAN events, which they will be going to. So it's something that we definitely would like to keep our eye on. Whereas, again, for some of those other teams, let's look at LulW again, a team that was absolutely just shredding through the open qualifiers. They had a 100-point day in a 5-game series towards the latter end, a 6-game series rather, but still, like, insane margins to come in and have a 140 point, that's a 40-point lead over second place through the open qualifiers. Now the question is, can they have that same level of performance and bring it to this stage where they're up against slightly stiffer competition? So it is very much about, we can look at what they've done in the past, but the pressure here is just that little bit higher, and that could make all the difference.
Yeah, especially since if you do qualify to PGS at the end of this tournament, for example, then you automatically qualify for the next one as well. So you have to make this tournament count. And ladies and gentlemen, I do think that this one is not going to be a restart again. And with that being said, welcome to the first match of PAX Spring, the very first one on Miramar. We will see plenty of these teams for the very first time fight it out on the top European Middle East.
Yes, it's going to be an exciting day, an exciting weekend to say the very least. 3 groups of 8 teams coming and looking for 8 spots in the grand final and avoiding the lower bracket at all costs. There is no lifelines, there's no direct invites to the grand final, so even a team the caliber of FaZe Clan or Na'Vi is not safe from the lower bracket, and that is an absolute war zone. If you get down there, anything could happen, and we can't rule out that any of these teams may just be making an appearance if things don't go their way. But let's see how things work out as phase number 1 popping in 5 seconds time.
FaZe Clan always takes things slow on these circles. Depending on obviously on where it goes, it's going to be a centralized Western one. Great stuff coming out for ATC. There will be playing a power grid split. I don't believe they will move much. As always is with these power grid teams, if you get the first circle, plenty of good information play to be had up there. And you can see Maple's going for an interesting split. This is interesting. Different playing path, obviously, different drops. They wouldn't have made it down to Los Leones under any circumcision. They could have gone for Cars, obviously. I think just south of Picado or maybe even south of Minas. But they decided to go for Cars straight down from Picado. And this is interesting because you can see Orclis, they've had a massive split.
Yeah, looking for maybe that kind of BBL split just south of Picado down towards the church, to Macera, that kind of area. But under a lot of pressure. Ono has already made his way to the west out of Picardo, and Lyron is already making a very early move to get a foothold up on that power grid plateau, which any trolls in chat have graciously inherited, as Twisted Minds are not taking part in the lobby today, so they're more than happy to claim that spot for themselves, and it gives them fantastic opportunity in game number 1.
I'm interested to see what Orclus is going to do with this one, because they do have lots of options. And usually what the Picardo team does, if it is a centralized circle right around power grid, they will play just behind them on top of the hills.
Scotland is one of the
get that information
to see whales and dolphins, particularly from the shoreline.
We'll have to wait and see.
Scotland one of the best places? Is that true?
I'm not sure.
Well, up towards power grid, that's definitely one of the best places. And yeah, any trolls in chat will be the first to get there. Strangely enough, surrounded by a couple of MEA teams that are going to make early movements, as they typically always do. Again, Lyron being the first to make his foothold up there and just avoiding any sort of engagement with any trolls in chat. But Laza equally coming in from the west over towards Monte Nuevo and making a move towards the center, which is exactly the opposite of what we expect to see from this very team. Ascend all the way out on the far western side of El Pozo. They're going to have to make a wrap, but they are going to have to choose their path carefully, because Howl, way over there on that very specific crossroad, if you were watching the Protality the first week, there was some shenanigans between themselves and BB Team on that crossroad, which thankfully the gods of Sandstorm came in and blessed BB Team's a doozy, so we didn't quite fall victim to it.
Look, everyone has been hating on these Sandstorms in competitive play, but I'm like, it was made for moments like this, wasn't it? Right? You camp someone on the rotation path on the very edges of the map, and suddenly a sandstorm comes in and just ruins your chances. If that isn't karma, I don't know what is. But either way, yeah, you talked about Ascend as well. I got to quickly talk about their decision in terms of drop spot as well, which I thought was really interesting. These guys, depending on the playing path, can literally go anywhere. They have like 4 drop spots on this map, so I'm not too worried about them. But this also means, in the majority of the circles that we see in Phase 1 at least, they will be hugging the edge heavily. Now, in this one, this is probably as best as it gets, right? As good as it gets, because these guys are very close to Phase 1, and El Pozo is free at the moment, so they could play through El Pozo. Obviously, granted, they know that it's free.
Yeah, I mean, Ascend more than happy to sit back and play the edge. They'll never consider themselves forced into that position. It's more, you know, that's how they play the game. Ascend is definitely one of those very few teams that still sticks to that as a main playstyle. Even teams the likes of BB Team, previously question mark, and to an extent Foot Esports as well, used to be very, very edge-centric and heavy in their playstyle, but taking opportunities to, whenever they get a chance to take a more central position, whether that be through just a quick little drive or emergency parachutes, getting more and more use as we sort of progress further and further on. It's been almost a year since they were added at the same time as Tego and Vikendi joined the map pool as well. And teams definitely adjusting their playstyle to match, but Ascend is not one of them. They will be more than happy to sit back and play that edge as late as possible, and it quite often works out in their favor as well.
Yeah, they did have problems in Protality. I gotta say, they did have problems with some of these edges, and when they were given zone, we've seen it as well. There were a couple of games where they were given zone. It actually, to some degree, became kind of crazy how often they did get zone. But in lots of these games, they weren't able to make much of it. They didn't really get into the fighting positions they usually get and put themselves into, right? They want to make an active decision to take a fight. They want to be putting themselves into positions to proactively look for enemies and for fights that potentially advance you and make the edge clearer to then, you know, profit off of it in the next 2 phases. That hasn't really happened. So I'm liking what I'm seeing right now, right? Don't go for center. Play how you have been, and what has made the biggest impact in your play, especially since Kobo came in too. So yeah, interesting to see. Howl has made their way down south, and we do see potentially the first fight in Pack Spring as Waldini drives into the compound. It should be an easy one for Explicit, but OneStack helps him out and takes him down. AUG in hand. And that is going to be the first play to fall, and it is Aches from Maldini with a very, very dangerous rotate, I gotta say, who unfortunately didn't expect No Tech to be in this compound.
Yeah. through my brief research, it seems that is a very Russian way of typing the sound it makes when you laugh, like ah ha 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 ha. But he was not laughing there. That was not a laughing matter at all.
Interesting.
Even when the Scarl whiffs, there was a backup player there with the AUG to get the job done. So unfortunately, our very first death of the tournament on the side of Baldanini, and we have another man in a turtleneck who sheds a tear in the background.
Look, I talked to Mogor actually before today's broadcast, and I was asking him, how is he pronounced? And he was like, it is just Axe or Aches, or actually just call him whatever you want. And I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll just go with Axe. I guess it sounds pretty cool, but yeah, pretty nice guys.
Okay, Gimli.
Good.
Sorry.
Are you a fan of Gimli?
Oh,
where did that just come from?
You think any ginger with a beard is not a fan of Gimli? He's like my whole personality.
Not to be offensive, but
also my height starts with a 5, so
cosplay.
Like, yeah. Thanks. Well, I can imagine FaZe getting a pretty decent position as well, as they make a pretty bold send straight through the center of BB team in towards where any trolls in chat is holding down. Right now, both sides of Power Grid, but those dips along the road from San Martin up to the north are now occupied by FaZe, and there's a big split of win or die, which now has a very hefty roadblock in the center of it when it comes for the time for them to eventually regroup.
Pretty interesting to see Foot Esports as well, kind of just playing heavy edge on this one. I would have imagined them to take at least a little bit more space on that eastern side, because they are legitimately the last team to rotate on in. Police coming in from the eastern side, so they should have at least a little bit more information on which spots front of them are taking, but quite the opposite, I guess, to what we're seeing from FaZe Clan at the moment. They're probably going to be looking for these dips south of a Power Grid. Yes, these are exactly the dips that I was looking for. Pretty good rotate. Obviously, this isn't a position you can really scout from afar, but at the same time, it isn't a position that's usually played in Phase 1, so you can make that rotate relatively risk-free.
So it's a spot that it has definite potential for late game should this continue to shift over towards Power Grid, but there's also potential that the Power Grid team, if they see an opportunity, just runs out, dumps 50 grenades on you and runs back, or mortars, even worse. So it's one that they will have to keep their eye on should the zone shift in that direction. We'll find out very shortly whether or not any trolls in chat and now their new neighbors FaZe Clan will be hard-fed. But Phase 2 has had a bit of a tendency to hard shift one direction or another. So teams like Howl, Foot Esports and Ascend will be hoping that that's the case, and it favors them because they will have full control over their edge should that be the case.
Talking about full control, same thing with Matt Bulls. I want to say on the southern side, you can see Matt Bulls has got a pretty big split going as well. I really like Ibiza's position. Keep your eyes peeled on Ibiza right now, because he's got the majority of the information pretty much for all of the southern side. If he stays up there, he's got high ground. There's no one else behind him. There's no one else to his west or east. So he can see everything up to NWG. And this is a massive shift coming out from Apple. So I'm really interested to see what they're going to play now. Good shift for Na'Vi as well. I do expect Na'Vi to make a quick move onto some of these compounds as well. As we do had, I do believe Diffix is going to the sky. I do believe we have the first ones rotating out Picardo.
This is interesting. Again, Mad Bulls, they dropped in this spot. They wanted to go further south. They wanted to get towards Chumacero or Los Leones, but this is as far as they could get under the pressure from Newgate and August. And now it pays off massively. Dead center of Phase 2, they have 2 compounds in a very potent split that they can look to hold on to. Teams that were playing a little bit late, further up towards the north, like BB team, going to have to try and make a move. Brex will be lurking up close and personal. And they've got out of their cars to exchange some shots back over to the north. It's Chris dancing away, looking to dodge the bullets, but Brex sneaking his way forward.
And this is such a crucial play. Brex we might just get the first one. He hits a doozy. Oh, he hits both of them. But Spiral somehow makes it past the car with just a headshot in play. But Chris is going to put him down anyways. And this is the first 2 plays that would immediately go down for BB team. The rest of them are all across the valley.
Huge headshot from Chris with a Dragonov as well to get that final tag. Spyro almost causing problems for Brex, but now he's called in the support as well. Has Kilyukai up by his side, and BB team sent absolutely packing. They were not ready for Brex to be lurking in this position to get as aggressive as he did.
And I really love this. This is typical Ascent play. You see an opportunity to maybe make like a creative play to some degree. Pretty risky play as well, but a creative play to get, the drop on someone, to potentially have an advantage in a fight, an isolated fight as well. You take it. That's the play from Ascent. If you do have points, if you do have fights that you somehow get the advantage on, you take them. whatsoever, even if it is phase 1 or phase 2 at the moment. I really like this. This is just the confidence that we need from these guys if they do want to make it into the grand finals, especially if they want to win something as well, which they haven't in a long time.
I like the confidence from FaZe to spot out that this is a split. Oh, hell, maybe they didn't even care whether it was a split. They just went for the full aggressive play. But regardless, they end up getting put in the bin in a 2 versus 4 by Mad Bulls, holding on to that compound extremely well. And there was a little bit of sword-off action in there as well, if you are an enthusiast. The downside is that they did have to call in the regroup on the split. And it did mean that Ibby had to give up his spot in the compound just to the southeast of here as well, just in case these two needed backup, which turns out they didn't. They may have been able to hold on to that split, but it's too late now. It's been more than happily backfilled by Na'Vi, who was watching with hawk eyes to see exactly what would happen. And now Na'Vi holds a massive 2-2 split with the south side of Picado as well.
I'm surprised Na'Vi didn't go for more, because I feel like holding Picado when you've got pretty much the best timing on any of these rotates or any of these compounds down south. Why stay in Picado then? You know, I feel like you could easily get into better positions, potentially even game-ending positions, if you rotate out of Picado, especially knowing there's lots of these teams that are late on the rotate and don't find an entry anywhere else anymore will just breach a city. That's pretty much the easiest and safest option to at least find some kind of playing ground. But Na'Vi still also wants to hold onto these positions, which I can get to some degree as well. But you know, on the upside, there's lots of information to be gathered, especially if you hold the 5 second, if you're on the edge of the city, and you can kind of hold out people from rotating in as well.
Yep. And with Newgate holding on to the other warehouse compound as well, it becomes pretty much uncrashable. I mean, a team could breach the barns and sit in there for a while, but Na'Vi more than happy to play their cards close to their chest, and as soon as they get confirmation, okay, Hakatori Fairist, dead center of this new phase 3 shift, then they're going to be the first out of Picado to make that regroup. Foot Esports, having wrapped all the way from the very far northeast at the start of this game, now down to the south, holding on to the high ground, and have not only the church, but the compound just to the north as well, being held in the hands of Vard alone. May require some backup, but once again, we have already seen a little bit of sword-off action on a breach, and he'd be more than happy to add his name into the ring.
Na'Vi is now grouped up in the center compound. They are in an absolutely prime spot to take this one, because usually these endings don't shift back into Chuma, and they don't shift back into Picado, so they will at least have some kind of ending close to the Na'Vi compound right now. But yeah, I got a feel for Mad Bulls to some degree, because I feel like Foot is in this position that Mad Bulls was 2 phases ago before they recentered, and now they've just given it up. And Mad Bulls in the compound that they're playing in right now don't really have much control. There's lots of open space all around it. You can't really play outside of it. You can't really take control of the round. So Mad Bull not in as good of a spot that I maybe would have liked them to see now with these shifts that they've been given, but either way, for now it's going to be SG rotating in as well, as they will find a dip to hold on now. At least
at the very least, for Mad Bulls, the thing that they do have is cover, and they have a compound that they can hold on to, which is far more than we can say for a lot of teams in this lobby as it currently stands, because those compounds are few and far between, and those that do exist are almost all taken already. And he trolls in chat just barely clinging onto a couple of buildings before Double has to lurk his way forwards over towards the truck and the oil spill, try and just survive in dips in that area. But this is one of those prime real estate targets for mortar fire to just bombard anyone who lurks in those areas. So at the very least, they have shelter from above, and they may eventually come into a little more pressure later on if August is forced to make a move. But they have a defensible position, definitely not quite towards the center as Na'Vi's, and much less likely to catch the 9 zone from this point forward. But I think they'll be happy with it for now.
I guess so. I feel like with the zones that they've been given, they did start in Picado, to be reminded. Feeling at the moment they could be happier, you know, with maybe with the compound that Na'Vi is in, or maybe in the compound Foot, but they've opted for this very northern one. And it is one that you can play out of on Foot, as Foot Force is going to be one of the first players to go down after we've seen the first 2 initial ones go down to the hands of Ascend, obviously. And as of right now, Best Luke is going to be the last player alive. He did make it into the shack, though. So at least something going for him. And it is dead center as well.
Yeah, it's as close to it as he can realistically get. Extends will get no closer to the center. It's Hello Senpai who lands the shot, spinning out in front of a wall of DMR fire. Is not going to work out for him. Gedrox is still lurking back in Picado, but the rest of his squad is just not going to make it to safety. The zone shifts back towards Picardo, northeast. Once again, Mad and Na'Vi holding on to a decent position towards the center. No tag on the opposite side of the ridge, which has just been pulled up in by Hello My Bad. Now giving themselves a very solid position as well, but they give up the concrete compound to fall back to one that is slightly more open, slightly more exposed. But meanwhile, Kilyakai getting an opening knock onto the Mad as Ascend look to try and find their way into the zone.
Yeah, they're the furthest from the circle at the moment. Together with Azazel and his teammates towards the northwestern side as well. Both these teams will have a very difficult entry and will most likely have to fight forward as well. We did see one of the teams rotating out of, I do believe it was Win or Die, if I'm not mistaken. Rotate out of the city, or excuse me, Little W, I believe it was. Rotate out of the city, try to make it into the dips. That's one of the few very open positions that are still not being played at the moment. But then again, I mean, you saw what happened to these guys when they did try to make the rotate with all these teams scrambled around the circle center right now. Very few rotation paths, at least safely going there. I don't know if there's a single safe rotate path actually in there. I think it's going to be very tough to get there. So all of these teams will have to fight eventually. And you can see Carnivores now rotating in as well. And I do believe there's 3 people in the car. That's going to be absolutely troublesome. As Schofield, Celtic and Baron each gets one. And 3 of these players, as fast as they drove in, as fast as they are being taken out of this round, 15th place for them. And another team eliminated.
Wow, they gave it their best effort, but the way is shut. Sticky Gummies holding on to that little dip, and that's more than enough. Double, though, has now made a move for any trolls in chat, trying to push forward directly in between August and the Mad Bulls, but Mad Bulls can't push out to get involved. Hello My Bad has to try and hold the line as Ascend commit to the push. He gets the first, but can't get any more. Kilyakai should quite easily be revivable in this position. Mika just going to have to grab a quick heal, and that will be all.
And they did make it through. I thought there wasn't going to be a way they were going to make it through, but they did have 4 cars there. Well, some of them probably were from Win or Die, but somehow they still made it through.
Oh, Mad Bulls,
interesting.
they pushed out.
Tough one.
Yeah, Mad Bulls have got aggressive on this. They've heard the fight. They saw an opportunity as Ascend made their move. They've pushed out. They're not getting shot in the back. Nixie causing big problems. It looked like any trolls in chat had this in the bag, but no, the backstab forcing their hand to make the push into the warehouse, and August clean it up. Mad Bulls, now they just have to sit back and wait for these final 2 August players to make a push out. There was Mortonox in the background, and the Sticky Gummies, the second breach was all it took. But are they prepared for the third?
Yep, Keppa barely gets his first aid off as more nades are coming up the ridgeline. And Howl, do decide against breaching into this dip as well. It isn't too much of a favorable spot anymore. So sad. Look at this. Hits the Mad in the head and takes him out as well. Clean flush comes through right after, as Ruin somehow makes it into at least one of the Ruin's compounds. Keppa's right behind him. Vard gets the first one though, and T-Bone the second one as Howl is eliminated in 12 plays, and Foot stands strong. The first 2 frags in this round. But they aren't close to the circle, so there is more to come if they want to make it.
It seems as though we've seen maybe 1 successful send, potentially 2, you could argue, I suppose, now that Newgate have managed to take that position away from the Sticky Gummies, but they were under a lot of pressure before Howl decided to turn and send at something else, but Foot Esports more than ready to receive, completely destroying them, despite, again, the fact that they're holding down a 2-2 split. The 2 that were holding there to defend that compound is all they need, but the zone has not done them any favors. It has shifted away further towards the north. Boldanini looking to try and find an opening onto Ascend to make their descent down from the eastern mountainside that little bit easier, but it won't be an easy shot to hit.
Definitely isn't. As Shingen takes down Gedrox and another team is eliminated, it is going to be Win or Die. They're done and dusted. You can see Na'Vi. First time they're not going to be in the circle anymore. Sosed and Hakatori with the 2-2 split inside the compound, at least in terms of buildings. Probably going to be the first ones to potentially reach some of these NWG players just across the ridgeline. But first of all, it's going to be BB team being eliminated. Great job coming out from NWG, knowing there's going to be a potential kill point to be picked up there.
A big name.
They quickly clean out their back.
He's about 80 meters away from the shack that Besto was lurking in, maybe trying to play on the outside of it in the smokes in case anyone got up close and tossed a Molotov in. It wouldn't have quite got the job done, but the spray might just get it done regardless. Think of Palcal, your car is on fire. He has to hop out. He hops out too quickly. He dies to fall damage. Mad Bulls get another one for free. That's 6 so far. Nixie contributing with 4 of his own, but he has gone down in the process. But the Mad Bulls so far looking good, looking to sweep the western side of this zone, and Flea to be the only one still remaining, lurking on the outside of the zone, and he's under fire as well.
Quasi making sure to potentially walk a couple of steps while finishing this one. Missed a couple of bullets because of it, but at least doesn't get flushed, and that's what happened to Nixie, which is, well, they're in big trouble right now. Sure, they've got 8 frags, but at least making it further in this round is going to be some kind of a problem with 3 players. Very often see these teams now on the far western edge not really having any playing room anymore. But this one is actually kind of okay. You can see the dips right across the street are still in if they do have the vehicles for it. There might be a play. Either way, though, I gotta highlight Maples. I did say it very early. I think in this compound, you very usually don't get a lot of frags unless you actively make a move out of it, which is very tough to do. And their timing was absolutely perfect. Yeah, running into the August fight, absolutely massive. Making sure they get all of these frags as well, absolutely massive for Maples. Great stuff coming out from them in the first round.
And now it is doomed for just about everyone except LOLW. And really, we're going to have another bit of a chaotic couple of minutes here. Mad Bulls, again, with 9 points on the board. They've played that timed and controlled aggression extremely well, but that can only really get you so far. I think getting up in towards the top 8, you know, their side of the road up towards the north, there is less opposition. If they can clean out August up from the northern side, they may yet outlast a few teams. Na'Vi, Foot Esports, and Baldanini now in by far the worst positions. They're going to have to try and get past no tag. But first off, August is going to try and make their move. Sloy Jacket with the first. That came from Picardo. Stolen away by Lukarux. But the second will be a quick spray down from Schengen. He repositioned over to the northern side of the road, expecting that move to come through. And it was very, very well read.
Really interesting coming out from Ascent. Look, they walked down the ridgeline knowing they would have to fight at least 2 teams there, with Nami, you know, obviously having to go out of the compound as well. But I thought that was going to be the end of it. But they actually did make it to the shack. They tried to make it to the shack as well, kind of giving up the control they usually had over this ridgeline. They really want to dodge out of these fights and make sure they get at least close to the circle center to have a shot in the late game, which is honestly, in my opinion, the only real way to get more placement points securely in this one, due to the fact that LW still has such great angles and is in the zone as well.
Yeah, that's the big problem. If Ascend want to push over and get some third-party angles onto this fight, they expose too much of themselves to those high ground buildings in Picardo, so it will just be a straight 4 versus 4. Foot Esports up against Na'Vi, a headshot from Vard, as Ascend, Kilikai has managed to find an angle on towards T-Bone, and Diffix's grenade is going to sit 2 down instantly. Na'Vi down to just Diffix, and so said, it's just over just like that. 8C coming out of the blue zone, there's nothing that he can do. They might be able to grab a revive potentially, but the blue zone is on the way. It's not looking good.
Oh, trades all around here. Even Ascent in big trouble now, as I do believe Brexco and probably Kilyakai as well are out of this one. Both of them got caught out in rotates, and Navi suddenly having the advantage up on that southern side. More players left alive. Itzchris hits a huge headshot though, as Diffic goes down with 40 seconds left on the clock until the circle closes. There is time for the revive, but obviously, Navi still has to make the heal up and then rotate on in. This is a massive knock coming up from them. Diffix, he's going to bleed out as well, as Mika goes down to the hands of Matt Bulls as well. More shots now on all of these edges, and I wonder, when is Baldini potentially going to make a move as well? Because I do think they have limited playing space over there.
Yeah, they've got barely a shack just about in on one side of the zone, but there's very little that they can do while LOLW still stands. But Lukarux, give this man an inch and he's getting you 13 kills in the first game. We said that 9 points was a good tally for them to have had in a game like this, but how about 16 in our opening game? Regardless of what happens, Mad Bulls have been incredible.
Mad Bulls just plowing through here. Kind of ironic that I did say they weren't exactly in the greatest spot to pick up a lot of kills. Not necessarily the greatest position in terms of kill potential. I'll take it all back. Mad Bulls somehow still makes it work. Great third party coming out from them all around the western side. And they surely aren't finished. They did make the revive happen as well. So it is 3 players. The question now is, what are they going to do in this position? I do feel like the breach on Itzchris might just be a desperation play. But I think it's the only one anyone can really do, because LW is the last team to have to leave their positions, and they still got hard cover as opposed to anyone else.
Yeah, so there's really 2 options for the likes of Mad Bulls and No Tag. It's either both of you just try and claim the dip away from Itzchris, or you both just wait as long as you possibly can for Lil W to make a move. They're going to start repositioning to try and find an avenue in with some vehicles. Schengen maybe has found a dip, but No, the others, they're not committing to the buildings. They're not looking to use it for angles just yet, which is maybe a smart move, but it does give the opportunity for Ibby to push up a little bit closer. Quizzy still has 5 grenades that he can toss out if Lil W get into range. That little concrete wall might just be all that saves them from a bombardment for the time being, but in his own time, that is more than likely getting shifted away from, and they could be in serious trouble. But they have 6 of their own on Schengen to answer back with.
Yeah, this is interesting, though, because I didn't expect them to have that great of a ridgeline in there. I thought more players from LW were going to stay at least until the very last second up at the top of the building, so they at least get some of these angles onto his map balls. But
risky. This
changes everything, and I think they have to reach the ridgeline now. Cello Senpai somehow makes it half past with only 1 HP, but he gets taken down by Ibiza, who's got the Groza in hand as well. This is the first one that's potentially going as well, but he gets stolen immediately. So Ibiza still the only player for Mapples at the moment, not having anything in terms of kills, but that might just change as Lil W has to creep out of it. And in the meanwhile, the real winner between all of this is No Tag. But as I say, that first player gets taken down as well. The second one as well. Screams! Knocked now too.
And Chris had an angle through. If there's a one man you want alive in this position as a solo, it's always going to be Chris. Yeah, Lil W just tried to make a little bit of a cheeky move, but just weren't able to provide the cover as No Tag was putting pressure on. One Zach with 1, looking to try and get a spray onto the second, but Lurex survives long enough to get around the side, but the smokes are not going to give him the cover he needs. Explicit is there to pick up the pieces, and Lil W, as quickly as they came, they're down to a solo. Schengen, last man standing, holding on to smokes and little else for cover, and it might just be a Mad Bulls game that gets gifted to them.
Oh, yes. 3 players left standing now. How the tides have turned. You were opting for the city. You thought you were in safety. Well, think again. Maple somehow still find an option to play up on the northwestern side, rather. Somehow making some of these dips work brilliantly. The timing on the play as well. Absolutely perfect. Quizzy picks up another one as Iskra goes down. This is one hell of a game coming out for Mapples. What just happened to these guys? 15 eliminations, and they're still going strong.
And all of this from the very position that they dropped in right at the start of the game. They got vehicles, they drove to these 2 compounds, and they've held on to them as long as the zone has allowed. And when the zone forced them to make a move, pretty much everyone on their side of the zone had already been cleaned up. All they had to do was deal with Auglas, and they have full control of the north. And now with Chris being eliminated, it's just solo over to the eastern side. And one Zach is even looking to contribute with a kill of his own. That kill is worth 2 points, should they be able to get it. The kill and the placement point, so definitely a valuable one if he can find a headshot onto Schengen.
Yeah, I feel like that's the best case scenario at the moment with how far out the zone the No Tag team is. And you can see they're looking for Schengen as well. Pretty much the whole lobby is looking for Schengen at the moment. Somehow he's still not found. Some of these angles should be good, but still alive as of right now. He's got a couple of more smokes. Nades are coming in now. 22 on the first one, 26. Another shot goes through, but he's got the car, and I don't even think this one is going to hit. This one might just do it. Lukarux with another one as Lil W is eliminated in 3rd place.
No time to deny that point to the zone as that bombardment that Mad has been holding on to. Just tons of frag grenades eventually get put to good use. No Tag, they'll have to take their 2nd place and run with it for now. No helmets, no smoke grenades to try and buy themselves time and position. And with Quizzy already in an advanced position up close, unless this grenade can land perfectly and try and even the score in their favor, it's not looking great. But no, a quick peek over the top from Explicit. The covering fire, the suppression was not there in time, and they might be able to get a Molotov in to secure that flush. And actually, No Tag might have just found themselves an opening to try and fight back.
They might have. Quizzy goes down. Lukarux straight things out. Still one Zerk. It's taken out by the nade and flushed immediately after. They're looking for the 18th frag, ladies and gentlemen. Do be reminded, this is unbelievable what Matt Paul is putting up right now. Some more utility in hand. Only a Molotov, though, now for Ibiza. And it is Explicit on the other side. He's got the chance. I do want to say he's got a chance. He's still got the ridgeline, and Mapples is all out in the open. Flashes are coming through. More flashes. But they're going to push through it. Explicit peeks over the ridgeline. Gets the first one as Lukarux goes down. And it's just Ibiza left alive now. Groza in hand. Hits the first couple of shots. Explicit can't get the trade. And Ibiza, he makes it work for Mapples. And what other ending than this one, honestly. 18 frags and a chicken dinner for Mapples. What have we just witnessed? These guys are off to a massive, massive start.
Well, if you wanted to live up to the Mad Bull's name, you make a mad play like that, charging through the smokes, giving open that opening knock and bringing it down to a 1v1, but Ibby with the Groza close range just about gets it done. That was so close to explicit, just absolutely dominating them. All 3 kills at the end would have been huge, but no, not to be. Mad Bulls gets it over the line just about. And wow, what a starting game that was. 18 kills on the board and the winner chicken dinner to open things up. Absolutely insane. So let's send it over to the desk to see their thoughts on Mad Bulls picking up the win in game number 1.
What an incredible performance from Mad Bulls. They landed, they saw that red cloak flapping in the wind. They charged straight forward, and behind it was that chicken dinner. The way that this game ended, Avenger, basically in the last few seconds summed up exactly how Mad Bulls has played throughout. The amount of kills they are clocking, the points they are getting. What a showcase we just had.
I am unmuted, and now I'm no longer muted, so let's do that again. Yeah, good to see these guys come out and take this compound, hold on to it. Obviously lost Nixie, but he managed to get 5 kills before he died, right? And they just kept on rolling. Like, they played that, they didn't lose Nixie at all, and they managed to get a win with the 18 kills here. Huge to them. That's kind of the Mad Bulls that we love to see, right? Huge clutch from Meepy there in the end. I love what I saw from NoTag, though. The way that they played it, the way that they defended it, obviously held on to a compound for a long time. Didn't get that many kills out of it, but still, they managed to take out Quizzy, managed to put some pressure and get it down to a 1v1. But yeah, EB closed it out.
NoTag did a great job, Mark. And right there, I mean, they could have claimed that chicken dinner when it got to the 1v1.
100%. If you got a charging ball at you across the open terrain, I don't know if you can put it back from that. But yeah, look, do you know what? We had the remake. I think that got the nerves off the boys, and then they came back into this game. They looked strong. Yes, they weren't pushing, but it was just trying to get ourselves through. Let's get ourselves to the end zone. And it was well played from them at the end, but huge shout. Come on, Mad Bulls running across. Martin, you called that. They got that chicken dinner, and they got it really strong.
Big balls on the Mad Bulls. That's what we've figured out here.
You can't help yourself, can you?
I can't. I was like, I'm here. We might as well go for it. Straight out of the gates. Let's take a look at some of the other teams, though, Avenger. It was our first chance to see the teams that have qualified for the group stages for PEC. Who else impressed you?
I gotta say, we gotta elaborate a little bit on that, how fun it is and how much of a coincidence it is that you see in the remake of the game, it's a Lost Leonis hot drop between Mad Bulls and NoTag, as Mark pointed out, right? And we end up having these two guys fighting out in the end game, and it's just a fun thing. Let's see what we see in the next game. If it ends up being a plane that's going to go Lost Leonis, if they're going to fight for it. Now, obviously, Mad Bull's going to have huge confidence if they beat them in the final stretches of this last game here. Are they going to take them on and kind of hot drop for Lost Leonis? They have the points to kind of afford it now, Mark, right? So could happen.
It's definitely points that could maybe, but for me, just the Mad Bulls look strong. Like, if I was NoTags, I wouldn't be taking that hot drop. I know we've got another Miramar under the belt. It's just too much. You can't be going out that early again. So I really feel like they need to maybe rethink that drop, because the Mad Bulls will try and push them quickly, and they want to get. They're a second place team. Do you know what? Let's get them out early.
Agreed.
Let's take these 4 points and move ourselves into game number 3, basically.
I mean, I would be curious to see if that is actually what goes down in the next game. A bit of a risk from both sides. I do want to shift the conversation a little bit away from what we just saw and take you all the way right back to the beginning, because a team that we spoke highly of right at the start of this, a team that we all felt would potentially do well. Mark, what the hell happened to FaZe Clan?
Just wanted them to get through. Now, obviously, they dropped their normal spot. There's no change there. Cruz, they didn't quite get the zone. For me, one of the big things was they didn't really rotate until 5 minutes. And I thought at this point it was going to be, let's just sit ourselves on the outside. Like, you can see him now coming through by water treatment. I thought they were going to try and take this sort of position. But no, they went for a full send. They took a bit of fire from BB, took a bit of heat, but they positioned themselves here. But they didn't stay. We saw James, obviously, he didn't make the move forward. And I think I'm going to say they knew it was a 2-2 split. Right. But the execution, Martin, just wasn't right here, and they just got caught. Great opening knock from Nixie, and then it was just downhill quickly, unfortunately, for FaZe.
Yeah, it's just a disgusting player to be up against Nixie here and holding somewhat unpushable compound here. Has a shotgun as well. Like, it's just rough for them here. FaZe. I actually had a little bit of a chat to Gustav before the games today as well, and he's like, yeah, well, we really want to get some of these center positions early, and we're going to try to send it for him, and that's what happens here. Get into it, but then they got absolutely Nixie here back to the lobby.
They are a team, though, that, I mean, they'll handle this pretty well. They're a very experienced bunch of boys. They'll just start again the next game and not be too phased, right?
Yeah. they're not going to be two-faced, that's for sure. They're not going to be worried about this. Is all. No matter what, they're going to PGS anyway, right? So there's like, we need the PGC points, but we're going to make the most out of it. Obviously, in a situation like this here, you're going to shake it off. And that's what these experienced teams, they're going to be like, full mental reset here. It doesn't matter what happened in the last game. We got 11 more games to make the most of it all. Or we also have a last chance, right? So they're not going to feel the pressure as much as some of these kind of more like less experienced teams are gonna feel after a bad game.
It is also day one, so the pressure isn't too hard and it's not too much just yet. We've only seen one game, but Mad Bulls is the team that you want to keep an eye out on because they do look damn impressive after that first game. We're going to head into our second map, but first, just a quick break.
Inside there. Take over. I mean, we're gonna stop on quick. I'm going my building. Yeah. Hold up on our building. A few more guys.
It was. I knocked.
One is on the fence. I
can pull up on Marcel.
I knocked one.
One more, one up.
I'm pushing.
I'm pushing in. Push it.
Okay, I'm going for the gun.
No, just push it.
Oh, like we need the gun.
Static play time.
Push that thing. Yeah.
Take half car.
You flushed. Stay rest. Then in the middle. It's two, not one.
Go together.
One left. Healing. Left still.
We have any.
We don't have time.
We don't have any car.
Okay, we have to smoke and Picado has to move like before us, yeah?
Watcher, they're coming to Watcher.
Okay.
I'm Molotov in my bodies, please hit.
Let's go. Another car. 1 HP, last one.
For you also.
It's 1 HP.
Good.
Let's make smoke line, go yellow, kill the guy inside the shack with the Molotov. On my
we can't do anything. We just deny.
One got to me. Shh.
I can nade. I need the ridge. I need again.
Shack maybe east the side of the shack.
I need, but watch out. I need.
Go the guy close. Need it explicit.
The second first game of PEC Spring 2024 has concluded for real this time, and Mad Bulls came out looking absolutely disgusting in that first one. Had a very, very strong position and they played it to its absolute fullest potential. But we've also got teams that maybe we highlighted in the pre-show, LulW coming out looking extremely strong in the open qualifiers, and they're right up there just behind them, Felix.
Yeah, right behind them is a little bit of a stretch because 14 points difference is, I mean, is there, I don't know, crazy. From a qualification team coming out like this against some of these names like Navi, Ascent, absolutely crazy. They literally made the best out of this round. And yeah, hats off to Mapples. Unbelievable. 28 points, 14 points difference. This is definitely giving them a little bit of breathing room and confidence as well, because these guys didn't have it easy. They had to make it through Brutality. They didn't make it one spot short of, directly qualifying for PAX Spring. And then they did have to make it to the qualification. Absolutely smashed the competition there as well. They got first place in the qualification in plenty of these rounds, actually. So, I mean, hats off to Mapples. They seem to be in a great spot.
Yeah, huge. So what's quite interesting is normally we look at a leaderboard and we say a 14-point gap, that's all right, that's one good game. Mad Bulls in one game, no. They've created a 14-point gap to second place with one outstanding game. 18 kills and the winner chicken dinner. They were holding on to a position. They came under a lot of pressure very early on with a full 4-man crash by FaZe, which got swept aside by just half of Mad Bull's team. There was only 2 in the compound. They dealt with it regardless. They had to give up their 2-2 split. They dealt with it regardless, and it's that adaptation that gives them that extra level of oomph when it comes down to getting a win like that. You could look at it and say, yeah, the circle favored them, the phase 3 shift did them a lot of favors, but that was not the end of their struggles. They certainly didn't have anything to do with the fact that they timed their aggression extremely well. That 18 kills does not come for free, even if you are hard-fed. You have to be playing every opportunity to its fullest, and that's exactly what they did.
Look, the thing is, they made so many correct decisions even before it got close on their edge that they profited off of it for the next 2 phases. If they wouldn't have made that aggressive move towards Orclash, towards the fight happening on the northern side, if they wouldn't have third party to fight on the southern part where Na'Vi was fighting, the team on the other side as well, if they wouldn't have made that, they wouldn't have had as much space later on. And that's why I kind of applaud these decisions so much, why it's so important. And I want to highlight these positions so much because it was done at the right timing, and that's what really strikes out to me. Mapple's great decision making in this round from very early on. As I said, that was 3 phases before they had any real trouble to begin with, and that's where you need to make these decisions.
Yeah, and part of that comes down to the experience that there is within that roster as well, when having recently made roster moves as well, Lookarooks being a relatively new addition to the roster just a couple of weeks before this tournament actually kicked off. The announcement came through, so seeing them making those decisions and it coming off so effectively is 100%. Very impressive. When we look at the opposite side of that, a team like Win or Die coming out of this game with 0 points after getting so much hype in the pre-show from the analyst desk, maybe that came a little bit from being a little too quick with their decisions to leave Picardo, to go for the split, and getting just absolutely peppered on the way over there. And it was between themselves and Lul W holding onto the south side of Picardo. Lul W comes out with second place, so perhaps Win or Die had just held their nerve a little bit longer. They could have been looking much better than their current place in 14th with 0 points.
I feel like that's a little bit of hindsight, though, because honestly, I think lots of IGS would have done the exact same decision, right? And usually, it's very rarely the case that this shifts that far back inside the city. I mean, the buildings, some of these buildings were in until phase 7, I believe. So that's something that usually never happens. So making a move out of it relatively early is a smart move to begin with, especially if the dips and the ridge lines in the center of it. There we saw Ascent playing, by the way, are relatively free. So I can't even blame them for it. Unfortunately, just the whole circle was kind of focused on them and the rotate. I gotta speak about my Bulls for a second again, because the one thing I wanted to touch on is Ibiza. I have been calling him out for not fragging as much, but then again, he is the IGL, and I think his IGLing so far that we've seen throughout all of it is absolutely great. Not only here, but in Brutality as well. And one thing that changes as well now going into this tournament, that, for example, as opposed to Brutality, you said it as well, it's the first time we've seen this lineup that is going to be the lineup for the 2024 season as a whole. It's the very first time. We haven't seen this lineup, in this case, perform in any high-level tournament. Lookarooks wasn't there. He played for Plinske Baje in Brutality. So, once again, first time we see this lineup, first game, and they pull out this big of a win. If that isn't a confidence boost against some of these teams, then I don't know what is.
Well, let's see if they can do it back-to-back, because we're on Miramar for technically the 3rd time, but only the official 2nd match of the day, as we come in with a much different flight path this time around, over from south of the islands on the east up towards only as high as Monte Nuevo. So expecting far less of those teams coming in from the far north and a little bit more of that south to come into play, which will be more than welcome for a team like FUT Esports. Straight out of the plane into Puerto Paraíso. In the previous game, they ended up making wide wraps all the way around from the east, all the way down to the south side of the zone, and it was enough to get them into a decent position, but in the end, getting down caught in that fight between themselves and Na'Vi, only enough for a 7th place in the game overall and 9th in the leaderboards when all was said and done. So getting into good positions, but not quite able to profit off it. This time around, they'll be hoping for a little bit better fortune.
Yes, they will be. Interesting to see BB team go out that early and kind of look for that southern, just below FaZe Clan kind of territory. Wouldn't have expected that. I thought BB team was going to go for a different job, but might just make it a little bit more difficult for FaZe Clan. I think lots of these teams are expecting a rather Southside circle with this one. Obviously, the plane path very often does correlate, or at least has to correlate, with the Phase 1 circle. That doesn't exclude any northern circles, but at least the far northern circles, like Crucible and these, are excluded in that kind of equation. Yeah. So interesting to see this. This does mean, though, we'll have lots of teams rotating into the south side. Map balls, maybe even no tag, and I do believe Foot as well. I'm not sure if one of these teams really know how much company they have south of Los Leones. And if they don't, this might cause trouble.
I'm sure they will have been doing their best to keep their eye on the number of parachutes, but also you've got to be keeping your eye on not dropping too close to Mad Bulls in that previous matchup because, yeah, they are a dangerous team. Na'Vi as well, a team with big potential. Diffix with 4 kills in the previous matchup, a big grenade doing a lot of damage onto Foot Esports as they tried to make their entrance in. And it's a bit of mutually assured destruction, but from the position that we're in, can't really have had it any other way. But still good to see that this team is coming out and still managing to put the points on the board in the fashion that we expected, even if it hasn't turned out to be a huge dub in game number 1.
No, it hasn't. But then might just come in the next games. And there we have it, Newgate. Senka.
Plenty to go.
Yeah, plenty to go indeed. Senka being the first one to get any frags on the board, and he does 4 at that as well. There is to be said, though, that they did have a pretty tough circle and a pretty tough entry.
Right,
southwestern side coming in through the Chumacera kind of entry. And 4 of these teams, I called it out even before it happened. There wasn't really much space to play off of, and I do believe Ascend was the only real team making it into the late game. From all of these teams combined, it was on the southern side, and that only due to a pretty good send as well, somehow not losing a single player despite rotating right between Na'Vi and Foot Esports.
I like the fact that we've highlighted Newgate and Sticky Gummies coming into the early part of game number 2 because those are 2 of the 3 teams that have the priority this time. Those are the teams that could consider the Phase 1 that we've had a home circle. Them, alongside Ascend, have absolute pick of the litter when it comes to compounds, when it comes to those high ground positions that we get of the valleys down towards the southwestern side of Chumacera. Those are the teams who will be racing to get there first, but we can't discount August. We know that that is a team, ex-Sarvan players. They like to move very early. Oh boy, Howl likes to move early as well, but they've moved directly into a death trap in the form of Lukarux. A quick double, but he is answered back by the Mad, and he gets a second onto Ibby as well.
Ibby goes down. This is a 2-2 trade right now. Look at the position from the Mad. I don't think they can get any flushes just yet. Maybe on Ibiza if Quizzy isn't careful, but there goes Nixie. He hits the 3rd one. God, it's only Mad left alive. This could be a clean wipe. Bleemate goes rotate on through, and I believe it's a headshot as well. And there it is. Clean wipe. As I say that, though, one of the players has been flushed from Mad Balls. 3 players still left standing, though. And they do start it off as good as they did the last game. 4 frags immediately again. What is going on with this team at the moment? 32 points already.
Well, this time around, it does come at the expense of Ibby, and on top of that, it's not coming from a defensible position, which is likely to give them a huge chance later on in the game. But, Protibini over from the church, landing long-range shots with the Mini. Much easier to land than with a red dot K9, I've got to say. Not surprised that we're not seeing too much from Hoppycock involved in this fight. But, man, Mad Bulls, yes, they got an extra 4 points on the board. It's come at the expense of Howl, but might not be looking too good for them to make too much more of a continuation on into this game. The longer they wait to get these revives, to get the heals and get back on the move, the closer the teams that are rotating in from behind them. Baldanini are getting closer and closer to cresting over the hill behind them and putting even more pressure on.
Let's see how fast Mapples can get off of it. So far, they haven't lost their 3rd player. Once again, the revive did come through. That's the most important thing in terms of early game. Just making now. I think a 1-4 trade is kind of okay, right? Losing a player, getting 4 kills on the board, especially if you performed like that in the first round. That's kind of all you need to just consistently get points from now on. But then again, I think that once again leaves around that you're kind of weakened to, you know, up for grabs for someone else, because once again, we very rarely see teams that do lose a player early on actually finish off the round. So, yeah, maybe that's what Mad Bulls were going for. Essentially, definitely we're going for the high of confidence that they should have right now.
And they did manage to get themselves back in the vehicles, healed up to the point where they feel safe to disappear out, because had they not been, that field that we see just in front of Baldonini that they're peeking over now would have been littered with targets that would have been low health, that would have been slow moving as they tried to heal. And that might just have been the downfall of Mad in game number 2. But thankfully for them, Baldonini showed up a few seconds too late, and they did manage to, at the very least, recoup down towards the southern side. A big, wide split, though, for Newgate gives them a lot of central control. And FaZe Clan, once again, have found themselves in a position towards the center. They've kind of forced their way in with Gustav and Corexi leading the front line. They're actually going to force a regroup on the 3-1-1 from Newgate into a 2-2. So they claim Chumacera back for themselves. Celticoglu looking for an angle. Marsalek extremely low, but the final shot not quite able to land.
Not quite yet, but look at this. Lazar has already pushed up very close, and Marsalek might just be in trouble here, depending on how far he's going to go, but it looks like he's going to fall back at least just a little bit. There's only one other play in the far distance for any trolls in chat. Could potentially support Marsalek here, and Lazar, I don't think he knows that Marsalek is in there. Fortunately for Marsalek, because I do believe with that 1 nade, he could potentially take him out right away, but it's not going to happen. And for now, the Sticky Gummy is your favorite team, Zaga, isn't it? It's going to remain as 4. Excuse me, as 3.
I love it. It's a fantastic little logo. It's a great name to say as well. Much easier on the tongue than Plinski Boccia or, you know, any of the Finnish teams. They really don't work very well for anyone other than the Finns. But hey, we won't take it away from them. A big wide split now for Ascend. They got involved in some shenanigans. I believe it was them that picked off Baron Peak from Sticky Gummies earlier on as they made a race for the compound to the western side. And we've seen this before as well. A doozy. Doing his best impression of Tom Cruise, getting the information in the glider, scouting around, finds out that this compound up top is definitely occupied, but only by a duo. So BB have an opportunity to get some revenge for their losses in game number 1.
Look at this Aduzi. Aduzi flying through the sky. And at the moment, getting some information on top of that as well. Spyro definitely knowing what to expect the SM players at the moment, but I don't think there's going to be any move made from either of these teams, to be honest. I think Baby Team knows there's kind of an unpushable ridgeline, and unless the Ascent gets shot in the back somehow, it'd be very unlikely for them to make a move as well. So Brexco can see the first couple of shots, but apart from that, I wonder where his teammates are, though. Not really much happening.
Yeah, they're some distance away. They're not looking to commit to this because they're holding on to a position where, at the very least, Kilyukai and Brex, they've got a spot where they can fall back quite quickly. The rest of the squad is about 800 meters away and down a pretty significant cliff, so there's no way that they can get involved to back them up, so they are just going to back out of the situation entirely, give up the southern compound to BB Team. Probably the correct decision when all is said and done. This is, of course, a home circle for Ascend, and you have to capitalize on those, make the most of the opportunity that you've got to gather those points, because home circles have been extremely profitable. If we look back at Protality, some of the other recent games in the open qualifiers, if you're getting a phase 1, a phase 2 shift in your favor, very likely that you can go on to get a win from there. So let's see if phase 2 favors any of these teams in particular.
Yeah. Well, I've seen plenty of these circles go down south, and as I say that, it is a down-south circle. Almost all of the games from Protelite where we did have kind of a centralized Chumacera circle, all of these games have ended south, at least south of Chumacera. We did have one towards the west, if that's what you wanted to talk about.
Well, maybe Ascend should have committed to that fight then. Maybe putting all 4 players in that compound and killing off BB Team, holding on to that for themselves, may have been, in hindsight, the correct decision. But BB Team will be more than happy to say, look, we managed to get this position without having to fight for it. Thanks, Aduzi, for risking your life in the glider to give us that information and force Ascend back. Ascend won't be too upset. They've still managed to hold on to a decent position, which they'll have to lurk for a while teams like Mad Bulls taking that emergency parachute, getting up into the high ground above them, are still there. But at least they don't have to do this, as Global Army rotating in a buggy next alongside Marsalek. That's not going to go well.
No, it's not going to go well. Sparta gets the flash as well as Marsalek opens this round with a frag in his own. We just saw him in the team comps as well. These guys, definitely one of the underdogs, I want to say. Look at this. Oh, Laron! He just plows through and he gets static immediately. Double somehow makes it into the building. And he looks for Uno immediately after. He sees Uno as well. But just one more shot needed. In the meanwhile, CC next gets taken down though. Sparta peeks around the corner and it's just one player left alive now. In these buildings.
That's a terrifying freeze frame. You hop out of the buggy and there's a bus just coming to smack you in the mouth. Double smacks Lyron with a grenade. Well placed. Ona across the road can do nothing to keep his teammate alive. It's himself, last man standing against 3 man over the road of any trolls in chat. No real hope of a third party to come in to buy him any sort of time. And now he's getting tagged down extremely low as well. Tough one for August.
Tough one. Take it all back. I thought Lyron was down already, but apparently Onwa still had its teammate at that point. But now at least he's the last player left in the building. Just across the street, Double's going to be looking for it. Surely there's no way these guys just let him stay alive. I say that though. Is that going to be a flush? That should not be a flash. Marks like it's taken out from the very far distance up from Chuma Serra, but so far looks like the revive is going to go through.
Yep, Nugate have so far had an enjoyable early game, sitting back just spamming minis at people 700 meters away, getting a couple of knocks here and there. Hasn't converted into too much just yet. They've got 1 kill on the board that they were able to steal away, but couldn't get any more damage done onto Mad Bulls. That may come back to bite them, given that Mad Bulls are now the team having emergency parachuted ahead of them onto that high ground southwest of Chumacera. And meanwhile, on the far south side of the zone, Foot Esports once again having made a wrap down to the less congested side with Na'Vi ahead of them. They're going to have to try and find a way to get into the zone from this position. And in a few seconds' time, it may get even worse for them. Should this shift back up towards the north and favour Chumacera, maybe favour BB Team once again, especially now that they've got that airdrop crate on top of them. How much more can we feed that one team that's just sat in the centre?
We'll have to wait and see. Any second now. Really like this split from FaZe while we're at it at the moment. They very usually try to rotate into this position just south of Chumacera. It's a very good compound split with Gustav and James up there. Lots of information as well to be had. And good access towards these dips that usually act as some kind of foot rotation path if it does decide to shift down south. It is going to go hard west though, and that's a good one for Ascend as they do meet the very first rotate. Mika gets one. Brexco gets the flash on top of it as Kilyakai takes down Flatobi as well. And this is quick 2 frags being picked up by them as Matt Bulls tries to join the action as well.
I like the attempt from Newgate, pre-driving along the road, and as soon as the zone pops, they would already be on the move. But the zone actually popped in a way that might have favoured them had they kept their position, and it definitely didn't go particularly great. The fact that Ascend was there ready and waiting to receive any breach that came from that direction. FaZe Clan with a little bit of defensive work to do as Fex up on the roof, not taking any third-party shots from distance, so he has the freedom to play around his ridgeline, put those grenades into play, but Gedrox from the opposite side of the valley is going to force him off the roof.
He has to drop down. He's never one to shy away from these battles, and he's never one to lose these battles either. At least for now, he's going to have to take a moment and recharge. There is one player just below the compound who just rotates off as well as Leosh, who's now seeking the distance again. They don't want to engage this just yet. Obviously, with FaZe Clan being out of the circle as well, they might just deem it not worth it to fight for it. But then again, they do have to find another entry and the time is ticking.
Little bit of an interesting take on a split from LulW as well as Lurex way over here. That's his team all the way off in the distance. You see that big tower miles and miles over there, those little green dots? That's his teammates all the way over there. So should a push come through, he is kind of in the bin. But at the very least, it gives them a foothold so that should the zone shift more east than north, they have a position that they can make a rotation to. You can see how he got here as well, a doozy-esque with the glider, which we'd love to see. I don't think he's going to be able to get back in that and get out of there, but thankfully he's got a backup vehicle if he can get over to that instead.
They might just have to use it as well, depending on the next circle. Na'Vi opted for that very far southwestern rotate in now, and they're still very much screwed up. That's the one thing I was kind of surprised to see. Na'Vi not really going for this huge split, even though they did know that they had most of the control of the southern side. The only real team that I feel like they might have just expected to rotate in was Fook at that point, and even these guys were way across the valley at the point in time where they arrived from the southern side. So for now, once again, not really that much of a big split. Na'Vi kind of trying to stay together, not lose a player.
Yeah. I kind of like Navi's position. It has road options wherever the zone goes, whereas Foot Esports on the opposite side, they've got big, horrible ridges that are very slow to move over that could have enemies lurking on any side of them, just as Gustav is lurking, looking for win or die. He can hear the vehicles. He knows that they're making their entrance on this side, just waiting for an opportunity to find anyone who's not quite ready, who's not quite in cover. He's got a Dragunov headshot lined up, ready and waiting. I think he might have spotted the movement of Hello My Bad, just checking the back line as well in case anyone's wrapping in on their south, but not the case. All of Win or Die up to their north in danger, and with the Zone 4 shift having centered up pretty much directly on BB Team's compound, they're running out of time.
They really are. You've got to take a look back 2 phases ago where you said it might have just been the better option for Ascent to, maybe fight for this compound. They will probably kick themselves, but then again, it is hindsight. ATC just below them. We're talking about Ascent. They have gotten 3 frags so far. I do believe all 3 of them on the rotate, and now the next fight comes in. They know ATC is just below them. Brexco with a cheeky angle, takes down Sparta, and he goes down immediately. He has to be careful of getting traded, though, as he makes it out with 49 HP, but the way we know is they're not going to let this rest. They might just look for more of these, and look at this. Foot Esports trying to make it in with the parachute. All of these guys just get taken out immediately.
Yeah,
wow.
I don't think they even hit the ground. If this was the start of the game, this would have been grounds for a remake, because not a single one of them had boots on the ground at that point. They just got shredded, demolished, destroyed as BB Team up on the roof of the warehouse. More than enough angles to completely demolish them before they can make their move in with that emergency parachute. And that's even without any assistance from an off angle of anyone playing the Eastern Ridge. Just clean shots from BB Team.
Vex, and this squad is looking for clean shots as well. And there we have him. Vex with the first one as LOL Bike gets taken down. He's got the barrel in hand. He's also dangerous. Obviously, he's going to get the second one as well. The support from the distance. And even though there is one train coming out from Nixie, a quick smoke should probably do it. FaZe Clan pick themselves up, 3, maybe 4 frags immediately. Oh, this is a dangerous one. But look at this, Mapples, they've got 2 frags in quick succession. Sure, none of these frags are potentially flushes, but they will make a move on this. Obviously, they have to because they're outside the zone, and this might just be a problem for FaZe Clan.
But that was huge cover. Corexi had free reign to just dominate Lucarux as he made his way down to try and get in range to use some of those explosives that they were just so efficient with at the end of the previous game, but just completely sat down by the suppressing fire of his teammates above. Corexi gets the information. They know that they're creeping up. FaZe forced to back away from this, but on the opposite side, Kilyakai, you can just about see his name creeping in on the minimap. He's heard all these shots, and he's starting to probe his way just up the hill, just to see if there's any opportunities for him to steal away a point.
Any point now would be great, and already a success in the second round as well. 35 points already for Matt Bulls at the moment. 7 again in this one. They are already having the highest kill count again in Phase 4. And the only real team coming close is Ascent at the moment, having 5 on their own. Next shift is going to go far up north. This is a good one, but they will potentially have to fight FaZe for any spot inside the circle. You can see, not an easy fight. Even though it is high ground on them, it is not an easy fight. They essentially don't have any hard cover. But then again, they might just have maybe a little bit of a rotation path towards the western side. You can see Queasy kind of making his way down there. We'll have to wait and see.
Depends a lot on the movement of Ascend. Kilyakai definitely poking his head in this direction, but the rest of them just bullying everyone down on the low ground now. It's Sticky Gummies and Carnivores just getting just battered from both sides as Na'Vi has now made their entrance and just putting shots left, right, and center. But Bestelot will answer back on towards Hakatori. Mercil, he's got to land these. Hello Senpai almost gets the better of him on the spray. 8 hit points the difference. He can't quite secure the flush. Slow Jacket is there in time, and he hits that key bullet just before he gets behind the tree for cover.
Barely makes it behind it. More shots coming out now from Schengen. Screams get spotted. Unfortunately, only 2 hits with the Mini 14. As Schengen racks up a couple of more damage points. Good Nate. Pretty good, Nate. Never mind me. I guess there was a smoke coming on through. And there we have it, the mortar coming into play as well. Is that going to hit anything? Please tell me it does.
He's aiming for Baldanini. Smokes to aim for a little off target. Actually, danger close to his own team. That was extremely close to Mercel, but not quite close enough. But as it stands, Na'Vi getting a little bit of a taste of their own medicine at the hands of Sticky Gummies as they just dispatch of Carnivores entirely. Mercel back up and back in action. Gets a re-knock onto Sloy Jacket, but he's quickly cleaned up. Hello Senpai's grenade now not going to find its target. And Morgo pushing up close.
Has to be careful though, there's still mortar raining in from the sky. Might have just been the last one for now. No tag. Using one of the rotators to make it in. Two. Spiral looking for some of these shots. Pretty tough ones to hit that distance. But they should be fine for this one as well. Lots of kill potential. The question is for BB team now, which team do you really focus on? Because you could get pushed from all sides if you're not careful enough. You can see they're spread out across this compound. They want to get all of these is the answer. Let's just see how it works.
It's definitely very hard for any of the teams towards the southwest to push up over into the BB team compound. Maybe from the east is a potential threat. There is a knock already on the board for them, but they've got him back up. Ascend, though, full control on the northwestern side of the zone. Brex, freedom to peek up over. He sees vehicles in the distance, but it's the ones up close that are the real threat. Celta Coglut is going to bleed out unless Laza can get there and get a hand to him. He will likely need a smoke. It's not going to happen. He's miles away. And Brex will make sure of it. But now Hakatori back up. They've turned their attention back towards their south. And that is where this fight is going down. Axe. Quick little peek up over the top. And Schengen goes down. Hakatori finishes the job. Comes in from the north, sweeps around this side, and Lol W down to a duo. And knowing that Na'Vi is going to be pushing in this direction relatively soon, they may just have to back away entirely.
Pretty dangerous stuff coming up from Ascend now. Look at this. They've got 3 players in the far back, but Bresco's just he's in his own mission right now. Look at the distance between Bresco and his mates, and I think that's due to the fact that the rest of his team wants to gatekeep the northern side. They know that FaZe Clan has to rotate in, and so does Matt Balls. But FaZe Clan, they're in all sorts of trouble now from a whole different team. This is NoTech pushing out of it as well. They could just play the eastern side, be, content with the circle, but they're not. They want to gatekeep FaZe out of this, but do they know about Mapples? And I don't think so. That's the first one coming in. Lucarux gets an entry. This could be disastrous for them if the second player goes down too.
One Zach quickly acquires the target and forces them back. This was originally a threat that I thought might come to bite Mad Bulls in the back. If they tried to make a wrap play on towards FaZe Clan, if No Tag did the same coming up the east, but no, it's FaZe that gets sandwiched in between. And Mad Bulls in the vehicles under a little bit of pressure from Chris on the back line as well. They're going to just try and make a send directly forward into FaZe Clan. Jeems, he can't stop it. The Mad Bulls, once they're charging, it's like an unstoppable force. 37 points, and we're halfway through game number 2.
Unbelievable. 8 frags again, and they're still all standing. The timing, the pacing so far, Mapples is absolutely world-class. But they have lost a player early on. If we look back at it, that might just be the difference on whether or not they have a chance in this one, because once again, we are down to just 7 teams. But they will need every single one of these players now. Next player goes down. Brexco on his own mission has now regrouped with his teammates as he finds another one, and they will tie it out with Na'Vi and Mapples in terms of frags.
Brexco knows that there's another solo in that area somewhere. He's been reading the kill feed. He's not giving up checking outside of the blue zone. He knows that there is still one more little troll lurking down in chat somewhere. Hasn't quite spotted out double for the time being, but the last thing that he wants to do is give up a knock. Even with Mika in relatively close proximity, it might mean that he goes down and does not want to leave that burden on the rest of the team.
Look at this. BB team is surrounded now. That was the question that I asked earlier. Which team is BB going to focus on? And so far, no one's really made it up the hill. There were skirmishes all around, obviously, with all these teams around Lil W on the southern side of it, having to frag out each other before they can make a move onto BB team. There wasn't really a scenario, in theory even, for anyone to push BB team. But now that has changed. You can see No Tag needs to make a move on this one, and so does Na'Vi. Unless you want to play the far western side and rotate into Ascent. But at this point, they got to decide fast. Chris gets another one. That's the 9th frag, and they will take the lead in terms of kill points.
And that is the solo they've been looking for. They know now that everyone else is part of a team. and their backline should be clear. And now with getting this zone shift in their favor, they can pretty much play up on that same ridge that they were in before, threatening onto BB team. They just have to make sure that these mortars don't connect, and they're getting close. It's Chris under duress, but keeping himself safe for now.
He's got the P90 as well. How devastating has that got to be? You've got 9 frags already. Plenty of these are on rotation, but plenty of these also on 1v1 duels, just picking apart the Zolos. And then someone's just in front of you having a P90 on top of that. Ascend absolutely in a great position now to keep Na'Vi out of this one.
With Na'Vi on the low ground, they have a choice to make. They have to make a direct push up towards Ascend or wrap all the way around, come up that road into BB's compound. And it looks like going north isn't going to work out for them. Kilyukai is there, ready with open arms and a Mini 14 to sit Hakatori down. The push up close for the men with the P90 and Mika as well getting involved. A second knock onto Diffix. Na'Vi really in trouble now.
Mika takes him down as he picks up his 4th frag as well. Finally back in this team. He's had a quick pause, but he's playing and fragging as he's never left. You can see in brutality conceding this one as well. This for the start. Doozy gets an entry onto No-Tech while you have the other 2 teams fighting on the other side. Question is, when is Na'Vi going to make a move? Because the circle is closing. Spyro and a Doozy on the other side, though, cleaning things up. One of these players have to rotate up the ridgeline, and suddenly there's only 1 player left alive. And that's, look at this, Explicit on the farther side.
But it's Lukarux making the push forward, gets a knock on towards Spyro. Explicit has wrapped so far away, he got away. The rest of the team has fallen as they try to make an entrance. And Explicit has a chance now to get that final tag on towards Quizzy. He needs to land it, he does. The grenade and a follow-up headshot from Lukarux opens the door. Nixie also knocked as well, so Mad desperately need to try and get these revives, but there's no one who can really punish. Chris maybe might be able to find an angle, but his team is under a lot of pressure as well, as Na'Vi have managed to find a way forwards. He's running out of bullets. He can't use the P90 from this range towards Mad Bulls. He's got to fall back to the boys and get up close.
Yes, he does. And look at this. This opens things up for Na'Vi, as you said, because they finally got, the space at least to make it into the circle. Unfortunately, at this point, it might just be too late already, as they've lost 2 players in the process. Hakatori and Diffix, the bromance, as Mark called it. The big bromance of the CIS team, of this newly formed roster that has been working so well in brutality, and throughout all of these tournaments they've played so far. In scrims as well, these guys have been fragging out, but both of these are out now. So it's down to the rest of them.
And absolutely no one existing on the northern half of the Phase 8 zone. The dot is going to be straight down the center. It's going to separate almost exactly in half the zone between Ascend and the Mad Bulls. And Na'Vi and BB team, if they can even get into the compound, that's all they're going to have. Backs against the blue zone. Fairest just proning alongside Sosed, waiting for a beat to come in from Brix or Mika. It's not coming just yet. They need to force the issue. Almost catching Kilyukai, but not quite there. Mika quickly on the trade. They get 1. And Fairist might just be the next to follow.
And this is just straight up dedication now from Ascent. They really want to clean this edge. And look at this. Mika might just have the opportunity for the second one as well. He sees Fairist. He almost hits that shot. He gets taken down to 28 HP now. Make sure not to maybe ego peek this one, because Fairist, he's still very much standing. And as Kilyukai trades him out, Mika does get dropped though. And that means at least a little bit of time being on a BB team side now to make something happen, but as the revive is coming on through, I think BB team is already being smoked out on the other side.
Oh, Phil first. Huge shot to land with the AWM. Chris was lining up a grenade, seeing that wall of smokes come through, and BB team, that's the go signal, that's the opportunity. They're pushing, but they're pushing towards Mad Bulls. They're not punishing Ascend. They've already extended the utility out towards the Mad Bulls side. A quick revive will mean that there's 2 players there waiting to receive, and a Molotov to cut off the aggressive approach.
Looks like it. Ascend have made it back up to 4 players now. It's Chris, even though he got dropped by the 19-year-old guard that Phil Force is at the moment, and has been for quite some time. Once again, they are back to 4 players. Just 2 left alive for Mapples and 3 for BB team. This is Ascend's game to lose, isn't it, Saga?
Well, the Phase 9 is on their side of the rocks. It's on the rocks. And this game is definitely on the ropes for BB team. They expended all their smokes to get to the ridge line. They got to the ridge line, they were forced back, and they're running out of smokes to try and make a second attempt. Spyro has nothing left to his name. A flashbang is not going to do him any favors either as the blue zone approaches. Quizzy not getting any signs of aggression in towards Ascend. It just means they're going to have an absolute firing range ahead of them, and Phil First will have absolutely nothing he can do about it.
No, he jumps out of the building as well, and Chris takes him out with the P90. And these are 2 more frags going the way of Ascend. We might just have just as good of a chicken dinner, but this time around, it's not Mapples picking it up. It looks like it's going to be Ascend. Look at Rooks, though, trades things out. He might just go for the second one. Kill your guy somehow gets it, though. And that's the barrel shining through. 3-1 now with Mika on the front lines.
Quizzy overthrows the Molotov just a little, but it might have actually baited Mika into thinking the position is a little different. He gets a spray through, a quick knock, but that is all he's going to get. 17 kills for Ascend. If Mad Bulls get an 18 kill in game number 1, Ascend with 17 in game number 2 is almost as good, but it's Mad Bulls that make it to 2nd place despite being the first team to lose a player in this matchup. Absolutely massive performance so far from them on Miramar.
It's got to be a little bit ironic because we talked about BB Team and we talked about Ascent very early on. You said might have just been a good, would have potentially been the right decision to maybe look for the fight early on in this compound. But, well, they didn't manage to win the round, that's for sure. Ascent did, plowing their way through. First of all, getting plenty of rotation flags up towards the northern side as well, and then just cleaning everyone up, Na'Vi included. So great stuff coming on from Ascent.
Yeah, at the very least for Ascend, we say they've got to capitalize on their home circles, and they absolutely did that. It's very rare that you're going to see a team get the Valdomar drop spot, have a zone like that where you don't profit, but 27 points is still just another massive game. And on the subject of going back to our home circles, let's go back to our home with the analyst desk, where our homies are waiting to receive and tell us all about Ascend in game number 2.
Aw, Saga called us homies. How cute. Okay, let's talk about the fact that we've had 2 Miramars, 2 very aggressive plays, 2 teams claiming those chicken dinners with that aggressive play. Mark, walk me through that final fight between Mad Bulls and Ascend.
Oh, Mad Bulls were on the cusp, though, trying to work their way down. But Ascend, they were just informed. They controlled that northwest side. They denied everybody entry. I think they were just warmed up to try and take that end fight. Nice end play for them, nice control on the ridge, and more importantly, didn't overextend, Sam. They were happy to sit there. They were waiting for these teams to pick up as many points as they could come into game 2.
Excited to see BBT, Mark, do some work here, get into the top 4 fight, because you obviously mentioned them at the start of the show and the start of PEC Spring Group Stages, saying that this was a team you had your eyes on.
100% though. Coming into it, I was sort of favouring the BB team. They had the compound, Sam, so it was like, let's just hold out. AWM, FAMAS in hand. We know that obviously the FAMAS for the short clip, but it hits pretty hard. And then they were focusing very much on the teams. And I think the cast has said at one point they need to make a decision what fight they want to go for. They chose to focus down at south. Yes, they cleared the teams, but I think they left it a bit too late to leave the compound and then Ascend. There's no opportunity like that when you can keep a team as BB trapped in the building.
What did you think about our second Miramar of the day, Avenger?
It was great. I really enjoy when you see like a team, BB team, and as in this case here, fight for a compound before Circle 1 pumps, and then it ends up being there. Ascend still 4 guys alive, and then it actually comes back to punish them for not allowing it to take a somewhat of a home turf kind of terrain area for them that kind of is a prio compound. But yeah, they went away from it. They decided to go for a 2-2 split to see what the second pop was like, and then they came back to dominate. Really like what I'm seeing from Ascend so far. I like that kind of slow style and that controlling style to make sure that they had their backs free to close this one out here. Obviously, only 2 games in, but it's looking really good for them. I'm super impressed with what we're seeing from them so far.
Ascend and Mad Bulls, double-digit kills. Obviously, Mad Bulls in the first game as well, up at like 18 kills. This becomes problematic for some of the other teams, Avengers. So how does this transfer when we now change maps? Do you expect these 2 teams to still be this aggressive and get those necessary kills?
It's almost always going to be a case of where we're going to see these teams, like they're going to suffer a little bit, right? Because Erangel, Miramar is the maps that they are most used to. But if you have 46 and 37 points, you're not going to care what the other guys are. Your confidence is at an all-time high, like more than double 3rd place for Mad Bulls. Like they're just going to continue to frag out. They're not going to have like emphasize too much on getting into a fantastic position always. They're more going to focus on third party and make sure they get into a good spot to get those kills and stay as many alive as possible, of course, because if we can see these guys 4 alive all the way to the late game, I'm sure they're going to close ones out, because being that extra guy, being 33% more players alive is just crucial to closing these games out here. But yeah, let's see what they're able to do. But super hyped to see SN and Mad Bulls do this man. That's it's kind of reminding me a little what we saw last year, obviously, with how well SN was able to play in PC Spring last year.
We've been focusing a lot on those two teams, but there is another team that's currently sitting 4th on the leaderboard. They've also had 2 great Miramar games. Mark, walk me through why NoTag is seeing so much success.
It's the early game for NoTag. Look, they did drop lost, and it is that point where it's a bit risky where they're going to take on the Bulls, but they didn't. But they rotate passively. They make sure they avoid the teams. They know the paths they want to take. We saw an early 2-2 split from them, but we also saw them get aggressive with teams trying to rotate past them. This was one of the first kills quite early on. They watching the Foot Esports E pickup that obviously went up towards BB. They never dropped the ball on BB. They did get caught coming in, but they're constantly waiting for that mid game. They don't want to fight early. They want to get to the mid zone, and this was a good push. And this is the point where I was expecting them. Yes, they took a few hits there from Mad Bulls, but it was aggressive. O'Connor was playing on the other side. He eventually gets that kill on Vex, as we see now. But I'm surprised. They took a knock, but they went back the way they come. And I think this was the point that we saw them go downhill, because when the zone shifted away towards that North Martin, it was very difficult for them to make a decision where to go. And BB, rightfully so, closed them out pretty quickly.
Yeah, it was a little bit rough to come in from this angle into BB. They're going to be able to defend it. There's only kind of this ridge to work with here. I would have loved to see them take on Mad Bulls, to be honest, to take on the north side, but it's not the winning play. The winning play is to try to see if you can get an opening, maybe get a few more points onto BB, but that also hurt BB team. Also hurt Mad Bulls that happened. Obviously, Explicit able to come in from the backside of that, and that just delays 3 teams and hurts 3 teams, durability, losing helmets, like delaying everything instead of trying to set up a potential win against the Sen there, just hurts 3 teams. So they're obviously always trying to squeeze out as many points as possible, and I think at a little point here where they know that BB team has the compound, they're going to try to make a play to see, okay, how many more points can we squeeze out here, because we can't make a winning game rotation or winning game play on some of these data teams. Also, SN had a fantastic ridge where it shifted up to where they could defend that western side and hold that whole west angle to themselves too. But next up is Tego, Sam.
Next up is Tego, and of course we've done both our Miramars for the day. There's 2 days to play for these teams. It is the group stages. We'll walk through the format a little bit later just to remind you of what's up for grabs. But right now, I think everyone is just hoping to get their points on the board and get a feel for one another. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we jump to a whole new map.
It's time to Tego.
And as the Eternal Avenger tells us, it's time to Tago, which means it's game 3 for PEC Spring, day number 1 out here in Group A versus Group B. And let me tell you, Tago should be a relatively interesting one. We were looking at teams again who've had pretty solid performances on Miramar before we came into Miramar. Now, in terms of the teams that have looked pretty good on Tago so far, Boulder Nini have had a very solid run on Tago through the open qualifiers in EU, and Bad Boys as well, picking up a 19 kill win in the MEA qualifiers. So a couple of teams to keep our eyes on potentially, Felix.
Yeah, especially since for some of these top teams, I'm talking Ascent, I'm talking map balls, Tago hasn't necessarily been the best map in terms of performance. And yeah, also looking at the lower bracket that we have right now on the leaderboard, We Know Die. One of the teams that hasn't made a single point yet. Also a team that can sometimes bring on very good performances from Tago. So I'm very excited for this one.
Yep, when they came out ahead in Protelity, averaging just under 12 points per game on the Tagos that were played in that event. And I'll be honest, if they could get a 12-point game now, it would definitely help, because they are one of 2 teams, themselves and Carnivores, who are yet to pick up a single point off our first 2 games. So it could definitely do with stacking them up pretty quickly as we head into almost the halfway point of day number 1.
Absolutely, especially for a team that has had such a tough kind of road to get here, right? I'm not only making it all the way through the open qualification in EU, but then also having to go through the Portality qualifier, then into the grand final, upper bracket, lower bracket, or so on and so forth, and then, you know, finally qualifying is one of the only 2 spots in that lobby that you have, you know, in terms of pet wildcard spots. So win or die. I'm excited to see what they bring out. So far, as you said, it's been kind of lackluster, and ladies and gentlemen, we are going into the 3rd game of today. Miramar is done and dusted. It is Tago time once again.
Lackluster is definitely a fair word for 0 points after 2 matches, but let's hope they can turn it around this time. They're out of the plane relatively early alongside Newgate and Lul W, down towards the southern side of the plane path, which of course does dissect to the Northwest Island, which of course means that the zone is going to the Northwest Island. So it might, you know, this might not be the game for win or die. We do get a lot of zones up towards that side of Tago, don't we?
Yeah, we do. Honestly, I feel like half of the circuits we've seen so far have been either towards the far northwestern side or just to the far southern side. Definitely some crazy ones in there. Definitely some crazy ones in there. Ben just said it on the broadcast as well. In recent times, not only the land ratio sometimes hasn't been working as you know, as intended, or at least maybe as intended, but at least as a surprise to some of these players. And well, yeah, in Brutality, we've seen some of the craziest circles as well. So who knows what will happen here?
Well, this could be win or die getting their first point on the board, as they've got 2 men dropping in the compound with Flea to beat, and the zone has given them, it's thrown them a bone. You can see it on the minimap just there. It has gone down towards the south around Songam School, that kind of part of the map, all well within reach of the zone. Protavini coming back to try and back up his boy in the compound, and he does have support in the form of Hoppycock as well. But right now, Flea to beat, just with a micro Uzi, has to keep his head down, not give away any opportunity to get that opening knock. Otherwise, Newgate might be forced to give up on this.
There's a shotgun. There's a shotgun on Win or Die. And we all know what that means. That's one frag going the way of Win or Die, unless something very surprising happens like this. Oh, Flat Obi gets the entry, and now the breach surely comes through. Yeah, there it is. The vehicle arrives, and this might just be a bad start for Win or Die again.
They were not ready for the quick, cheeky peek with the micro Uzi from the roof across that little angle through the tiniest of windows. Gedrox almost goes to try and take a peek, almost gets 3x UMP'd out of the game. With the Molotovs, they've got a ton of utility for only having been able to loot for just a few seconds. Leosh, he even has a vest and a helmet, but he has to go and try and grab this revive. Oh, this angle could be huge as well for Hello My Bad. If he can get up here, might completely catch them off guard if they try and make a cross.
Let's see if that AK spray hits first of all, though. As Hello My Bad is looking forward, and Senkar gets a quick trade as the shotgun does make its work, but just not enough. The second player has won too much, and there goes another player.
And they'll get that revive, though, on Flea to beat. Commitment to the play. Hello My Bad now springs into his trap, his position, gets the re-knock onto Senkar, and that evens things up now. Now they have to make that risky cross if they want to try and get the revives onto the 2 in the compound. Protivini has timed it well, though, just to make that mad dash send, risking his life for it. If Hello My Bad wasn't bandaging, or if Extans opened the door to take a peek, he was dead to rights, but the bold play paying off. They can grab those revives, and they might just get the numbers advantage here as well.
Senkai's still not flushed, though. Some of the very good news for NWG. Oh, Protivni opens up another opportunity now to close out this fight, but it is only a trade as of now. Hello My Bad with his second one. As Sabikok pushes towards the building, it's taken out immediate well. Now the first flushes are coming through.
All right, there's the point. Win or die. Great success. Fantastic work, boys. We'll call it a day on this fight and just give them back the compound, shall we? Well, Protivini has managed to grab the revive onto Senka Pow Pow. We'll get the heal. And they're caught in what is now a 3 versus 2. The table turning very quickly from where they were just a couple of seconds ago in a 4 versus 3 situation. But now Extans with the double barrel, ready to commit to the push. Leosh is running low on bullets with the K2. So they're going to have to try and make this push quick. There's definitely no utility left to try and flush them out from this position. Just looking to see if there's any sort of hint of a sneaky peek through the windows. That's not going to be the case. Another shotgun in play. They just keep finding more and more.
And with a shotgun in hand, I would have expected them to make a push earlier, because right now, both of these players are standing again. The revive has gone through, and their shotguns in hand for all of these players now. Oh, first one goes, but Extens is there immediately to get the trade, and it's back to a 2-on-1 as it has been before. Question is now someone going to make a move? And his Leo's going to need that 24 bullets. As of right now, doesn't look like it.
What's interesting is Hello My Bad threw a gas can onto the staircase earlier on before he got the flush, but I don't think they found it just yet. Leosh just pre-firing as he makes his way around the corners, but he's going to wait for the support of the shotguns to come in, and it should just be a swift one, but no, it's 1-2 for Protivini, and it's down to 1 versus 1, and Extans runs out of shotgun shells, gets it done with the M4, and the shots into the body to finish it off. That's 3 kills picked up in dire situations for Win or Die to wipe out the team. 4 points on the board, and they've turned it around very, very quickly, and it, once again, only lost a single player to do it.
I thought it was over, and Protivini bit both of these S12K shots. Wow, what a performance to still turn things around. Unfortunately for the very last player was down to just 12 HP. Yeah, they want to make sure these guys know not to turn here, not to turn here without parachutes again. But
if they,
I'm not sure if they will listen, honestly.
They just head into the zone. There's the reward waiting for them. A Tego airdrop. That's about 17 loot crates that they can pick up all the loot that's been expended or that they don't have based on that, and they'll be more than happy and in a relatively decent spot to move on ahead of time for the rest of the game. A little further on along the west from where we saw all that chaos, Lil W. They've had a much nicer, more pleasant, relaxed day at school. 9 kills on the board so far up to this point. This was the team that came through absolutely dominant in the EU Open qualifiers. 142 points in the 12-game series that we had on show. And as a part of that, their Tego matches, let's take a cheeky little look. An average of 13.5 points per game. So definitely one of those teams, and to be fair, that's a single 1-point game and 1 26-point game, but they're definitely showing that they're capable of having massive performances on this map.
Yeah, 100% they are. Question is, will they have the entries, the timings, and obviously the drop spots as well in this one? In terms of drop spots, at least, it looks pretty good on their side. As there we have it. The second team to win one, obviously, my very unbiased favorite team. Ascent rotating on in as well. My goal for today was casting an Ascent win, and I think that has already happened. So
nice.
For the rest of the day, it's kind of anyone can win, for my liking.
Yeah, we need a good team from the UK. We had Team UK, but
where's Goodfellas?
Really count? Yeah, where is Fellas? That's a good point, Michael. Why aren't you playing today? Great point, Felix. Don't let him have a moment to rest. That's really cool. Really cool of you. Thanks for that. Well, towards the center, Hosan once again looking extremely congested, looking kind of like a ranked game hot drop with the amount of colors that are just lurking in that city. And surprise, surprise, Mad Bulls is one of them.
Mad Bulls, yeah. Once again, looking for a semi-centered spot inside phase 1. And the usual candidates in terms of where the zone is definitely not going to pop in phase 1, Ascent, and obviously, I do believe it was no tag team as well, rotating in as the very latest team towards the far northwest and the far northeast. Both these teams will still obviously have lots of playing room, at least towards the edges, but depending on the next phase, it might just be a little bit of a problem. Because as you said, very contested throughout the middle. Even in the cities right now, we have 2, maybe 3 teams.
There's potential that knock that just came through from Code Marco onto Schofield could have marked a bit of a push from Howl. They are a team that is certainly not averse to getting in 4 men in a vehicle and just sending it at whatever's closest. It didn't really pay off in game number 2, so maybe that's why they held their nerve this time around. But there was an opportunity there for them to push further in and take those apartment buildings on the south side of Hosan for themselves as Sticky Gummies holds onto a wider split, just giving them a little bit more options when it comes to this phase 2 shift in 40 seconds or so. But, well, couldn't really ask for much better of a loot delivery than that, could you, for BB team? Directly outside the compound, a whole bunch of crates, maybe a little bit of pressure from Lil W that might force them to turn their attention away. But as our late entrants make their way into the phase 1 circle with 20 seconds left to go with a phase 2 shift, the center is looking extremely congested still.
Yeah, we're very often talking about timing. And this is a great circle time. It's a good example of it. By the time the circle will close, they will all be in the cars and they will all be ready to rotate and pop and make sure to adjust to phase 2. So very great time coming out from No Tech team. Maybe a little bit faster could be the case because then they would be more close to the center, especially with this circle.
Wow.
Oh my lord. If you would be able to see it, it is all the way down southwest. And if this isn't a Na'Vi shift, I don't know what is.
Yeah, that and Foot Esports, again, making their pre-drive along the coast. A lot of teams talk about their ADR, average damage per round. For Foot Esports, it's all about ADT, average distance traveled. And this time around, it's going to pay off. A massive wrap once again, all the way from the east, round the south coast. And would you look at that position that is free to take ahead of them. If they do press their way forwards onto the hilltop, quickly enough, they will spot that an even more central position is widely available. But man, the mass migration from absolutely everyone. Global Army has to stop and wait for the rest of his squad to catch up, as he was already on the move just that little bit too soon. He's had to look behind a shack as Mad Bulls just send it directly past them.
Let's see if it works out. It is a risky send after all. In the meanwhile, BB team once again 5th first, coming out of his shell so far in this tournament, as I would have expected him to. Picks up another frag and rotate as ATC was just a little bit too close to them. Same thing for Na'Vi, picking up frags left, right, and center. Hakatori with 2. And even though we haven't seen that, I'm sure these frags were quite the sight to behold. And there might just be more to come. Now we're here, Na'Vi, and look at this Orcless, all stuck in this building. Na'Vi's not going to let this rest, I'm sure of it.
Not at all. Na'Vi definitely not the team. If they had a blue zone grenade, oh man, it might just be game over for Orgless. It might be game over regardless, to be honest, as Lyron, last man standing, healing in the smoke, trying to get a hand onto Owner. They were just couldn't quite wait for Global Army to get into a position. He tried to pull back, but got picked off on rotation. They just had to go for whatever was closest and available, but Na'Vi, again, they're ready and waiting. A couple of grenades into the shack. They do manage to get at least the revive back. But that's 5 grenades on Diffix that have just drove their way into this compound, and it might just happen all over again.
Oh, yes. It might just happen all over again. In the meanwhile, we see Marcelek, who's brought his own fanbase into the chat. Make sure to hype him up as he looks to secure his second frag. And he does. Marcelek, fanboys, now's the time to support him, as it's only 2 players left alive for only, any trolls in the chat. And as I do see BB team maybe rotating off, it might have just been a doozy. There might be more trouble to come.
I think it's also quite accurate to say only trolls in chat. I think you were okay. You might have got away with that one. But ATC came in with the emergency parachute, and a zone like this, there's just not much to aim for. Whatever was there was already taken, and the fact that they pulled it so that they would be relatively early into the phase 2 shift, in case it did shift back to the north, they would be able to go into Hosan itself, just meant that teams were already getting into positions by the time they landed. Lost 2 players before they even hit the ground, and now they've just got a dip that they have to keep their head down. But thankfully, BB are being held in check by Lol W, who are still holding onto the roof of school, but now with FaZe making an entrance onto the southern side of their compound, they can't overcommit to any sort of push.
No. Otherwise, they might just be in a big disadvantage. As you can see. Not really the perfect place to fight. No, back to Na'Vi, though. They do take their time, apparently. Which is surprising to me. I would have expected them to make pop 2 smokes and just go close to the buildings and make this happen. Are we talking about the map? Oh
we
my
are talking
Lord.
about the map.
What? Oh my goodness. Oh
Could you
my
imagine
goodness.
Watching Foot Esports rotate along the south coast, take that compound that is 14 centimeters away from the water and be dead center of phase number 3.
Look at this.
That is quite ridiculous.
Yeah, you can see all the teams just sending it through. This is what they used to call NA sent. It's just literally just trying to fight anything you can inside the current new safe zone, because there surely isn't anyone faster than you if you just rotate in circle pop, because once again, no one was expecting this shift to happen. What a crazy circle. And we said it before, we were expecting this.
Vard was almost caught in an awkward spot. Couldn't have the backup, but Ascends just come flying through. Marsalek, 2 knocks or not, does not matter. A 4-man Ascend straight down the center once again, and they clean up any trolls in chat. Vard was lurking just on the opposite side of that ridge. He was in danger. There was no way the rest of his team could support him, but he brought in Ascend. They clean up any trolls in chat, and Vard gets a chance to fall back to the safety of his teammates while Ascend hold down the center.
Yeah, well, they do hold the center, but only with 2 players. Quite in contrast to Ford and Matt Bowes, who I'd say have got prime position now to make something happen. Depending on the sightlines, honestly, I have never been down there in an ending show, so I'm not even sure about the sightlines. And I think it's the same for lots of these players. You could tell the last time we saw this far western Miramar Circle Brutality, or even this far southeastern circle where we saw Tractor Team win the game, even these players didn't exactly know, wait, where can we be seen from? What's the best play to play here? Like, how does it look behind this building? Because usually these end zones just do not happen. So very interesting to see them now.
I feel like when Na'Vi is currently playing, I've had end zones around this area, like not that infrequently, but any further south of that, it's just kind of a no man's land. Teams, I mean, they scour just about every inch of the map just in case this kind of edge case plays, but perhaps not every team has put quite that level of preparation into this, and they may be regretting that now. LulW will make their move steadily around the outside as Vex does spot Slow Jacket on the move on foot. But if he tries to reposition into a spot to put some bullets in their direction, Win or Die are ready to get involved as well.
Problem is, though, what do they play after this? Because it's all open field on the other side of the hill. And, well, they do need to win this cleanly if they want to make it in. Vex, what a spray. Luris gets absolutely set down. As Vex once again shines through with his individual skill, and I think Gustav is going to be there to absolutely get the flash. They're not even going for this. Look, W Schengen is rotating on through, though. Gustav, what a spray! And I do believe he gets the flash as well. No, that is stolen away. As he pops into the vehicle, makes sure to get to safety. Haven't lost a single player yet, Face. Which is pretty good, but then again, they will need to find an entry.
Yeah. And there's still opportunities now as Hell on My Bad pushes forward, sees all the smoke, sees the vehicles. Trying to prime a grenade. That's an optimistic one about getting a grenade anywhere close to that distance. Up close and personal. Auglis, they were the next to take their emergency parachute down towards the south. CCI next, the last man standing as the rest of his squad went even further away. Can't get the better of Nixie in the close range 1 versus 1. Nixie, I think he saw that grenade being primed, saw it being tossed over to the left and knew to push the right. Huge. Massive from Mad Bulls to hold on to that position, because the Phase 4 shift once again has massively favored the Mad Bulls.
And Nixie absolutely, excuse my language, saved Ibiza's ass. What just happened? Immediately, quick thinking, make sure to peek around the right side of the corner, make sure to, when the enemy pops the nade, to go close range in order to secure the frag 100%. Worst case, he gets knocked too, but at least he gets the trade so his teammate can get both of these revives. Great play coming out from Apples. This is the kind of quick thinking and responsiveness that you need from Apples. Great stuff coming out from them.
Yeah. And when you're in a position like this, and let's be real, I don't think they expected to find this position completely open, just full scented in the vehicles, and what is now a prime compound, really the only compound that remains in the zone. Foot Esports, yes, has a compound all the way down to the south, but won't be there for long. Vard has already pushed out to the east outside the zone to put some pressure alongside T-Bone onto No Tag, who are looking to make an entrance over to the east. But up north, BB team have to finally make their move to get across the road, and Na'Vi, they're waiting on the high ground to try and punish.
Yeah, try and punish. Well, there's an angry Phil first. To potentially have something to say about this. Akatori gets naded by not only 3, maybe 4, even 5 nades, and Phil first hits it as well from all the way downtown. As Akatori once again has to wait for the next round, probably because if you look at the map, his teammate is all of them are away. Actually, it's only Soset. Look at the split they've had going. I didn't even realize the Soset all alone now in like 200, maybe 150 meters distance, and he's just there thinking, what just happened, guys? What just happened? Yeah. BB team comes in and sweeps through.
Looks like a bit of pressure from the Mad in the back line with an MK14 as well. Just too much. And they just weren't able to successfully hold the line against BB team, but they have drawn the attention of FaZe way over from the east, and Fex again, just hitting those shots. Distance, doesn't matter if it's AR or DMR, he's still going to be on point.
Yes, he will be. And look at this FaZe clan. They've only got 2 smokes, and they still want to run across the street. All open field. Gustav makes it across, though. This is such an important play. Gustav might just have the angle that saves FaZe clan in this round.
Oh no, hello Senpai and hello my bad. Gonna come to blows. An exchange of utility. Hello my bad. Takes a big chunk from the grenade. And a massive wide wrap flank from Gustav finally comes to be. Spyro had a grenade in hand when he got knocked. I really hope that doesn't drop at his feet. Might not matter. Gustav's grenade will finish him off. Does he expect the second on the same rock, though? Can't really see anything through those blue zone grenades, but a doozy and Phil first have answered back with 2 trades. Knocks back onto FaZe. And Gustav, he's got to make this position work in his favor, but Besto, he's ready. Playing the rock, gets the better of him, completely dominated. And FaZe clan, once again, another team trying to hold BB as they push over from the north, just getting swept aside.
Great play coming out from BB team. I thought it was going to be Gustav opening things up and the rest just collapsing onto BB team, but look how they hold strong. Great utility play coming out as well.
It's huge.
And as soon as Fex down, it just all crumbled on top of FaZe clan, unfortunately for them. But BB team, they've lost players as well. Not without notice to the rest of the teams. You can see No Tag team looking down on that edge as well. And I think BB team has to rotate in towards them. You can see Na'Vi, kind of the only players towards the straight western side. But I don't think BB team knows this. And yeah, as you can tell, he tried to make the run across. O'Connell immediately takes him down. 1 sec is there with the flush as well. And that just leaves the doozy left alive. And what's it, 1v21?
I think BB's experience in this game just sums up how it feels to play Tago sometimes. You get to sit there and look at a team who's all nice and cozy, tucked up, huddling together in a compound. Meanwhile, you're on top of a hill getting ganked from 17 different angles at once, and you have to fight your way through everything. It just feels unfair. It's not only third parties, then you've got another fourth party, fifth, sixth. It just keeps on coming. The pressure keeps piling on. Now a doozy will be the 3rd solo up towards the northern side of the zone. So said the Mad and himself all just sat lurking, just holding on to whatever chance they have to survive into the placement points. No Tag, though, have fallen back. They've stopped putting the pressure up towards the north and may turn their attention towards the shack where Ascend are just turbo chilling and just waiting for any sort of opportunity to make a move.
And so far, they didn't really have to make any of the last 1.5 minutes. And well, thankfully so for them, because they're still very far away from placement points, and as we said, there was kind of a big send in there, and with only 2 frags, this is not the kind of outcome they wanted after such a strong round in map number 2. So they still need at least a little bit of points, a little bit of frags, maybe even more so. And Foot now find themselves on the edge for the first time after the circle shifts that we've seen. And the first one they will meet is Extents.
There's 4 solos in the game. Foot has found one of them. He's put up a wall of smokes to try and buy himself some time. And Foot throwing just a wall of utility in his direction. Not quite enough to have completely flushed him out for the time being, but it looks like Soset has been spotted as well. O'Connell will clean him up. They might just read the kill feed and say, wait a minute, wasn't it BB team that we were killing off earlier? What's this guy doing here? Hopefully they've noticed that, because they've put themselves in a dangerous position between the other 2 solos as well. The Mad has made a move forwards, a doozy, tanking the blue zone out in the shack, but if he gets the timing right, he could get an absolute freebie onto Explicit or an O'Connell.
Yeah, it depends on the timing. Send is spotted out, though. And you can see Aduzi still looking far from it in terms of being ready and wanting to rotate in. He's got 7 first states now and make that 12. He's got a chance to maybe pick up one more placement, depending on maybe how this fight goes as well, whether or not Ascent goes out early and maybe another team down towards the south. I'm not so sure. I think either way,
Beamy,
they might just go out early.
He got aggressive, got up close on the push. T-Bone wrapping out with the jammer pack to try and give him the support. It will work out just about. The 3x spray does come to fruition, but Azazel with the trade, T-Bone will be dying to the blue zone. Beamy, a potential chance of a revive, but Vard has to try and clean it up. A headshot, quick little swivel in the passenger seat, and Vard does manage to save a foot from what could have been an embarrassing play, but it may just cost them 2 players. Can't get back in time to get Beamy back up because he has to go and make a move towards the zone. Pulling up behind the rock. Vezavite has to land this grenade. That car's going to explode.
My God,
it does not matter. The car's gone, and so is he. Beamy doesn't look like a revive's coming through, but at least Vard has cleared a path for 80 to come and join him in the circle.
What a play! Hits the driving headshot into one player that is literally 2 meters away from him and then goes further. Not even ego peeking. I think lots of these players would have ego peeked this guy in the dip. He was all out in the open, but he makes sure to pick him apart with a nade. Great play coming out from Vard, making it the safest play in a very aggressive manner, but the safest play he can. So, my goodness, keeping them alive at the moment. Top 5 now.
Big kill from the Mad as well. That one was worth 2 points. The placement point alongside the point for the kill. And the solos are slowly picking one another off. There's just 2 left now. One of them is a relatively fresh one. It's Axe over on the far western side of the zone for Baldanini. One of those teams that we had hoped, based on their previous performance in the qualifiers, would have a big performance on Tego. So far, it's just the placement points and not much else. But on a zone like this, I can't really blame anyone too much for not having the best of times. Mad, I mean, look, there's literally about 17 airdrop crates in and around their compound. They're the only team who still have 4 standing. And now they're pushing out, putting grenade pressure onto no tag as well. If they can't win this game, something is seriously wrong. When the Mad pops up out of the blue zone like a little demon, cleans up a double, and then immediately gets sat straight back down by Lukarux, and we're in the top 3.
Yeah, I thought there were going to be more frags going the way of How with this play, but 2 of these frags go the way of Matt Balls. So even more pellet frags being picked up by them. And yes, you said it. I mean, these crates, we've talked about it while casting scrims as well. They are so influential. And I think it's really going to show here. MK14 though gets dropped by an AUG, of course, because it's Vard at the moment. He's just unstoppable. But does that really mean trouble for Mapples? I don't think so just yet. Even though they do have to fight plenty of people, but not with the Bees out there, not with Nixie there with 5 frags already, and more potentially being picked up. Mapples is on an absolute roll right now, and they should not be underestimated. 9 frags again, and it looks like it's going to be another chicken dinner.
Oh no. Is he setting up a mortar? Are they going to get the final kill of the game like that? Well, they know exactly where he is. Lukarux spotted him out. The smokes won't provide too much cover as the grenades start flying in his direction. Not quite reaching, though. A wide wrap around the side. Quizzy may just overstep. Okay. He does get sat down. Might just get the flush out from that as well.
Yeah, I think that's his best case scenario at this point, but I mean, we can only hope as PUBG Esports fan that he's just not going to deny, and I think it would be a bad decision to do so as well. But then again, he's hugging the blue zone at this point already. You can see the players from Apples are already on top of the ridgeline. Biza's close, tries to bait out some kind of peek from Axe, but he's not going for it so far. Look, Karux has to be careful. That might have just been an opportunity now to peek this, but he's giving up his high ground position. That's an interesting thing. Blue zone grenade pops right to his feet, though. More shots are coming in. Lukarux takes him down to 1 HP, and that surely should be the end. Headshot comes in to clean things up, and Nixie, once again with the last frag. Mapples is on an absolute roll. I've said this literally 10 seconds ago, and it has not changed. These guys are on point, and that's another big win going their way.
Alex, he's just been slamming his desk the whole time. You can tell his camera's fallen over. That's how excited he's been about Mad Balls in his final few games. And oh man, honestly, in a zone like that, being able to just blind send on the phase 3 shift and get that compound really, of all of them, completely for free is just absolutely insane stuff. And obviously once they hold that position, there's not much else they need to do for the rest of the game. Just hold it down. I think this time, you know, we said in game number 1, getting the hard shift, getting the 9-zone feed, the game doesn't play itself. This time around, I think it kind of did. But Mad Bulls with another big win on the day, and a team that, hey, I mean, we highlighted them a little bit in the pre-show, but did anyone really expect them to come out this strong? Let's see what our analyst desk has to say.
3 games have been played on day number 1 of PEC Spring Group Stages. 2 wins going to Mad Bulls. Saga asked it there. Avenger, I'll ask you, did you expect this team to be as strong and as dominant as they currently look?
Right now, like how this strong? Sure strong, but not this strong. We're talking game 3 Graz guys are qualified to grand finals at this point. That's just crazy levels here, and I'm super hyped for these guys. Obviously they put in the hours and they've been grinding. Looker is kind of the latest addition to the team, and it's just working out super well for them. Rough game though, 3rd circle with that much water, it is super hard. And also this compound, really hard to defend. But not that many actually crashed them and put on a lot of pressure on them. But they're able to come out like this, and another, you know, that amount of point that they're able to add on top of that, it's just crazy. Like these guys are at this point, right? We're talking like 65-ish points cut off to top 8, and they're already close to it or at it.
We can take a look at the scoreboard now from that game. It'll give you a rough idea of how many points that they've added to that tally. Mark, what is it about Mad Bull's play style, though, that's making it difficult for other teams to shut them down?
That W key, Sam. It's that W key on the keyboard. They are just pushing forward. Look, we saw in Mentality that there wasn't the full squad that we've got now. Luke Rux, as Martin mentions, is just settled so well, and it's to push forward. Even in a compound, Sam, they were happy to go out and get kills. And when we came to them, I was like, how many kills they are? And they're on 7 kills, and they've still got strong hold in the center of zone.
Right.
Let's take a look now at the leaderboard, and you will see that Mad Bulls is charging all the way into the grand finals at this point. The total points that they're sitting on, kill points alone, 40 kills, 40 points. Mark, can they be stopped?
The problem they have is they're stealing so many points away. I know it's day number 1, but we look at Orclus, Win or Die, FaZe, Carnivals, all these teams on the bottom. Every point that Mad Bulls put on the board is a point that another team needs. And in the group stages, we know they can be tough. We're looking for a top 8 position, and arguably they've already maybe secured their spot within the first 3 games.
Okay, so we're halfway through day number 1 of the group stages. For a lot of these teams, they've only got 2 days to get points to try and get to the grand finals. Otherwise, they are going to have to go into the last chance qualifiers. Avenger, like Mark mentioned, very difficult when you've got this team sponging up all the points. So does the game plan change now at the halfway mark of day number 1 for some of those teams that are sitting towards the back end?
There's 12 points difference from 6th to 16th, right? It's 1 game with 2, like it's a win with 2 kills. It is extremely close still because you're sponging up at the top, right? But still, it doesn't change anything for the rest of the teams. It changes if you meet Mad Bulls, you're gonna not kind of want to engage them because they don't care at this point. Like they're gonna push you, they're gonna W key you, and they're gonna try to fight you or third party you. So if you see them, get knocked by them, put your friend into the car, drive the car as far away to the other side of the circle to make sure you don't engage them again, because they're going to run it and gun it at you.
So there was one team that I actually thought was a little bit quiet during Miramar, but we've now had a chance to see them in action. Mark, what did you think of Foot Esports?
Definitely a team I wanted to focus on because when we look at Tago, if they don't get the zone, we'll see a nicer side rotate from them. And this is what we got. They hit their normal drop spot. It was a late rotate, give or take. And as you can see now, they had the whole east side. They know how disciplined it is. And even just before this point, they kind of scouted their way in. They scouted their way in. And it's just control. Control, it sort of sums up Foot Esports for me. And no point, T-Bone was watching behind. And then Vard was like, well, we need to get some points now. And lucky enough for him, cars come flying past, gets a quick kill, confirm off Chris, and says goodbye. And it's just that discipline. They controlled their way up. As the zone shifts though further away, it's like, hey guys, we need to make sure we know we've got a team coming behind us. We've got to do everything we can to push them away. We saw it happen with no tags. They said they were sent north, and then as they pushed their way in closer towards that compound, Win or Die, LURW go as well, and then they just started picking on the solos. I think at the last point though, Martin, it was difficult. The zone shifts back again for Mad Balls. They need to make a play in towards a compound or somewhere to go, and then this is it. This is like, hey, we've got to go for a full send. They lost some bodies, but what can you say? Vard all the way.
Yeah, honestly, in this case here, it's obviously hard for them to maintain the amount of control. You have this southern compound. They saw the water. They knew that they can kind of stay alive. They tried to maintain control on the southeast side, and then they have to push this compound right. And they take, obviously, a pretty good fight. But Mad Bulls, they are super strong. Confidence at an all-time high, right? So it's hard to do much about it. But then again, what I'm seeing right now from Foot, it's a lot of kind of bullying and confident pushes from them rather than like 100% focus on trying to get 4 guys alive towards the late game. They are focusing on the kills, right? We know usually with this point system here, 65 to 70% of your points are going to come for kills. It feels like they're emphasizing really hard on that point throughout this year. They're if they are not getting the circles towards them like hard gifted, then they are focusing fully on just getting those kills here, trying to clean up the edges, trying to clean up as many kills as they can. And you can see Vard doing it beautifully here. He pulled out obviously from that fight there with the send to make sure they lost the flush there, but it doesn't matter. You can stay 4 guys alive, take that compound, and then they can be backs free and push in towards that. And they got a lot of points out of this, and I feel like they realized we're not going to win this game here. Mad Bulls has 4 guys alive. They're super strong right now. Confidence is just unrockable, so they're going to try to squeeze out as many points as they could. And they managed to do that in this game here.
So Venter mentioned there how Foot Esports can be a little bit confident. They can be a little bit cocky, and that's because they have players that have so much experience on that lineup. So we thought it might be a good idea for our amateur PUBG players, those of us that are watching or in the chat who maybe dream of playing in PEC. We got some tips from the Foot Esports players. Let's hear what they had to say.
Hey, 2 tips that I would recommend would be, 1 is making sure you park your cars in a safe place, don't lose any tires. And 2nd, it would be make sure you're scouting ahead and checking compounds where teams leave and where there is space to be played later on in the game.
One important tip I would probably give is to always remember to scout for info and always communicate with your team, because that is one of the biggest strengths you're gonna have. If you ever find yourself stuck outside a circle, it could be a good idea to send in the middle if you know a good position.
One good tip that you can do, I would say, is if your teammate gets knocked in a pretty bad spot, you can pull up on him with a vehicle and make sure you pick him up with your interaction key and put him in either the side seat or the back seat of the car and drive him away to somewhere safer to revive him. And for the second tip, I would say, is utilizing suppressors on DMRs as much as possible. It's really overpowered for shooting people long range.
There we go, some tips for you, and hopefully you and your teammates can utilize some of that, and we'll see you in the next PEC. Right now, though, we're going to focus back on the group stages and the format of this competition, just to recap exactly what is up for grabs and how this is being played. We have the group stages this weekend, and we have 3 groups, 2 days to try and finish in the top 8 and get yourself through to the grand final. Of course, if you don't finish in the top 8, you get to play in the last chance. And Mark, at this point, I mean, if Mad Bulls continues this way, they are going to be able to guarantee themselves a spot probably by the end of today in the grand finals. They just need to keep racking up those double-digit kills.
Let's just X out one of those numbers, because, yeah, it's Mad Bull all the way. They had a point to prove, and we need a top 8, and arguably they are looking strong for that top 8, Sam. So 3 more games to go. Can they do it again? Well, in the first 3 games, they potentially yes.
I was curious when we moved to Tego if they would continue, and now I'm curious if it keeps going and they keep charging on Vikendi. We'll find out right after this.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. we've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
One guy in front of double. Yeah, there's two team. Yeah. Knocked right or okay, right.
Two more, maybe. Behind the tree, blue tree.
Blue.
Mate.
Blue tree.
Double net.
One is unknown. One got knocked. One active.
Is the tree? You flash the tree or what?
That's flush. Yeah, that's flush.
No. Three is not knocked.
Inside.
That's it.
You should save the card.
Be a flush, by the way.
Hit one, twice, knock.
Nice. You flush?
You're free up.
My marker. He's behind the tree. Maybe we're able to get angle.
I'm trying.
A full team driving on green now.
It's just one.
Nice knock, Bard. Flashing for you.
I'm leaving. There's just one active. Watch over me.
We're watching.
Cut behind us.
They're lying.
Accurate.
And one is gonna crash.
One on my house, one crashing.
Oh.
Last guy car, and then two guys in car and one on green.
I'm shooting the south guy.
Right.
Three games in, Felix, and we're already running out of bull puns to make. I mean, they're seeing red, they're charging into gunfights, horny. I don't like. We're running out of things to say about them. Honestly, they're just being so damn dominant. 2 wins in our first 3 games. The first of which 18 kills. The second of which 10 kills as well. Completely running away with day number 1 of the group stage. And honestly, for a team that we know has high potential and has recently made roster changes, we absolutely love to see it.
Yeah, I gotta get myself a Mapples jersey at this point, right? If it continues like this, gotta make sure to pre-order one maybe for the next week, right? Because these guys seem to be unstoppable. Honestly, sure, in this game, you said it in the past as well. They didn't necessarily need to make the big rotates. They didn't need to necessarily make the big moves, like the tough ones. They made sure to keep the compound stack, made sure to get fast rotates in the first few phases as soon as they knew it was gonna be a crazy kind of circle. But they still had to hold it down strong. They still had to get these frags, and they did. Again, double digits elimination. So, I mean, what is there to want as a Mapples fan? Ibiza's calling is on point right now. Nixie and Quizzy are popping off, and if Lucarus chimes in as well, which is what we theorized about even before this tournament, because once again, this is the first time we're seeing this lineup. Then what can go wrong? Honestly, what can go wrong?
From this point, I think there's very little that could go wrong. That we say day 1 was not a good day for Mad Bull. It's a pretty damn good day for the Mad Bulls, although that is definitely not the case for everyone else in the lobby. A couple teams definitely with some hard work to do to try and play catch-up duty. And again, these kind of wild card maps are always a good place to try and pick up some of those points. A team like Sticky Gummies in the MEA round of 16 qualifiers picked up an average of 15 points across their 2 Vikendis. Both games, incredibly strong performances for them. So with a position that, like the one that they currently have, relatively close to the center, good chance to make an early move in the style that they like to make, this could be the game that they can start turning things around.
Could be. Or it could be another Mad Bulls dinner. Who the hell knows at this point? But yeah, we're going into Vikendi. And it is a tough playing path, to be honest. Let's just put it like that. That is going to be a very interesting phase 1, but it is going to be a relatively centralized Eastern one. Good for Na'Vi, good for Lil W, and good for Auglers as well.
No surprises there when we look at the most kills in the lobby. Nixie and Lookarooks leading the charge by a significant margin, 14 and 15 apiece. And look at that, a flight path, relatively standard, straight to maybe favoring the north, if anything. But the phase 1 circle itself is not too bad. Slightly favoring the eastern side of the island, a team like Na'Vi, maybe with a chance of taking a strong position that may play a part in the late phases of the game, but Auglers over by train station will be more than happy. And Lil W, well, they've got themselves a nice freebie with a VSS.
Yay!
Woo!
I
nice.
guess. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Anyways, Lil W get themselves an easy one. Yes. Well, this is not the only thing going for them. They make it into late game in a couple of these rounds, and this is also one of the, I'd say, underdog. Would you agree? I'd say one of the underdog teams in this one.
Lil W?
Yeah, and this, I feel like in this group split, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say, again, they're the team that came through, absolutely dominated in the round of 16, but when we've got so many teams that got invites from so many different places, then even being the top of the round of 16 puts you kind of towards like the bottom middle of the lobby. So definitely a team that with their round of 16 performance we look at and say, cool, like you should be able to come in and have a decent showing, but definitely not one that we expect to absolutely dominate in the style of Mad Bulls, but also definitely not one that Newgate was expecting to be in that compound, because Sanka Pao made a very early move. He drove directly into that compound, and a naked guy with a VSS just picked him off immediately, like 3 minutes into the game, and now he's waiting for Arangel. That's his Vikendi contributions done for the day, and that's very unfortunate. Slight tilter, but for Newgate, they're just going to have to cop it and move on, because they still have a decent position in the zone that may be able to hold on to as a 3-man.
Look, you say slight tilter, but I feel like it's a bigger one. If that was my sole contribution, not even touching the ground, yeah, it's not the first time we've seen it happen so far today.
I think,
then
to be fair,
yeah.
As a competitive PUBG player, if getting ratted 3 minutes into a game tilts you, probably don't play competitive PUBG. You're going to spend most of the time like
that tilts me even Publix
on your stream, right?
Yeah.
Protivini, wow. 485 meters, longest kill. I suspect that may have been on Miramar with the third party onto the Mad Bulls fight from the church, long distance spam with the mini. But Lil W taking the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spot in the longest kills.
Would you look at that? 485 with only 3 maps being played. Definitely on the higher end, I'd say. Question is, does that include flashes? Because I think it does. I think it does.
Yes, of course it does. Yeah. But still, 500 meters is long range, and I'm pretty sure that was the same engagement where Hoppycock was trying to contribute with a Kar 98 with a red dot.
Probably.
So no surprise that he didn't hit any highlight reel bolty headshots with a red dot from 500 meters range, but at the very least they got the kill point on the board, and we do like to see that. They've also got themselves a very solid position towards the center, actually alongside Lil W again, this time again after losing a player early on, but not too bad in terms of their potential for moving further on into our 4th match of the day.
Rotate coming in for ATC as well. Any trolls in chat whenever I say the name? I feel like I speak to the chat. And yes, there are plenty of trolls in chat, so that is indeed true. Gotta love it. Whenever a tournament like this starts, it's good entertainment. But yes, Marcelek, gotta highlight his individual play from the last round especially as well. He's once again, he's brought his fan base with him into this tournament, and deservingly so. You said as well, they made it to the EMEA qualifier, to the EMEA, with 2 players that I'd say are not as experienced as Marcelek and Double, coming from the European side, but have made a name for themselves as well in throughout the past year.
Yeah. I mean,
so they do have their chances.
Well, let's be real. In the past year or so, if they made it to probably the round of 32 of MEA qualifiers, like more than twice, they probably have about the same amount of comp experience as Marsalek does. It's not been the easiest of years for him, it's fair to say, but we're glad to see that he's back in the scene and contributing alongside a team that, unfortunately for them, has just drove straight into Mad Bulls, so I wouldn't be all that surprised if we started seeing them in the kill feed one way or another relatively soon, as right now Carnivores on the southeastern side of the zone just poking and prodding at Howl.
There we have it. Okay. I'll take it all back. Marsalek and Double each get an entry before Nixie trades things out. But is this going to be the first time that we see Maple go out early? Because it looks like...
let's hold off on that. We saw them in this kind of situation earlier on. They had a couple of players knocked on of rotations up against Howl. Static has just knocked himself with a blue zone grenade just in case. He just checked his PayPal and saw the notification that Ibby has paid up. So it's time to commit to the push for Nixie. And for any trolls in chat,
no way.
It may just be another one of those times where it looks like Mad Bull are on the ropes, but it might just fall apart again.
And I don't think they get any flashes off of that. Look at this. Nixie is able to get both of these. Marsalek and Static done and dusted out of this one as well. I do have to prepare for Iron Yell. And it's just Double. And look at this. I don't even think he sees Ibiza at the moment. I think he's looking for him. But Ibiza has caught all the way towards the right side. And now look at this. Teammate arrives. And it is a 2v1. They're not even going for the rest at the moment. They're not even going for the rest at the moment on Ibiza. They're going for the rest inside the compound first, as Quizzy is on that lower end. Smoke towards Ibiza. Make sure Double doesn't get the knock immediately. Excuse me, Flash, but that is one big trouble. Double piece around the corner. Not only gets the Flash, but gets Quizzy as well. And, well, now it's down to a 1-on-1 again. How fast things can change.
That's a big nade. Oh, Double! Oh, my goodness. Is that an official 1v4? We'll allow it. That's a 1 versus 4, even if 2 of them were already knocked and completely free, unaware of his position in the compound. That MP5 gets the first, and the Double with the grenade from Double at the end, and the Mad Bull's reign of terror is brought to a swift end. Any trolls in chat, they came close to trolling it, but man, taking up the pieces right at the end is Double, and that is a big play from one of the more experienced players on that roster.
Definitely is. Interesting pacing on that fight. I thought it was over the first time, then Maple somehow came back, and
I don't know how Static knocked himself with a blue zone nade. I think he thought he threw a smoke. I don't know.
Must have been the answer, right? I don't think there's another way. These two kind of look similar, though. I must admit. It hasn't happened to me yet. But it almost happened to me.
Well, at least no one was spectating or streaming at that point.
No.
So you got away with it. Ascend, doing what they can to get away with a rotation, and it looks as though this time it's not going to be that classic happy to sit on the edge style from Ascend. It will be a well-timed emergency parachute to put them somewhere around the center, or maybe slightly before, maybe around train station when the phase 2 zone pops. So they have freedom to make a very early move. They'll be able to spot the rotations from above and look to backfill any splits that may or may not be regrouped. As if we take a little peek at the map, which I'm sure we're about to, thank you very much. Na'Vi has a split that may be regrouped. Lil W may look to regroup their split. SG, Org, all of those may look to regroup the split, and if Ascend spots that from above, it's easy to backfill.
Yes, it is, and look at that. Circle shifts deep down south. I think this is the third time now in the 4 games that we've seen where there's a hard shift in phase 2. It's going to make it troublesome for plenty of these teams. Ascend will definitely ride on through, maybe regroup on the far southern side. I feel like that's kind of the Ascent type of play, making sure you get on towards the more clearer side of things in phase 2, phase 3 especially. But at the moment, plenty of teams rode in the end.
Might actually have to take it back. It wasn't as well timed as it could have been. It was a little, like maybe 10, 15 seconds too late, but had they been sort of more towards the center.
Depends on the shift, right?
Yeah, they may have had a chance of getting in ahead of Na'Vi and backfilling Lil W, but that's not going to be the case. They're going to have to go even further, maybe over towards Trika on the far side of the map. Not the end of the world, but could have been slightly better in terms of getting themselves a compound if that's the end goal. Xtans looking to play gatekeeper. It's not going to work out though, as there was still more vehicles on the way for Baldanini, and Mogor will sit him down, the rock not providing cover. And there is a good reason why people say we shoot at the final car in the convoy, because if there's another one coming and you're taking shots at the one above, you may just expose yourself a little too much.
Yeah, he got baited into this one. He thought the first two cars were the only ones until the next two appeared. And unfortunately for Win or Die, they will lose that player. But yeah, I like the quick reaction coming up from Baldini. They immediately knew, wait, it's only one player, right? The first two cars drove by, and then the third one was like, hey, we gotta pick up these frags. Exactly what I, thought Ascent did great in that second round. Picking up the frags that you have the advantage to, and that's what Baldini did.
I'm a little confused as to Baron Peak's positioning and the fact that he only has one weapon. Not sure what occurred there, but the grenades will land, and it's someone else's problem now, as the rest of the team is not going to look to overcommit into this. Auglis just peppering him down, and the smokes will do very little to keep him alive. And with the positioning that Baldanini have now taken, having swept past Xtans with such ease, it's going to force Sticky Gummies to fall back and regroup. And actually, I think they know that this is a split. I think they might just be committing and going for the weaker side of the split of Baldanini instead.
Yeah, they might be. And it might be a good play as well. Look at this, they're being pulled up. How is he in the same car? What is happening? Mercel picks up one, gets that down with the second one though. As I do believe it's Schofield to pick up both of these frags. Really well traded. What was that, though? He pops out on the other side of the smoke, enters the enemy's car, and then gets traded out. That is one crazy play coming out from Schofield.
Yep, this is the MEA part of EMEA. And Schofield with an underhanded grenade. That's beautifully cooked, but Mogor double headshot through the side window, and Schofield denied his moment of glory. Baldanini fall back and punish the aggressive play, but it does once again cost them half their number, and playing in these open areas towards the center of the zone is just an invitation for one of these MEA teams just to run it down and pick you off if you're playing a split.
What a play. I thought that was done and dusted when the first nade hit, but he somehow gets into the car again. That one was one too much though. And as you said, double headshot. Interesting next phase. I think it's going to decide a lot. Ascent did make it in. We were talking about their timings, but they did make it into Circus Center as well. This is a great shift for them, just as much as it is for Win or Die and Auglis. Now, I want to see Win or Die. I'm not sure where he's shooting at right now. Get jocks, but I want to see them group up now. Make sure to get into the placements once and for all, because they haven't been able to do so yet.
Yeah, having a castle helps, I think. Kind of built historically for the defensive positioning and power, so no one will be looking to make a breach. But Leosh may be a little bit overextended if he does have a team wrap in on the southern side. Might get picked off should his team not be able to be there to provide cover. But for Lul W, they do manage to regroup into a compound just over the opposite side of the ridge where Auglis currently reside. That is a wide area for them to control, but it will be difficult to keep entire hold of, especially when you've got up in the sky above a plane containing double. Any trolls in chat? Last man standing. He's got to try and find somewhere to go, and hopefully he doesn't just get shredded before he lands.
Let's hope not. We've seen that happen before. Didn't go too well for the teams that have lost the player. Just like Win or Die. First, though, coming back to the eastern side of things, very close towards no tag, and I think they know that they're relatively close to each other. And if there's any player I wouldn't want to meet in this kind of rich pie scenario, apart from Fex, would definitely be First. He's so on point at the moment. I say that, but yeah, well, that's just Caster Curse, isn't it?
Yeah.
He misses a couple of bullets and doesn't get the initial knock.
Just softening him up for the grenade kill to follow. On the opposite side of the map, Hoppycock was creeping for Newgate, trying to find some sort of position. Just kind of backed himself into Fex. That's never really going to go particularly well for anyone. Fex picked him off with ease. And now Howl having to make a little hop to get into the safety, where the bullets from BB are not going to be affecting them all too much. But no tag. Well, they're well aware that Phil First put the pressure on. Missed the shots, missed the opportunity, and now they're going to force BB back, make them go south and take a wider wrap and say, no, the north is closed, you cannot come up our hill, you're going to have to go the other way.
And that's what they're doing. Look at this. Far southern rep. And that might be a problem as well because, well, they don't know, but we know Foot is down there. And look at this, 80 is all the way towards the edge. They're still having a massive split, so they should know the BB team is going to be rotating in. But then again, it's only 80 alive on that edge. It's only him as a solo, and I think he's going to dash this as well if he knows 2 cars are coming. Which should happen about now. Same for NoTag team. Relatively easy entry for them, though. There's no one on their side of the edge. And that's what I was talking about. 80 is going to be the first one to meet and greet these players as the power comes in. 80 gets one, but that's just about it. As Fulfos once again, the 19-year-old god that he is right now, picks up the trade. And this might be a problem for Foot because I feel like 80 must have... Well, I don't even know if there was timing for 80 to even leave this, but like, he must have known there's more than one player coming.
No, it was just timing. I think Foot Esports was kind of distracted. They saw double coming in late on that emergency parachute. They knew there was a solo somewhere behind them. They kind of spread themselves out to the west to make sure that they weren't getting backstabbed by that solo. And 80 was the one holding the high ground, just wasn't ready for BB to come flying up over the top like that. But the fact that he even sits down, Besto knocks him out of the vehicle. T-Bone does manage to secure the flush, so it at least is a 1-for-1. And they know they've got a 3 versus 3 down towards the southern side of the zone now. O'Connell just cleaning up, making sure that there's no threats, whether or not it's a player, on their side of the zone as they look to hold on to the high ground that they have for the time being.
We saw NoTag team rotate in towards the eastern side. They've gotten an air job as well. Might be worth mentioning because they will have to fight a team for the next spot. I'm pretty sure the edge of the circle where Explicit is standing right now is not in. So... yeah, I'm not even sure what they're going for because the center's on the other side of it. 2 teams are going to be fighting down towards the side as well. There's just Carnivores and Howl, so yeah, but we'll have to wait and see how the tag team is going to play this, especially since Navi's rotating towards them as well. Crazy stuff is going to be happening in the southern and eastern side now. Lots of teams having to fight now.
Bruin trying to play around the smokes the best he can. Vezavai's just lurking, watching. He's got the double folded shields up to that little bit of extra cover, but the position of the rest of Howl, if they were able to find a chance to peek up over, you wouldn't really have much cover from the folded shields, but they can't. The blue zone is here. It's already arrived. It's pushing them. It's pushing Na'Vi as well down to the south, directly into NoTag. They've already dealt with BB teams, sent them packing, sent them to the south, the opposite direction. But this hail of grenades signaling the push is yet to come from Na'Vi, softening them up. O'Connell down to half. One Zach, not much better off either. And a quick headshot from Sosed opens the door.
Oh, might just be more to follow, but no! Solstad gets taken down. In the meanwhile, 2 more frags, though, going the way of Na'Vi. As O'Connell and Explicit, last one standing. O'Connell with a cheeky push outside of the build, but he goes for the flush instead of the kill. And look at that, Hakatori and his teammate clean things up, and that's the fight I was talking about. And it looks like there is some kind of playing room right in front of them. So the NoTag team maybe could have survived another play, but they do need to secure the cars because the next one is going to be absolutely tough. Na'Vi, though, 4 frags in the bank. And that still got 3 players left alive.
We talk about Na'Vi so often. Their utility is just on point, whether it's at the end of the game, whether it's the early parts of an engagement, softening people up, making it that much easier. It's just so clean. Opposite side of the zone as well. FaZe Clan swept in from the west, destroyed August from that little lip, that little ridge that they were holding on. And when the push came up behind them from Newgate, they too have been dealt with. It does leave just Gustav as the last man standing. He's being pushed upon as well. But Win or Die have finally made their exit out of the castle. And T-Bone, they did what they could to try and hold off against BB team, but time was not on their side. Win or Die crept up behind them, and Foot Esports once again highlighted on the desk as saying this is a team that we hope to see them have a little bit of a better day one, but it just continues to be a bit of a trend, starting off a little bit slow, not really for any fault of their own. Just getting caught off by BB team's very late rotation that was forced from the east all the way over there by NoTag. And once again, it's the downfall of Foot Esports.
Talking about downfall, Howl, I think, is meeting their demise, and that is Carnivores. I was about to say, that would have been a crazy cross if Matt would have been able to do that, but no, Veggie is there. It's just as much as his teammates are there to potentially defend this, but wow, Ruin somehow makes it close to the building. and so does Keppa. Just a matter of seconds, and they will at least have another chance of securing some of these kill points that the teammates won't be able to do anymore, because Matt and Cold Marker, they're already flushed out. So once again, the question remains, what more can these two players do?
Question remains, whoever wins this fight, how do they get out of here? It might not even matter though. Keshigal comes around the side, and while Keppa does sit down Vezavai through the window, it's a quick trade back. They do both get a placement point out of this situation though, as Gustav is cleaned up by Gedrox. We're into the top 8, so they don't go completely unrewarded for this match. But Vezavai should be revived. Ruin will be left alone. Oh, he tries to make an exit, a sneaky one, playing around the opposite side of the building, but Spyro catches him out. And now Carnivores will know if they try to make a play, a move out to their west, the BB team are watching.
This is so interesting. Look, Na'Vi was somehow able to cross. No Ascent. Haven't even got a single frag so far in this round. They potentially have to fight them at a disadvantage depending on what kind of angles. Na'Vi opens things up with Brex though. Gets the first player. He takes him down as well, but Diffix is there for the trade. MK12 in hand. Excuse me, MK14 in hand. No, it isn't. It was an MK12. Hard to differentiate these two. But the trade does happen either way. The only one to get the flush, though, it is Kill Yakai. And that leaves all of the players still standing.
I wonder, actually, if Ascend have been keeping their heads down intentionally, not giving away that this compound is even occupied, not firing their guns, not throwing any utility, not even looting the airdrop crates in front of them to try and bait a team in like that. They were keeping themselves very low, out of sight, out of earshot, and Na'Vi came flying through to their own detriment. Brex does get the one, they get the revive again, and Baldanini clean up Hakatori as well, leaving Diffex as the last man standing far off to the north. He's got a long wrap to try and make as the phase 6 zone has shifted more towards the south, the southwest. Win or die, we'll be happy to see it. They can hold on to those tiny little bits that remain of the moat, the river outside the castle. Diffex, completely in the opposite side of the coin, has a long way to go, and there's very little cover for him to work with.
Yeah, so interesting. They thought they were going to breach that building as opposed to just walking in. Look, I mean, Na'Vi would have had an entry into the circle, right? That's so weird. Instead, they chose to breach Ascent, and Ascent was ready for it as well. I think they hit the entire time, and Na'Vi didn't know that Ascent was in the compound. That's the only real explanation I have for this whole thing, because they were hiding at the edges as well. Either way, Yakai gets more gore as the next nades are coming on through. Kill Yakai gets the flush as well. That's an absolute Kobe. The blue zone grenades pretty well timed as well, but not just touching Axe. Still's got some cover by the cause.
The bold play from Chris to take that zip line up onto the tower. No cover around these, and Mogor did put some shots in towards him, but not quickly enough to prevent him from getting a knock onto BB team, but that's been swiftly dealt with as well. Ascend just tossed a couple of grenades in their direction. And now Axe forced to keep his head down. Chris does just hop off the tower, put a little bit more pressure in towards him. They know there's a second. Brex has spotted him out. They can't really commit fully onto making this push into BB team, but if they really commit into making this push into Baldanini as well, then Diffex has an opportunity. With that P90 in hand, just lurking, waiting for a chance, hoping Baldanini gets an opening knock. Takes 2 Ascend players out of the fight should they go for the revive, but that's not going to happen at all. Brex wraps around the side, and the flashbangs are easily enough for them to clean it up.
And they do have the best chance at taking the second dinner home. They are chasing map balls, and points-wise, they need to as well, because 69 points is quite big of a difference as opposed to that 46. Next shots are coming on through. Leish with a quick catch on towards Lurex. The P90 in play. Should be something that teams are scared of. But then he's only a solo left alive, and they're very stuck to the edge at the moment.
Couldn't fall back. Couldn't get Gedrox into a safe position to grab a revive. Lurex. Oh, if Leosh goes for this flush, he might just get baited. The timing could be horrendous if he looks to try and peek over. Lurex is still giving information the best that he can. Tosses out a grenade, but Spyro finds an angle from some distance away. A slight reposition for BB team is all it takes. And now Leosh can no longer really commit to this fight. Has to watch his back as well, though, because Hello Senpai is still lurking.
Oh, the timing. Hello Senpai, I think he just looked towards the rock. And he might just be able to spot him out. Leos, yeah, I think they know of each other. He keeps looking away. Hello Senpai has the FAMAS in hand as well. So it is air job against air job. As soon as Hello Senpai stands up, he might have a chance of winning this duel. Pika's advantage in this scenario could very much be real, but the big fight is the one happening on the other side. It is Ascent against BB Team to close things out.
Well, both fights are going to be forced to the blue zone, favoring absolutely no one, not a single soul inside the zone until Spyro and Brex have both started to creep their way forwards. Brex with an extremely bold run to get into this position, has a rock for cover, and he's checking behind. He knows that Na'Vi should still have a solo somewhere. Diffek's just doing a good job of keeping his head down. Whereas on the opposite side, those two solos still in their standoff. They both got utility to work with, but the second that one hears the other pull the pin on a grenade, they're going to get pushed. So they just have to sit and wait and see what happens as some initial shots exchanged from a doozy towards the three-man group of Ascend. They still have the numbers advantage. They are still the only team with 4 alive. And Brexco getting that position in the center. A selfless move from their IGL, and Diffex has been spotted.
Yeah. This is an important player to go down. Oh, has he been spotted? Yeah, he has been just now. This is an important player to go down, because then they have the backs free. And I think they were looking for this player as well. And there he goes. Mika's going to pick this one up. 5th threat for Ascend, who'll make it into the top 4 now as well, expectingly. And with Brexco in such a prime spot as well, already got an entry into the circle center. Dangerous one at that, you said it. They might have a very good shot on winning this round. Ooh, has to be careful though. Spyro is looking for this right. Brexco just one shot. Oh! This might be huge for BB Team as they will equalize things again. And Brexco, I think he's unresable there.
Yeah, he made the play, got behind the rock that provided cover from the southeast, but a doozy's wrap all the way to the southwest, and now with Leosh as well contributing the solo, he's dealt with the opposite side of his 1v1 in Hello Senpai, and now he's got the AWM in play as well, sitting down Chris, and suddenly it's a numbers advantage for BB Team as Leosh gets another knock with the AWM.
Oh my goodness, he's just single-handedly destroying this for Ascent at the moment. And Ascent, I think they just wanted too much. They could have maybe made a move towards the right side of the ridge line that BB Team is standing on a little bit earlier, but they wanted to go for the circle center. They thought the other teams were maybe going to focus on each other as well. As there goes Mika, just as the rest of his 3 teammates. Done and dusted, out of this round. Ascent suddenly down to a solo, and it's not even clear if they're going to pick up the 2nd place.
Well, this is hints. Signs of life from Win or Die. This is the team that in the pre-show our analysts were talking about being so dominant in the preseason, looking so damn good in Protality series as well, coming out with the win there. We know they're capable on an individual basis, and Leosh is proving it. 7 kills to his name. The P90, the AWM, he's come equipped for it. Still has an untouched level 3 helmet as well. The doozy is isolated from the rest of BB Team. If he can find a timing, find a position, might just be able to get another, and maybe even get a chance to get into the zone and do even more damage.
Pretty good nades, honestly, pretty good nades. Especially since I don't think he knew where the players were to be, or at least the exact positions. And finally, Leosh, at least for any Ascent fan, is shooting once towards BB Team as well, as they're rotating down off this hill too. And I think BB Team knows. I think Leosh should probably be the first player they want to take out. But he does have the AWM and P90 in hand. What kind of combo is this? This is every eSport player's wet dream. Triple level 3 gear, and then, you know, the AWM P90 top it off. And I'm sure maybe a couple of more nades, a couple more smokes would be great, but he's got 7 frags already, so what more realistically do you want?
Yeah. Well, in this scenario, again, we're not playing winner chicken dinner format, and we only need to be the top 8 of the 24 teams in the group stage. So the correct play for Leosh is probably to try and focus kill Yakai, get that kill, because you get the kill point and the placement point, and you wouldn't even need to try and commit to a flush. But a doozy actually goes for a quick little tumble, tried to drive down into a position with the coupe. It spun out. He hops out of the vehicle, knocks himself. Okay, just making things a little bit more interesting, are we?
Oh, I like this. I like that. I like what Kiryakai is doing right now. Make a move now, and I think Leosh knows this as well. If they want to win this round,
he's trying to get the flush. He's like, oh, you got knocked over there somewhere. One of these has to hit eventually.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too far to the left. I would have expected Leosh to do a move as well. I'm not sure why these guys are letting BB Team get the res, because at this point, it's just going to be BB Team plowing on through again. Two players man advantage is realistically. It's just too much. But a 2-on-1, you can easily clutch this as well. Maybe get a knock and then fall back with the other shoulder to make a move. But they want to make it smart. They want to play it safe. So everyone's still standing again.
Everyone's just aware if you're the first to make the move, you're getting third-partied in this scenario. And it's very likely that you're going out in 3rd place. That extra placement point May not seem like much right now if you look at the standings, particularly between Ascend and the other team. I mean, win or die, it's a 35-point gap coming into this game, but it might make all the difference later on down the line, especially after a bit of a rough start. Flashbangs now being sent the way of BB team just to try and keep them head down for now as the blue zone slowly creeps its way towards the center in phase 9.
As it does, 1 minute 30 to play at the absolute maximum. But surely we're going to see a frag up until then, right? Oh, Kiliakai gets naded and spotted out from the left side. Leos now has to make a decision. Does he go for the solo and picks up the second place absolutely safely? Or does he go for the big play? And I think BB team at the moment are sweating as well. They're not exactly sure these players are. And it could still get very, very dangerous. You can see they're kind of in the middle of the dip they're playing off of. So Leos, if he's smart, maybe if you find a cheeky angle, could peek to the right of the smoke.
Imagine if Kiliakai still had his 7 Molotovs right now.
Oh, yes.
Look at how grouped up BB team are. If he still had them, he could set this entire area alight. And they would have nothing left to play. But Leos on the tree pops up around the side. A doozy gets completely removed. They weren't ready for that at all. But the blue zone will finish the job. He's going to force Kiliakai to take the engagement. He gets the headshot, though. But Spyro denies the heroic play from Killy to get their second win of the day. And BB team, in the 3 versus 1, they needed all 3.
Yes, they did. It came down to the absolute wire. Oh my goodness, how close was that? I thought Kiliakai even had a chance. The first knock was absolutely immense. Maybe the second one was just a little bit too low on HP for him to get that. Unfortunate things though for Ascent. They had the biggest shot in this round, mad advantage, and then BB team came in and Leos came in. What a play from both these teams, making sure to secure the round.
Huge stuff as well. Very good patience from both of the solos. Again, maybe it might have been statistically better if they went to take the engagement between themselves, but in terms of the viewing experience, man, that came down to a 1v1 at the end, and we do love to see that when there is teams in a numbers disadvantage and they fight back against the 3-man team. Could have easily been a chance where they give it up to the blue zone, but no, we're not having any of that. We're fighting back until the very end, but that is not going to be enough against the likes of BB team. So that is a third team picking up a winner chicken dinner. Let's see what the analyst desk has to say about BB team's victory.
It took a while to get there. Very slow final 3 battle, Mike, and it feels like we have to go way back in time because I actually want to talk about when we got into the final 4 teams, and it felt like Ascend had this wrapped up. The chicken was on the plate ready to go, and yet BB team was able to take it from them. How did they do that?
It's difficult in zone, isn't it? It's in the bowl in the middle, and Ascend rightfully so made the push. They went in, but look at this. BB team were flying in, and when they got control, BB was still on the outside edge. I'm surprised we didn't see that 1v1 at the end, and I think that's what BB team wanted, but they needed all 3 players, like I said, and it goes down to a 1v1. They left it right to the last player.
The Leos Kiliakai battle there that we saw, Avenger, was quite fun to watch. Those 2 players obviously so aware of what's on the line, but also not completely aware of who's around them. That must make it tough.
Yeah, and you know, Leos putting down the hammer here in Ascend really destroyed Ascend's potential to win a game, you would think. But then it comes down to a 1 versus 1 in the end anyway. Obviously, great experience there. But this one was BB team's game to lose, right? They had to win this after Leos managed to take and pick off some of the Ascend guys there. Overall, really interesting ending here, though. Really interesting game so far. Like, this east area of Castle here is really rough. BB team came into that southern side, having a lot of control of that ridge, and managed to kind of herd all the other teams towards each other and kind of force them to fight. It was good to see here. And 18 points coming their way.
We can see there the match standings, and you'll see as we move to the leaderboard as well, now that we've seen 4 games here in the group stages. Avenger, there's some teams that have been consistent throughout today, and it's going to pay off for them, not just the Ascends and the BB teams and those Mad Bulls, but also teams like LOLW. I mean, they've had some top 4 finishes as well, so that's going to be good for the scene in general, I think, to have these sort of lesser known teams fighting it out there at the top.
Right, but then we still gotta face the fact here that there's only 17 points difference from 5th to 16th. Like, it is one good game, right?
Friend.
I know, but you can have your fun later. Let's talk about facts here. Mad Bulls, congrats, guys. After 4 games, you guys have made it to the grand finals. There's no way they're not making it through here. Sten also looking super strong. Few more points on the board for them. Maybe even today could manifest themselves going into the grand finals. BB team, of course, closing this one out here. It is extremely top heavy. Like, it is actually unreal that it is this top heavy here with these 3 teams dominating it this much.
When we take a look at these 3 groups, Mark, which would you say is the most stacked group of the 3?
Oh, I'm going to go Group B, but I am looking forward to a B versus C, if I'm honest, because Bumble squad obviously top in there. Twisted Minds coming in. Well, we can see Twisted Minds going to that lower bracket. We know they like to put extra games on the board. Will they try and qualify? And then the return of BBL, right? The confirmed roster. So I am looking forward to that B versus C, but I would say B, I think, is a bit more stacked.
Do you agree with him, Avenger? You also on the Group B is the most stacked group?
Yeah, sure, we can go there. I'm a little bit excited for C though, like, right? I'm hoping we're gonna see some new Twisted Minds dominance coming out, but it really comes down to like what the stack up is, to like A versus B, A versus C, so forth, right? Because it comes down to the composition, how the teams play. But now with Mad Bulls playing this well, and you're coming in, you know, you're playing against a team that has already played 6 games, played extremely well, and you're coming in cold, for example, as a C team. It's going to be a little bit scary to play like that. But yeah, we'll see how everything kind of turns out. I'm excited to see, you know, tomorrow and the day after, of course. But I don't know. I'm more thinking, do you want to be done after 2 days? Do you want to play if day 1 and day 2 and then just sit back and kind of watch your points fade away in the last day? Or do you want to be there in the last day to have impact? It's always kind of a different story to what teams and players prefer. I think most of the teams, they want to be there in the last day to kind of have their fate in their own hands.
Fair enough. We're jumping the gun a bit because we still have 2 more games to play here on day 1 of the group stages. And one of the things that we've been doing is breaking down some of the teams that you're seeing here, giving you insight into how they play. Mark, who did you have your eye on there during Vikendi?
But there's only really one team to go and watch. It's the team that took out the Mad Bulls early. Any trolls in chat? Well, there were some trolls on some rotation. You can see these guys obviously land down. Normal drop zone for them. It's their standard call for Kendi. And then they rotate in, and lucky enough, we said before, it's a team you don't want to cross path with, but Mad Bulls being so high up on the points, they went eager for some kills early, but Double, he was the one really held it down. Nice initial knocks backwards and forwards. Here comes the push. We know Nixie will try and make the play. Egos gets the exchange on the board for him. Sparta falls down. Then it goes down to said Double before. And look, there's a bit of luck here. There's a bit of PUBG that he's pulled up at the right time. They go for the res and he's able to pick up. But there's no argument, no, Martin, about this nade. This is a Kobe nade and a half into the smoke, far away. Nixie, he has to fight another day.
Yeah, he's able to close it out, obviously, here. I would say, though, like, this is a fight that's like, you just have to do it. It's forced, right? But there's no fight for like, you're not winning, you're not getting any like huge game out of it. You just gotta kind of squeeze as many points out of this as possible here. And like, he even has to land like outside, try to kind of get in, but he gets spotted out, obviously, and just gets closed out. So far, though, from HCC, still on the kind of lower end of the leaderboard, but again, as we talked about before, like 10-point game for them, and they're straight into the middle of our top 8.
I see Marcelic and I like. So there you go. That's my contribution to that great dive analysis. It is now time for us to move on to Erangel. We've got 2 games left. We'll see you in a bit.
I'm safe. The low ground.
What? He knocked his teammate!
Yeah, he's free. Go flash on green. Both are knocked on green.
And where's last?
Like go yellow line, orange. You pull up on me, look at res, we go for it.
I think Nix goes to Bro, what the fuck? You're lucky I'm so much fucking better than this kid.
You good?
Yeah.
I guess it was 3. Cover them from blue. Just put a color.
Bring him in the compound.
No, we good.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Then we need to go back to Trika.
Yeah,
right?
we go back to Trika.
2-2 or what?
No, 4 in Trika.
What about this? Can anyone scout
I knock one of them.
From my edge. I come around.
Driving right on you. We're driving really right.
That's one. It's that.
Full team. On us.
We need to push. We need to push. Owl is gonna laser us.
You push right. Come right.
I'm flashing over.
You can flash. One is above. Flash. Nice.
Team on us, it's a duo. It's not the duo. Oh, it is the duo, it's the Gilder suits. 2 of them. Down right low. You can keep 1v1. Go. Nice. 1v1.
Upright on the ridge. Green.
Oh, unlucky.
I'm safe. The low ground.
What? He knocked his teammate!
Yeah, he's free. Go flash on green. Both are knocked on green.
And where's last?
Like go yellow line, orange. You pull up on me, look at res, we go for it.
Big jump in the standings for win or die as Leosh comes up with a 7-kill third place in the previous matchup, as we're once again denied a huge clutch from Kilyakai right at the very end. But BB team gonna be our third team to pick up a winner chicken dinner on map number 4 and deny the second team from getting their second of the day. So far it has been relatively consistent for those at the tops, Mad Bulls and Ascend, and now potentially BB teams throwing their name into the ring, Felix.
Yes, BB team. I want to say one of the 3 most highly anticipated CIS rosters in this PUBG 2024 European season, at least for me. Well, GG has been taken out. Twisted Minds has been underperforming. Navi's been playing pretty well. Actually, I gotta make that 4. And now BB team comes into the mix as well. Quickly, relatively newly picked up by this org, and these guys have been performing throughout Brutality as well, as much as they have been here, at least at the very start of this tournament. Great stuff coming out from BB team. We all know a doozy is never one to have a relatively long period of bad performances, and you can really tell he's just never the guy to have that. And I expect big things from him and his team in 2024 as well.
I think it's very fair to say that when, towards the end of last year, after PGC occurred and we started to hear these rumors of roster changes, of Example making a move and joining Twisted Minds and Spyro looking elsewhere, question mark, I mean, it was always going to be a fantastic place for any player to land, particularly one the caliber of Spyro. And now being picked up by a sponsor as well, everything is looking up for a doozy and the lads for 2024. And so far, let's say that it's looking pretty good for their chances of making it directly to the grand finals as well. Now we have a flight path once again down from the kind of southwest up to Kameshki, not too far down, so no massive danger of a military island zone, but certainly a good spread, but much more congestion over towards the eastern side of the map than on the south and west.
Definitely.
Oh, what's going on there?
Hold on a second. What just happened? Doesn't look like he's gonna be able to make a move though, as Marslake's already found a weapon, and he as well as if there's any player on this team so far, at least in the finals, he's been the player you do not want to mess with on this lineup. Pretty consistent, great frags. We saw the 1v2 against Ascend, even though he wasn't able to secure these frags. Great shots from him. But yeah, coming back to the Circle. Good BB team, Circle. Again, I think they'll have a pretty clear Southwestern side. The only real team that likes to rep this way is potentially Foot. I don't even think Winner Die likes to rep that far south, so they should be having a relatively clear Southwestern edge.
And I think Baldinini as well would be very happy to see this as a Circle for phase number 1. There's a very, very solid chance that if this centers up again, goes towards that field just to the north of the Ferry Pier compound, then hell, they might just walk away with a free top 3 this time around. And to be fair, that's kind of been the MO for them so far throughout this event. Baldinini, 11 placement points so far, but only 4 kills on the board, which is the lowest in the lobby. The next highest is 6, which is shared among Howl, Carnivores, and Orgless, all of whom have had some pretty unfortunate phases in the early game, but Baldinini have done a little better at surviving later on. They just maybe not picked up the best in terms of getting the most out of those opportunities that are presented to them. 3 kills on Mogor, 1 for Mercel. Yet to see any contributions from Mr. Shimada and Axe.
Weirdly, because I thought Axe was having his impact. I thought we saw him as the last player standing, left standing in plenty of these rounds. So I'm very surprised to see a 0 there. But yeah, apparently not been able to really secure something. Well, players that have been able to secure something. Speaking of them, Lucarux and Nixie and Quizzy as well. But Lucarux and Nixie definitely the players to watch here. 14 and 18 frags. That's more than lots of these teams have combined. Look at ATC, look at SG, look at FaZe. Even FaZe is down to 13 points. That's Lucarux as a single player has more frags than the entirety of FaZe at the moment. That's how crazy this start is. And Map Balls, I mean, you gotta love them as well. These wins, once again, have not been gifted as much as you might expect when a team picks up 2 chickens very early, but instead they really had to fight for it.
This, I'm not sure we would love to see this, though. This is very much the opposite end of the spectrum. Senka Pow Pow forced out of his position by a very early move from Orgless. And again, we talk about the MO of teams. Baldinini favoring the placement points. Orgless has always been a team that favors the extremely early move. They like their drop spots in the center of the map. Pachinki, Picardo, train station, anything in that sort of area so they can loot up quick, hop in the vehicles wherever the zone goes and get themselves into a priority spot. Senka Pow Pow was not ready for it, did not have a vehicle ready to exfiltrate as he heard the vehicles coming in. So he's kind of just stuck here for a while, until maybe the rest of Newgate put some pressure on to Orgless, maybe draw their attention. He might be able to fall back to a shack just to the north, about 100 meters, but it's a dangerous sprint if he wants to try and make it.
Definitely a dangerous sprint. But we have seen dangerous sprints so far, and very often we were surprised with how good they've been working out in this lobby. We saw Brexcove just last round with a crazy sprint. We saw the same thing happening to James as well. At least at the start of this round, not really what we're looking for. Quick rotate coming in from any trolls in the chat. Pretty much straight through the middle. I do believe that's for the majority of the scouting path, at least just drive scouting. I'm not sure they have scouted this from all the way up on Pachinki. So it might just be a little bit risky, but as we know, there's no one up here in this hill, and this is a pretty good spot to take in phase 1. Do they lose that card, though? Because then it might just be a problem rotating off. What do we have here, though? Bridge? Is that a bridge camp, though? Because Winner Die apparently picks up 2 of these knocks really, really early, but maybe Kano has just something to say about this. Next player drops out as well, gets dropped. Leos is still there, though. We just saw him with 7 frags. Can he make more?
One more bullet. It would have opened the door at the very least. Oh, one more bullet again. Leos just can't quite get the finish onto either of these players. One disappears within the door, one behind the vehicles. He does have grenades available, but he gets picked off. Cashier managed to fall back up to the high ground, the upper tier of the Wizard Tower, and that was just an angle he wasn't quite ready for the peak to come through. Win or die, we just said. They jumped up 7 spots in the previous game, and the 4X AUG looking for the last man standing may just find him as well.
Yeah, he still hasn't touched the shoreline, I think. Maybe just now. But that's far from, you know, making something happen, because all these players are currently in the safety behind the rock. So Keshier's got a pretty good angle to hold this as well. Now they know where the last player is. This is a dangerous peak. Keshier, please don't throw it away for any Carnivores fan, that would be devastating. They've made such great work on how to counter this one that they surely want to pick this one up clean.
Well, it won't be clean. Vezavai gets sat down, looking the wrong way as Hell on My Bad peeks around the side. Na'Vi may just hear the explosions here and from the opposite side of the river, the gunshots. If they opt to pull up on the hill, they should get a freebie onto Hell on My Bad. It looks like at least one of the vehicles has stopped, but it's still a long way to rotate. They don't want to commit too much of their time. Carnivores, though, more than happy to commit almost all of their utility into flushing Hell on My Bad and taking all of these points that they can get their hands on.
Yeah. Talk about points to get their hands on. This is what they're looking for. Last player, just make sure we don't get flushed, no problem. First player just runs on through. Doesn't even matter where he's going to aim, because at this point, you're surely going to get traded. Great job from Carnivore. Somehow they salvaged this bridge camp against them into a 4-0 clean wipe. That is great early play, and they needed it. 12 points, and that doesn't even stop right there. SG straight up rotating into Lil W. I don't think they expected him here. Baron is on the other side, and I think he probably thought his side is clear, so the other one is as well, but little does he know, it's Lil W that snuck into the building.
Seems a little bit of open qualifiers starting to creep in now. As some of those teams that are not having the best of times in the first half of today's games, just maybe losing discipline, maybe getting a little desperate, just trying to force the issue to see if they can get anything working in their favor. Carnivores come off looking the better of it, but Sticky Gummies, it's not quite gone to the same level. They have 12 kills on the board, only a single placement point, and losing a player early like that and then immediately backing away from the position anyway may not be the best course of action if they're looking to add to their singular tally of placement points as we get into our 5th game. Getting closer and closer to that phase 2 shift. Baldanini, look at the massive area around them that no one wants to occupy. If this shifts central, they're going to have an absolute field day. Get it? Field? Anyway, yeah, Scream's got headshot by a Dragunov, 98 HP. Huge damage, but thankfully not quite within that all-important 100-meter mark for it to be the instant down.
Yeah. Have to wait and see. Pretty dangerous for Komarko, actually. Just as much as it was for No Tag team, but everyone makes it out alive on this rotate as well. Next circle shift is going to decide a lot, as always. On phase 3, we saw Foot Esports as opposed to BB Team now as the furthest southwestern team. And I expected this, I said it before, I think Foot is always the one to rotate down south. They know this is the cleaner edge, and if BB Team rotates in, they can have the edge clear and have no one else behind them, which is kind of what you want to have if you do play edge in the first place. And from there now, just spread apart, make sure you get all the information necessary. T-Bone might even head towards Ferry Pier, which is a pretty good entry spot as well. Yeah.
Senko Pow Pow is still there. Still just hiding behind a hay bale next to Auglis, just waiting for them to leave so he gets to play the game again. Well, the zone has shifted.
I thought it was going to go way different.
Yeah, it's
I think the next zone was going to shift.
Central-ish. Baldanini, they'll be all right with this. BB Team as well, holding on to the eastern side of the hill, just outside of Quarry. Auglis for a second got into their vehicles. Senka's eyes lit up as he thought maybe he might be able to finally have a home, but nope, they're straight back into the compound and putting shots in as teams looking to make rotates on the outside of them. And it looks like Newgate might just have to give it up and say, look, there's not much we can do for you. We're just going to have to go and die to Nixie instead.
Oh, Nixie, and dying to Nixie, that's an easy choice for him at least. Great spray against Flatobi. And, yeah, that's another player taken down. Maples, they are on a roll, and you just do not want to mess with them at the moment in any of these phases. Unbelievable. Nixie started off. What is that? Is 15th frag, I think? In what? This is the 5th game. 15th frag in 5 games?
No,
massive.
I would call that his 19th, because he got 3 in that previous fight against any trolls in chat before getting Grenade down to pieces by double at the end of it. So he is up to 18, and that is his 19th kill in his 5th match. Yeah, the pretty insane margins that we're working with. Hoppycock has been taken down as well. And it's really not looking good for Newgate. They've just had a very tough game. Thankfully, I mean, Psychopalpa, he's still gone unnoticed for the time being, as everyone else is just sending it past Ascend even, making just a mad dash rotation straight through the middle. Chris doing a bit more drive scouting further forwards in towards the field just to see what's going on. And they're just going to turn back and come back again. That is unexpected.
Yeah, it is. Kind of just rotating through the circle.
They just went in and back out.
I'm not sure
again.
where they want to head, I guess. Well, I guess they're going to breach this building with free knock inside. I'm not sure what's just happening with Ascent, but yeah, they're driving outside the zone for this single frag, and they will get it as well. I guess that's a good start.
Okay.
Interesting.
Fair enough. Maybe they scouted that from the hill and thought, oh, we can take a point or two.
They must have, right?
And they come back to the hill, I suppose.
What's the fair enough, though?
That would be an interesting one if it does end up being Ascend that we talk to by the end of today. If they outdo the Mad Bulls, that would be an interesting one to get their
was it their knock, though?
Exactly what that was. I don't think it was. I think it was.
I don't think so either, right?
I think it was August that got that knock. So interesting calls. Mad Bulls, though, still holding on to the south of Pachinki Hill, as now Ascend is starting to wrap in their direction from the northwest, and FaZe wrapping in from the east. So defensive positions for the Mad Bulls.
Yes, indeed. Defensive but advantageous positions if they want to fight this. As we can see, Ascend with their quick pit stop in the triple whites, they will make it up towards at least the right side of the Pachinki Hill, with Mad Bulls on the other side. I think Mad Bulls doesn't even want to fight this either. We can see one of the players, Nixie, already rotated down towards the yellows. I think they're kind of gambling, as do many of these teams, for a centralized kind of open field ending. And with that being said, that's where the yellows come into play, and I think that's why they're dodging this at the moment, because I think they know if they do fight No Tech Team, or even FaZe there, which are rotating in as well, they would get third party, and that would be probably be the end of it.
Hearing the sounds of a chopper coming in overhead, as Mad Bulls will be the team taking that. It's Lukarooks who's going alone through the air, scouting forwards as the rest of the team goes forward on vehicles. FaZe close behind them and Howl close behind them. And then No Tag going to fill in just to round out the convoy. And they've spotted out the shacks towards the center. And Sticky Gummies are just getting sent directly in towards, but any trolls in chat from miles away, landing the long-range tags, and it's chaos in the middle of the fields. That little bunker down underground, and the new addition before the release of Rondo is all that Schofield has left, as his teammates fall left, right, and center, but not quite as quickly as the Mad Bulls get shredded from every angle in the fields.
Oh, yes. Now suddenly it's just Schofield left alive for Sticky Gummies as well. He gets breached, potentially. I think Howl just exited his vehicle. Yes, Code Marco is there. It's the headshot. And Howl not even only picking up frags against Sticky Gummies. No, they pick up frag against... Was it FaZe? Yes, I think they picked up Jeems too. Yes, Kepler with a good frag too. So even though they lose plenty of players, at least some of these being secured.
I mean, yep. It cost them 3 players, or 2 players to kill off Jeems, but they breached 3, maybe 4 shacks at once out in the field, and, well, at least they get to be there for pretty much the rest of the game until someone else breaches them. Kepper in the shack, and Code Marco down on the stairs to the underground bunker. FaZe on the shack just to the north as well, and that's pretty much all the cover in the center of the zone now occupied. And we saw what happened when they tried to make a play towards it. Lol W, BB, ATC, Baldanini, everyone surrounding the field, putting those DMR spamming long-range shots in. It's not even over yet as FaZe concede another knock on Fex.
Yes, the question is, can they do anything with it? And I don't think so at the moment. I think these are just dead knocks, as I like to call them. Knocks you can't really do anything with. Perhaps it's very often phase 3 if compounds shoot at each other. Just kind of tearing down their armor. Yeah, AD Alpha, but also tearing down your armor. And I think that makes sense to people in the shack. That makes lots of sense because these players can't just get new vests, as opposed to if you're on a compound, you maybe have 2 more level 2 vests lying around. You can just pick these ones up. But yeah, these players, if they lose a helmet, it's gone. It's done and dusted. So it makes sense to kind of rest a face at that distance. Little W has got the space for it as well. They're still kind of looking for Foot, which I think was really interesting because I talked about Foot, and they're doing exactly what I would have loved them to do, which is a big split on the southwestern side. Just one more kind of shift towards their edge would be great. But yeah, speaking about edges, Northern Edge, Ferris gets an entry.
Yep, so said driving around in the vehicle just draws the attention. Lyron completely baited into looking into it. Not at all aware of the position of Ferris. This guy next. No! Sosed with the covering fire. He was looking at the vehicle, almost got a huge flick, but Sosed with that MK12 just headshots him immediately. That is massive from him. almost definitely would have been Faoris down and out as the blue zone crept its way forward as well. But no, cleanly sweeping aside onto August. Owner, last man standing, has to back away. And there is still that solo lurking of Senka Pow Pow that still exists behind Owner. May just be able to pick him off. But first, Hakatori's been knocked as the Carnivores make a push up from the west. They've got to deal with that.
Yeah, Senka Pow Pow is being shot from the distance as well. You see Ascend made it into the dips now. And this is a very unusual circle as well, I want to say. Usually it ends far more down south. When it kills, still can. But at least the compound around the Carnivores is out earlier. So I'm very surprised by this. In general, the hillside is usually out earlier than this. So once again, this is, I think, a circle these teams wouldn't necessarily have expected. Great for Foot, though, because they will find an entry towards the western side of BB team. Will make their way in.
Jog for Senka, just to waddle his way down into the field out in the open. Has to find somewhere to get his head down quickly, though, as No Tag wrapping around this side of the zone may just spot him out, but they're under a lot of pressure still from Baldanini, and they're going to have to be looking for a way to find their way into the zone now that their compound has been shifted away from, as are Lul W down to the south. Foot Esports, of course, have gone for a wrap up towards the west. The high ground does still remain in play, and they'll be more than happy to claim it.
Let's see if it works out. Foot has to make a move inwards now. And I think Spyro knows that T-Bone is in there. And I think if he knows that T-Bone is in there, he should probably expect 80 up there as well. He's not really covered.
Yeah, they would have heard the cars.
At the moment. Yeah, this is a dangerous spot, though. Spyro rotates on back. Interesting. I think it's so interesting that BB team does not want to take control of the hill, even though they probably knew it was going to be theirs. They would have just taken it early enough. But I think they're scared of Foot having over-rotated them and being a full man. So they might have missed one player being taken out.
Oh, that's a big reposition from Marco, but it's not going to matter. Lurex with the MG3 sits him down regardless. He dodged out of the way of that Molotov, hopping into the vehicle and out the other side. But Lurex sits him down quickly enough with the covering fire from his teammate Sloy Jacket on the hill above. Just needs to make sure he doesn't get knocked from long range. A doozy, taking notes of Vard's little top pro tips, putting that suppressor on the SLR, the DMR for the long range shots. Just take an extra half second to acquire the target, find out where the shots are coming from, can make a big difference. But for Code Marco, it won't make any difference at all. He's been picked off and leaving Ketpa in the shack as the last man standing for Howl.
Last man standing, but the zone could very well, yeah, probably, it may be proning, but it could very well shift towards the eastern side. So, yeah, who knows? He's going to be in at least for one more circle. But yeah, once again, I think it's interesting that BB team did not rotate out. I want to really deep dive into this because I feel like they would have had more control now, but the only real thinking process behind this could be that they maybe expected a far eastern shift, and from that point onwards, maybe they have an easier way rotating across the open fields, but even that is debatable. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to wait and see how well they play. I think they're going to try to play off of Faduzi's position, because apart from that, everything else is going to be really, really troublesome with Foot already having secured the entire hill.
Yeah, it will be very difficult to make any sort of play up towards the high ground without getting absolutely peppered from everywhere on the east. The solos would have a chance to shoot at something, and I'm sure they'd jump on it. But Vard, with a decently long-range shot into the back end of Carnivores, they were looking to try and maybe get some angles onto Na'Vi. They will have to make a move. Hakatori's building is just outside the zone, so they have to get beyond the safety of the wall. And so Carnivores and ATC both staring down at that, open-armed, waiting for those points to arrive. But no, BB team, they're not going to be happy to play the low ground. They are going to look to commit to making this push into the back of Foot Esports, who definitely are not going to expect it, though. A doozy driving up is going to draw the attention. 80 and Vard may be huge. If they can get a knock or two onto BB team, this push falls apart. But if they get picked off, it's over for Foot Esports.
Oh, yes, it is. And I think that late into the round, I don't think they expected at this point. Yes, T-Bone gets taken down. A doozy gets the entry. Is Vard expected as well? First, has to make this trade happen now because his teammate is down as well. While Spyro takes down another one. Ooh, this is a good trade, though. 80 comes back with it. Might even have the chance for a second one.
They just weren't quite sure where the remaining two players of Foot Esports were. And now they've given their position away. 80 with one spray. Besto's trying to find him with the grenades, but a quick reposition way out into the blue zone. Sensibly so as well. Just to make sure that he's not getting picked off by those grenades. But Besto, he hears the steps. He knows that he's coming in. He's going to be low. He's going to be weak. But 8C might just get the better anyway. One headshot either way should secure it, but he still has grenades to burn. And that'll be all it takes. A quick headshot as he makes his re-entry from the blue zone. Softened up nicely for Besto just to stand and destroy him whenever he gets the opportunity. Now Boldenini have made their play forwards on towards Ascend. Not got very much in terms of utility. And Ascend are going to make absolutely short. And they're going to get absolutely nothing. They push forwards, the grenades don't land, they don't force them out of the shack. Ascend get the smokes up in time, give them the freedom to play around it, and Boldenini's push is dismantled in seconds.
Oh, and there's another push coming in. ATC has to defend this one. From the Carnivals that are pushing in, double with a quick double, pun intended. Make sure to secure this one. Sparta with a right side peek around the corner. And just next to the door, he finds the last player hiding. And the Carnivals, as a result of that, annihilated. Quick defense. And that is so important now, looking at the circle and the compound in front of them. Clear as well. They have got lots of breathing room. This could be the round for any trolls in chat to make a difference in the leaderboard as well.
I actually really like that play from any trolls in chat as well. They push out from their position that they've been holding on to for a while, given the fact that Carnivores took the fight to Na'Vi up to the north, came back into their compound weakened, hoping to get a revive, get a heal. Any trolls in chat gave them no breathing room whatsoever and cleared their backline in doing so. Again, Diffix still surviving up to their north, still lurking as a solo. They will need to deal with him as another solo gets cleaned up. Ketpa ahead of FaZe Clan, that wall of smokes. Just giving them enough space, but it's not quite going to get them all the way to the zone just yet. And with BB Team's newfound position on the high ground, anywhere out in these fields is risky business.
Oh, yes, it is. Gustav, sooner or later, he's going to have to find an absolutely massive entry in towards BB Team. Well, by the way, I've gotten all 4 players back up. I thought it was crazy that the timing on when they pushed that hill was so late, but they made it work anyways. So good for them. BB Team now in a prime spot to take home this game.
Yeah. It always seems to be BB Team that is the downfall of FUT Esports. And it always seems to be the fact that whenever they make their play, it's later than FUT expected. But Double, I mean, he has an AWM, but he just red dot sprayed Chris from like 300 meters anyway, because why not? And then finished him off with the AWM. Gustav just takes a quick peek out at the side of the shack, immediately met with a headshot, and Fex tries to do the same, and this receives the exact same thing as well.
Oh my god, that's so
BB
smart.
Team just trained in on this position with the folded shield as well. There's very little that FaZe can do to get out of here. They were looking to try and find smoke grenades, but they did not find any on those bodies. So they're not having a good day out in the fields.
So smart to pick up the folded shield and set it down right there. That is such a smart choice and just creative use of the new additions. That's what you need if you want to be a top team at the PUBG esports scene in 2024. You need to make use of these new utilities. Blue zone grenades, the folded shields, the emergency pickup. So much new stuff that has been introduced into esports, and it's been such a blast to watch. And you can tell it is making a difference in plenty of these rounds. Marslake gets one.
Yeah.
Static gets traded out, though. They have to be careful as Gustav takes down Marslake. Maybe now's the time for FaZe Clan to make a run.
Yeah. I mean, let's not forget that PEC Spring last year was the last tournament that we had before we added any of this new stuff. So it's only been a year that people have been finding out these new strategies with the emergency parachute, with the new maps, everything like that have been added. Even the new weapons since then. Dragonov, a new addition. That's been an absolute game changer. Maybe not so much in a position like this, but certainly when we have zones that are a little more urban, up close and personal, that one-tap headshot can really turn a game around, as can a blue zone hard feeding into your compound like it has just done to any trolls in chat. That really throws a bit of a spanner in the works for anyone else who does not have their position in this zone right now. And it's really not looking like we're going to see another Ascend W off the back of this game.
No, probably not, right? Doesn't look likely. But then again, never rule them out, because BB Team still has to rotate on down. Maybe if they get one of the players from ATC, it's possible. It's still somehow possible. The one team I don't see too highly, though, in terms of placement points, that has got to be FaZe Clan, unfortunately. They will be the first ones that have to move, and BB Team surely are going to wait for this one. If not up the hill, then at least down the hill.
Yeah, sending into a shack on phase 2, it's probably not great for your chances of winning a game, but you'll probably take a top 4 at that point. It feels like the kind of play when you're like, all right, this game's doomed. Let's just see what happens. And getting even 7 points out of it is not a bad result when all things considered. BB Team are forced to come down off their high ground. Ascend have managed to prone their way forwards and get into the Phase 7 zone. So between themselves, FaZe Clan and BB Team are both still going to have some ground to cover. And Correxi's covering that ground because he's got 8 grenades in the back pocket. 8 explosives about to be tossed in the direction of BB Team, and the first one deals 100 damage to a doozy and Besto, and the second gets a knock as well.
And this could be the chance. Gustav, he takes another one as a doozy gets flushed. Oh my lord, this could be the downfall of BB Team. I thought it was going to be the downfall of FaZe Clan, but I scrap all of that. This could be the chance to take down BB Team. Maybe he goes on the more points, but he gets taken down, and his teammate dies to the play zone as well. And that is FaZe Clan eliminated, but not before doing tons and tons of damage to one of the teams that did have an option to win this round as well. Look at this, ATC, quick on their feet, wants to make use of the space that FaZe Clan has gathered them, and they will take the chicken dinner. Oh my goodness. Great play coming out from ATC, and this is just absolutely massive play from in the late game to make sure that BB Team is getting completely secured by them as well.
That was a solid 20 grenades that just got launched at BB Team at the very end. The fact that they even made it to the top 2 is kind of insane, but massive props to FaZe for just pooling all their resources into Corexi and just sending him forth to completely bombard BB Team to pieces. 7 grenades of his own that he threw. Gustav was involved as well, and then ATC getting the job done with a grenade from above into the smokes after cleaning up Ascend on the northeastern side of the zone. It's a very slow game, and it always will be when you have a field ending like that, but an explosive ending regardless.
Absolutely. All of these teams in the late game, I thought had a slimmer of a chance, but then ATC just came in and absolutely plowed things through. And yeah, once again, the timing on that BB Team push was nothing short of exceptional. We'll be heading back to the Destiny shortly, though, before we head into a quick break, so stay tuned.
Nah, man, no break. It comes straight to us because we have lots to chat about Avenger. How could FaZe have done that differently? I mean, they threw all that util at BB Team, but was there a way they could have done this where they didn't go out and forth and potentially stayed alive a bit longer?
Yeah, I would have loved to seen, you know, like, it's hard, right? Because you're not in their comms, you're not sitting there. But I felt like there is an option where, of course, ATC focuses them, but if they 2 guys ran with 4 nades each, I felt like they would have gotten into BB Team's location. Also, they were really low on smokes or had like low amount of smokes. And you just see how ATC is just hammering their position. But yeah, it's a hard one. Here, Corexi is sent forward with 8 nades. They get a knock, get a flush and a doozy. And then they're sitting 2 guys behind a folded shield, right? And if there was 2 guys nading at that same spot, it would have been double the explosions. Maybe they wouldn't have the opportunity to do so, but like, it's just rough to see, man. I would love to see more out of that. Obviously, it's hard. Fields are open like this. There's barely a minute, like minimum cover. And if you don't have smokes to kind of back you up in this location here, it is super hard to make any good plays besides upper. Like, it's a breakable hayball, right? It's super hard to play in this area here. But I would have to see what happened if it was 2 guys throwing 2x4 nades at them instead of just 1 guy trying to like throw 1 nade at a time and it explodes 5 seconds later. Like, they managed to like reposition it a little bit here and there. But ATC, 25 points for them. We talked a bit about them, how they were on the kind of lower half of the leaderboard, but this is just going to propel them up and rocket them up the leaderboard, potentially send them into like top 5, top 6 here.
Of course, because Matt Bowles and Ascend, to a degree, were sponging up points. The gaps between the other teams are much smaller, which means, like you said, Avenger, ATC, this can push them right up. We'll see where they sit on the leaderboard right now. And Mark, I mean, you showcased ATC earlier. It's almost like you knew something. Were you impressed with the win that they just gave us?
Can't wait to see that at the end. It's good. Like, they're not a mixed team. They're kind of like badged together at the end, and I don't think they thought they'll get this far. And there's an element that they're having fun. And just the level of aggression, that's what I love to see when you see Marseille, see double just go aggressive. That Kobe nades at the end was, they knew when they controlled that compound and the zone popped back towards the field, they saw the fighting happening in the field. Double, it's like the second instinct. He just went straight for the high ground. He knew he'd be able to sort of pressure any team, whether it was FaZe or if it was BB Team. It was just a win for them. So I like it. It's aggressive. It's the kind of PUBG I love watching.
Talking about aggressive, in the first half of the day, Mad Bulls was mad aggressive. They were charging in there, doing all the damage to chicken dinners, but they've kind of faded off a little bit now, Mark.
Was a team to watch though for this one, wasn't it? Look, Erangel, you'd edge your bets with this team anyway. The drop zone's always Yaz. I like that obviously we see Lugrux going for the wider car. They actually picked up E-pickups from here as well, and I was quite surprised they didn't take it. They opted for a slower rotate. Wasn't as aggressive what we saw. They played themselves in towards Pachinki, and it's a big shout here from Ibi, IGL. He's like, look, we need to push out. He was always going to the next spot, always pushing forward, and as they move towards the South Pachinki Hill, they spread out. It's nice. They pick up a couple of kills, and this here, you don't see a lot of people doing this, but taking an E-pickup and using it, Martin, to get information. It happened twice. They send the one. It's just unfortunate for them. When you go into these fields, it's a bit of a roll of the dice, and it's a blue zone nade that it sort of ends them out.
Yeah, exactly. On top of that, like it's rough to push here, right? Lukaruk's dead already. He got hit down to 10 HP or so from scouting. I love the E-pickup scout, but the double blue zone like this here, like, yeah, I like what I'm seeing. It's rough though. Like you're pushing a shack where the best you're gonna get out of it, losing Lukarux, is that you're gonna get stuck, and the guys on the hills, on the compounds, is gonna knock you out once you try to get out of it, right? So it's a Hail Mary for a kind of last chance to get to squeeze some points out of a rough game.
And an area.
Do you think Mad Bulls?
Gone. Sorry.
Carry on, Mark. I'm just interrupting you.
I was going to say that shack was actually where we saw FaZe. So Mad Bulls, arguably, if they were there, they might have been taking it from FaZe, and we might have seen Mad Bulls in an M position, but it wasn't so. It's hard. Lukrux took so many hits from Ascender, which pushed up on the other side. He was always going to go down, whether it was them or anyone else swarming themselves around, but it's just unfortunate for them. Nice use of blue zone nades. It's just everyone looked at him at the wrong time.
One last game remains here. Day one of the group stages for PEC Spring. Nice, exactly. We'll see you in a bit.
Cars, you're driving below me. They're driving towards me. They're plopping on me. I can't. Have fun.
I can't leave.
One more.
I can't leave.
You're alone. Running.
I'm good.
I'm probably dead. Play without me. They're playing splitting with bunker. They're splitting with bunker.
Come outside next to
outside. In the
I have a blue zone. I have a blue zone.
I know.
Knock them on me next.
I know, we're fucking.
Could be in smoke.
Yeah.
I'm smoking deeper outside, not smoking on us though.
Yep. Just get safe.
I knocked 2 on my track. I was trying to take more. There's 1 in my track.
We need him.
One stop for me, I think.
Yeah.
2 guys.
2 guys. He's knocked on me.
Knocked on you?
Yeah.
2 guys south. On 80.
80.
Not one.
One more on 80.
One more 80, right side. Both there, both there, both there.
One is low.
And Ascend is 3 active. It's 4 man. 2 active.
No shots.
You guys just fought.
Made it now. I can start holding.
Gustav gonna get smokes here.
Yeah,
go get smokes yourself. Go smoke. Go smoke for Crixie.
I'm getting smokes.
There's inside the shack too, there's smokes.
Yeah. No smokes.
He probably has everything inside.
He's not inside. Compound shooting us.
Okay, Grexy, grab that helmet on orange then, and I run, and you two hold the dragon up, okay? Are you ready?
So if you were wondering what it takes to not only take down Mad Bulls, but then pick up a W, all you gotta do is shake those maracas and type, I don't know, Avenger is a nerd in Twitch chat, because any trolls in chat with a huge win. This is our like 3rd win of the day. That's 15 plus kills. Massive, massive stuff from a lot of different teams in day number 1, and a huge jump in the standings as well for any trolls in chat, coming out ahead in the field, ending on our first Erangel.
I can tell you're enthusiastic, because it feels like this is your favorite team, isn't it? Yes, I can tell, Saga. But no, seriously, that was a hard-fought one as well. Any trolls in chat had to defend against Carnivores. They had to fight themselves into this compound. They had to make the push correctly in towards PP team. There was lots of variables going into that win. And I gotta say, lots of great decisions as well. And I gotta highlight Double. We've seen him in the chat today already on PUBG Battlegrounds on the Twitch channel, so make sure to maybe tag him and write him a nice game or something. I'm sure he's gonna be happy about that, because he's been fragging out in this round. And once again, he's been such a key player for this lineup. So that I'm really liking what I'm seeing. If this continues, maybe, who knows? Maybe, who knows? They've got a chance at top 8.
Yeah, top 8 right now as it currently stands is only a mere 21 points, which is pathetic. Come on, guys, we've got to pump those numbers up. But what can you do when teams like Ascend and Mad Bulls are just taking so many points away from everyone? 71 and 62 points respectively means that everyone down towards the bottom end of the standings, even towards the middle pack, are just not having as much of a time of it. The fact that you can be in the top 8 averaging slightly over 4 points per game is not going to bode well when we start adding in the teams from Group C into the mix, and if things aren't quite as dominant there, then it's not looking good for some of those teams that are currently not within that top 8 themselves. They've really got to turn things around, and what better time to start doing that than our final match of day number 1.
Yes, we will be heading into the last Erangel there for the last map of this day as well. I gotta ask you, because the desk had that question as well, and I really like your thoughts on it. What do you think is the hardest group?
I've got to say, any group that has like Mad Bulls in it right now is looking pretty strong. I think there's a couple of groups. I think Group B, to me, there's a few teams in and around Group B that you would look at and think, yes, definitely teams that are going to qualify with ease. Maybe not all of them quite living up to that expectation, though, but they've still got one more final attempt, and this time the flight path will slightly dissect the military island just to get everyone sweating that little bit more.
And with that being said, a warm welcome back to the sunny shores of Erangel as we head into the last game of this day. Day 1 of the group stage. It is still Group A and B. Tomorrow it is going to be, do not let me lie, Group A and C. And then we'll have B and C on the very last day. And no, of course not. Of course I'm wrong. Of course I mix up the one combination that's wrong. Tomorrow we'll have B and C, obviously. So we'll see half of these teams again. And then on the last day we will have Group A again. But yes, I do got to agree on back to the question. B is looking absolutely strong, just based off of brutality results as well. Some of these teams have been absolutely massive. Right. I mean, talking about Na'Vi, talking about Ascent, talking about Mad Bulls. All of these teams will continue to play against each other in the group stage. So we've some of the top performing teams in this tournament as well inside the same group. So that's going to be interesting. Either way, let's get into the last game. There's still some points to be made and some points needed for plenty of these teams, especially the ones that went through the qualification.
Right, yeah, that was what I was about to say. Like, we talked about some of the open qualifiers teams coming in looking strong. You know, LOLW looked dominant in the open qualifiers. Theirs are probably military zone. But in terms of like the open qualifiers teams, Mad Bulls obviously looking so far like the most dominant. Any trolls in chat now picking up a W in like that was the 5th place team qualifying through MEA qualifiers, and they've just come out and had a 15 kill win in this lobby up against the likes of Na'Vi, FaZe Clan, who've been so dominant in recent times as well. And this is even without Win or Die, who got the spot through dominating in Protality, showing up to that level as well. So still so much room for these teams to come out and look incredibly strong to the level of those on your screen right now. Nixie, 2,500 damage, leading the charge, about 350 clear of Diffex. That's an average of about 500 damage per game for Nixie. This man is not messing around.
No, and the bromance, I really like this term. I'm going to steal it from Mark now, because I really like this. Diffex and Hakatori, the bromance together, they have almost 4,000, not almost, they have more than 4,000 points of damage, and that is just, I mean, come on. Did we promise too much from these two guys? I don't think so. Diffex is always good for any kind of creative move. His micromanaging in fights is absolutely outstanding, and Hakatori's individual skill is aiming as well. I mean, that just leaves us to be standing there and wondering, when's it going to go to the first down, and will we see the same kind of performance for this team that hasn't performed on a LAN together? So interesting stuff coming up from Na'Vi.
Yeah. As it currently stands, the Sharks in yellow are circling around potential prey as Balanini make an early move over towards the western side of Military. Mogor was the first to get up onto the hilltop just on the southern side of the bridge, and then going to immediately turn left and go for a hard pull-up into a compound where Na'Vi, they were spread out quite wide in this area. They've got a 3 versus 2 for the time being, but Hakatori almost gets the opening with a swift knock onto an angle that just wasn't quite prepared for.
Oh, looks for the shot. Hakatori sees one of the first players off Baldini, and he makes sure to hit the headshot, but question still is, did Na'Vi plan on this fight? Because I feel like they didn't, and I feel like I'm not even sure they want to engage in this fight either, but at this point it might just be too late. Ooh, this could be a big one. Ferris looks for the shot. Mogor even pre-peeking this one, but he makes it pass behind the building. Nate comes through, I don't think it's going to be enough. Is that Panzerfaust being picked up? Oh, yes it is. That might just shift the tide.
Yeah, might be a little bit more effective than a Tommy gun in a fight like this, and it takes himself down, but he gets a swift trade for it. But the problem is now Auglis have made their move over the bridge at this time as well. Na'Vi can't fully regroup on this. Sosed's going to get caught out proning, but no, he catches one from the side, and he gets a second as well. Global Army could not land the shots. Surely they clean him up. They will. Na'Vi are gone. 16th place for Na'Vi. And Baldanini, he can grab this revive. I don't know whether or not Auglis are going to overcommit to push into this compound. Lyron is thinking about it on foot. But right now they're grabbing the revive. It's another early move from Auglis, and it's the downfall of Na'Vi. 3 kills picked up for Auglis. Baldanini, who were the first ones to join the engagement with Na'Vi, just the one, but at the very least they get to move on with all 4 players standing.
Oh, yes. Unfortunate third party for Na'Vi, and I was just talking about them. Diffex and Hakatori, that damage average for today is definitely not going to increase anymore. But then again, they have made so much work already that I don't even think this is going to matter to them too much, because it's just the kind of things that in a best of 18 or in a best of 12 rather, in this case just happens. These are the kind of rounds that you just, unpredictable stuff happens. You get forced into positions that you don't necessarily want to be in, and if you lose them on top of it, then, there is necessarily a learning curve behind it, right? It's just what happens. It's just what happens in a best of 12. So I got to make sure to be regrouped for tomorrow, as we will be seeing Na'Vi again.
A couple of times on zones like this, FaZe have got tangled up with Ascend as they cross over the East Bridge. Ascend are all the way up in Zaki, so FaZe just get a free crossing and have pretty much the entirety of the military island for free as they make a very smooth and easy sailing wrap around the south side. Auglis do back away from the fight and continue taking some of those compounds just along the western side of Military Island, but the high ground is likely to belong to the Mad Bulls, who took a very early E pickup. They've been floating for the past maybe 2 minutes or so, and they might just get to this hilltop just before FaZe. I don't know whether he saw James's vehicle approaching from the south, but he's going to put shots in towards them, and yep, the Mad Bulls will get there just ahead of James a few seconds later, and they might have been in trouble, but James will have to say, okay, fair enough. They parachuted in ahead of me. He's going to have to fall back to the rest of the squad. What esports? That's not an ideal rotation path.
Yeah, I was about to say, at least FaceTime is not going to contest it towards the far center side. I think Howler's going to be the only team potentially, making something happen there. But even then, it's going to take at least another phase for them to get there. And they're not making any moves whatsoever to potentially rotate already. So FaceTime in a pretty safe spot towards the southern side. Map balls as well, as we said. Pretty good spot. BB team. Interesting enough, going for the bridge camp. I don't even think they're gambling for Northern Swift. I think they just want to close the bridge, right?
Oh yeah, they're going to make people pay the toll if they want to try and get across there. I think we kind of mentioned this a little bit earlier. I think the desk used Mad Bulls as their example for this, but essentially when you're in a position like this where you have such a big lead over a lot of the other teams, they kind of have the freedom to pick and choose their battles and kind of just troll anyone who decides to get a little too close. And BB team more than happy to be the villains of the piece. If anyone tries to make a play for the bridge, they're going to make them pay for it. And on the opposite side, Baldanini are not too far away from the bridge either, so there may still be another nasty surprise, even if they are able to get past the first roadblock. High ground for Mad is dangerous for the team surrounding.
I was just about to say about your roadblock. If you get past the first one, which is highly unlikely, you run into a team that's already taken out Navi, but with support, but still. And these guys are probably not going to rotate off the bridge either, as much as I can see. I think otherwise they would have rotated after it already. And that just leaves one more team on the rotate, at least in this phase, towards the mid-tier dynasty. This is no tag team. But look at this, we might have a breach first of all. Zenka gets the first one. Oh, what a nade though, coming out from NWG. And this is just chaos all around. But ATC, they've secured not only the last round, but this warehouse as well.
Yes, what a nade from NWG. He knocked himself with the grenade. Unfortunate for Huffycock, but actually, Carnivore's just gonna swing by in the background, pick up a FAMAS from a crate, say don't mind us, and disappear off into the night. Although they might just wrap around, see if there are any free points available. Vezivai is just lurking nearby, expecting maybe a peek to come from the doorway. Masterlike climbs up on the inside into the window. Alpha Tier, he will lose a little bit of health, but they're just trying to find an angle into this fight. But the grenade will sit down Kashir as he tries to pull up on the outside of the wall. They now know that this is a 3-team engagement in around this compound. It seems as though this might just be what we were talking about FUT Esports earlier on. When you don't get the zone, they play for the kills. Definitely seems like that might be the case for all now 4 of these teams. As speak of the devil, FUT Esports rock up themselves. And hearing all this chaos, all the excitement in the compound, they're seeing if there's anything available for them to grab.
Let's see. Maybe that nade is going to give us an answer. Because they will need a frag soon if, once again, they want to make something work here. They don't necessarily have any time pressure, but there's lots of teams around them. And what the hell just happened? Marcelo gets taken down. One of the key fraggers for them by Vezi. With the FAMAS as well. Oh, what a play coming out from Zenka. Puts him down on top of the boxes, but gets traded immediately as Vezi grabs an angle from the outside. Flazibe is there to trade him out, though. But, trades on trades on trades. And it's not really a winner for anyone.
And meanwhile, Carnivores, who pulled up on the outside of this, looking to try and get some third-party points, completely swept aside, cleaned up by FUT Esports, as the zone has confirmed that we are going to the military island. It shifted not all the way hard onto the island, just kind of straight east, keeping a tiny little bit of the northern mainland in play for the time being, but Carnivores will not be involved from this point forward. Our second team eliminated in the final match of the day, as any trolls in chat, they managed to get the revive onto double, so they are back up to a duo, as are Newgate with Senka Pow Pow now back in action as well. FUT Esports just trying to do the calculations in their head, say how long is it worth us sitting here to try and get these potential 4 points as they try and make a way out of the compound, because they're going to be there for a while. And Ascend not waiting up whatsoever. They're not going to wait for Mika to catch up. They're going straight onto the lighthouse, directly in front of BB team. And Chris just about going to make it. So low, but he gets there. No, he doesn't.
No.
Phil first with the headshot. Dang.
I mean, it was a risky send, to be honest. It was a risky send from Ascent. I did not think, I don't even think they thought they were going to get through there with the amount of BB players and Foot players as well. I believe it started off with them being shot at by Foot even, so it wasn't even BB team all alone. So I'm not sure how Ascent thought they were going to get through that, but apparently they tried to. Probably didn't expect 3 teams still standing on this other side of the bridge. But yeah, as of right now, all of these teams still have to make it across. Ascent still 3-man strong. Foot is still there. We still have the 2 teams in the compound, and we have win or die. All of these teams, combined with BB teams, still have to make it across. And that's why, if we take a look at the map stream, the military base is rather clear.
Win or Die somehow found a boat that no one's taken yet, as T-Bone does get a knock onto the compound. 8C wrapping around the northern side. Seems like Foot are more than happy to commit at least another minute or 2 to see if they can pick anything else up from this new gate ATC engagement, as Win or Die just subverting the entire thing over towards Primorsk on the beach. They found themselves a boat and they're going to get themselves a foothold on the island. Will be lacking vehicles on the opposite side, but the closest teams to them is August. They're down on the low ground out towards the western side of military base, so they should be more than fine. 8C just needs 1 or 2 tags. Static is very, very low, as any trolls in chat do eventually make their exit out of the warehouse. And it looks like they might just make it in one piece as well.
Well, maybe one piece, but I've definitely lost players. Kind of a cursed compound in this round, at least. Not even for Foot, who hasn't lost a player yet. And we're still waiting for anyone to leave. This is a good outcome. I don't even think for them. Once again, they're going to be in horrible timing. They still have to make it across. With Ascent taking, I think, the last boats now, if even.
No,
they will have to make it across against the time, yeah. So, yeah. Also, look, this is interesting. We've seen Prex do his solo missions, but it feels like he's got some kind of checklist that he wants to complete for today, and I think some of these somehow require him to be on the other side of the map, just making solo plays. So, I mean, it works out for them. I'm all for it. 62 points. I'm just interested what his checklist going to be for this round.
Yeah, this one was intended to be a duo play, but Chris couldn't quite get past that final bullet of Phil first. His car took a tumble and he went down with it. But he was supposed to have the backup, but can't quite make it there. But regardless, he is going to have to more than likely make a bit of a swim attempt to get across, and it won't go well with Baldanini still lurking in the compound where... Yep, Na'Vi were picked off in the earlier phases of the game. Now, Foot Esports and BB both having to make an exit. ATC, did they just find that in the building that they backed away to, or did they have that in the back pocket the whole time? Because if they had it the whole time, and this whole situation could have been avoided, then that really is the most Game 6 thing I've seen all day.
Look, with them having the win already, I'm not even sure. Because, I mean, they're obviously happy to take these frags. I mean, just one more point and you're in the top 4 for this day. Who would have thought that? I wouldn't. I feel like I feel like lots of people wouldn't. Would you have expected them to be in the top 4 for this day with these teams? Sure, there might be some teams who could still get up there, but it's highly unlikely with no tech team being like 15 points, more than 15 points away from them. This is a massive gap that has through this game been created by ETC and Na'Vi. So they're most likely going to be in 4th place actually.
Yeah. I think, to be fair, if we'd had the information that Mad Balls was going to be as dominant as this, it could have been anyone who's in that position. But it's not looking like it's going to be Foot Esports this time around, because the spray from Spyro to follow up with the DMR taps just on point, and the bridge camp of BB team, well, they've been waiting for it for a while. It's got 4 points on the board already. 8C's grenade almost enough, but the quick spray onto a doozy, actually, it might just be a costly one. But once again, it's BB team being the downfall of Foot Esports with another play late. The blue zone is already moving at their back. It just feels targeted at this point.
Yes, it does. Honestly, the blue zone, somehow the backpack has saved him from any zone damage, but that's going to end right now. What a play, though, from Fullfuzz. The 19-year-old still makes things work. Drop shot comes in, but 8C is going to not only take down his teammate, but apparently Fullfuzz as well. That's one too many, unfortunately. And Spiral kicks up the headshot. What are those coming out from BB team? Great fight. But then again, I feel like they were destined for more in this one.
Yeah, you know, I also think that as much as BB is kind of running it down and feels like they're trolling Foot Esports. Foot Esports does kind of keep walking into it a few times. There's only a few times that you can see like, oh, a piece of candy on the floor before you realize that there's a doozy just there waiting to punch you in the face as soon as you go to pick it up. But FaZe Clan, they've made their wrap around the south, and now they find themselves in a very, very close range three-way engagement between themselves, Mad Bull, and Orgless, making their way up the hillside. Gustav, a quick little peek around the side. Nixie sat down, an impactful kill to pick up, and Ibby, last man standing for Mad Bulls.
The RGL, who is at this back. Excuse me, this team on his back, obviously, with his calls so far today. Is, yeah, as you said, the last man standing. What a performance these guys have had so far. They do not need any more points in order to qualify for the finals, I'm pretty sure. And they can be proud of themselves. Maybe there's more, though. Maybe, just maybe there's more, though. Ibiza gets swatted out. The first couple of shots are against FaZe, surprisingly.
Now, win or die. They found a vehicle on the western side of the island after making their cross in the boat, and they're getting over to the opposite side of the road. It actually forces Orgless to back off and get back into the buildings because they can't play that side of the hill anymore. They're in danger from Extan's Leosh and the boys, so they will have to fall back. And that just buys a little bit of time for FaZe to recuperate, get themselves back in order, and hopefully try and find out this solo of Ibby before he can deal any more damage towards them.
Circles enter, and the whole western side of it is completely clear. That is one side to behold. Look at this. Look at this. And that's due to the fact that so many teams have fought on the other side of the bridge. So many teams must calculate that there was going to be a BB team. There was going to be a Foot right there trying to catch you off guard. And even an Ascent with two players just sending it into the lighthouse. I mean, come on. What's there to expect? What's there to anticipate for these teams? Nothing much, really, honestly. And that's going to result in plenty of space towards the western side. Ibby gets spotted out. He still can counter-heal this. It is only phase 4, but his chances are definitely slim.
An ambitious grenade.
Is that?
Bounce. Won't quite make it. Oh, but no. Lyron. Oh, did he just not go back into the compound? Was he here the whole time? Or did he creep his way back up as win or die? They've pushed up to the north. They picked off Spyro as he tried to make his exit from the bridge, and Besto has now been cleaned up as well, as has Ibby, both just outside the placement points. Unfortunately for them, it's not the most glorious ways to end the day. But that's a big play from Lyron, lurking, waiting, keeping his head down, springs the trap, and FaZe walk straight into it. They might just walk into another as well, as now Lul W's Lurex from distance, putting some tags in towards Fex. Corexy's trying to reposition to get out of the way of that DMR spam. Might just put him in danger again. Lyron springs the trap a second time at Fex. Now down to a solo.
Oh, and Fex has spotted him out, though. What more can Lyron do? He's already found 2 frags against FaZe Clan. If there's any more to be found, this would be devastating for FaZe. It already is. Corexy gets flushed out by Onur. And can Fex get picked up by Lyron as well? That's the main question. Fex, though, comes on through. He picks up the frag. What else than FaZe and Fex? The combo that has given us so much. But this nade is going to settle things as Fex gets taken out. Global Armor with a great one. But they will lose Lyron in the process. But pick up 3 frags as a result of that. So not too shabby for them on their edge, and they will have a southwestern side clear to them as well.
Yeah, and they might lose a little more as well, because Win or Die have heard the commotion to their south. They've turned their attention back from the north after BB team got cleaned up. And they got another re-knock onto Ona as well. Global Army just has to try and get these revives, but Win or Die putting the pressure on, now getting pressured again as Baldanini have made a push out from the compound to the north. Opposite side of the map, Howl trying to find their way into the zone. It's SG, Sticky Gummies, to the southwest ahead of them that's causing them issues.
Lots more utility coming out from Howl. They will need that utility if they want to make it inside. You can see, I think even No Tech team at this point has an angle on them. The line of sights are not as easy. Headshots comes out, though. This is so important. Howl needs to make some kind of damage towards SG, the Sticky Gummies, if they want to get close to it. But we're going back to Orgless, who've somehow sent it into the middle, and this is not even a bad spot. I'm gotta be honest, not a bad spot.
Yeah, it's better than being outside of the zone, that's for sure, but maybe not like this. Lazar holding the line, the Famas gets the better of him. which is way better than the M4 in those close-range engagements, but the 4x from Schofield will get one. He disappears into the smoke. And Howl down to 2, but a huge grenade from Kepper over the top into the smoke. Schofield, he just can't get away.
Kepper, what a nade. And I think he has to pick up his teammates. His one teammate that fell down to his knee. And look, the sad thing about this whole fight is that NoTag team didn't really have any option to third-party this. And I think they're going to be too late now. I think it's going to be all 4 players up and not only in their fate, but also full HP. So NoTag team might have just missed that chance. I think they're going to be spotted out. Yes, Kappa sees him. And NoTag team, despite the huge space they have, might have just missed an easy opportunity to get frags.
Felix, how has this happened again? Auglis, they made a send towards the center of the zone, and somehow they've undone it. They've unsent, and now they're wrapping in behind where Sticky Gummies just came from and taking a fight on towards Howl. Now Howl are getting sandwiched again. This time, NoTag definitely have the chance to third party, and Lol W in the compound as well might just be enough to squeeze Howl's back against the blue zone that little bit more.
Big up is now being taken out, at least another placement point being secured by these guys. They will not be caught now in this round either.
Oh, no.
Wow, Mad gets taken out. Lyra and Global Army, Ruben as well. These are great shots coming out from Auglis, and they need these as well. Currently the last place team out of all the ones surviving. Image number 6. And looks pretty good. 8 frags on top of that. Lots more flashes, and you can tell these guys want to clear the edge. And why not?
Well, they were fighting on the west, they were fighting on the center, now they're fighting on the east. Are we surprised? It's a global army, Felix. The clue is right there in the name, but Kepfer will not be put off. Sits down Lyron with a headshot, and that angle from up above, while it paid off initially, Howl, they're struggling now, down to just a 2, but global army again gets yet another knock. Wasn't quite ready for Kepfer though, can't hit the deck quickly enough, and Owner has to get up close quickly, but Kepper might just get to the tree in time, and this flashbang could mark the end of Auglis.
It very well could, but it very well could be the end of Howl as well. Kepper at least flushes down Global Army. Oh no, he sneaks around the corner. He needs to hit the shot. He puts the flush, but he doesn't hit Kepper, unfortunately. Oh, no. Right side, left side. Kepper, he's got the level 3 gear, and he takes him down as well. M4 in hand, level 3 gear on his body. And he will win this duel, unfortunately. The knock was just in front of his body, securing himself. At least not only another placement point, but also another kill point.
Well, that's just the old school folded shield. Use your teammate as cover. Get behind. Owner didn't commit hard enough to the wide peak on the initial spray. Came around the side. He did manage to get the point at the very least for the flush, but just could not win the 1 versus 1. And if he was able to, there was 2 of his teammates there ready to revive. But no, couldn't get it done. MG3 in the late game as well. I mean, that's a big boost for Hello Senpai team.
He must be friends with Brandon Green. There's no way otherwise. There is no... He just gets that drop literally in between the buildings. The safest spot to loot this drop.
They've already got an orm as well.
I mean, come on. Yeah, they've got an orm as well. What? Lil W is blessed. Absolutely blessed. Someone must have written Brandon Green a nice email before this game. Absolutely bonkers.
Dear Crafton.
Please, at the 25th minute.
Give us a milli zone and just hard feed us all the loot we want. And I swear we might have a chance of taking down NoTag. And we'll start with that. None of the fresh new gear that they've got. It's just an old school, old-fashioned mini. One Zach tapped down rapidly as Lorex gets a position on the roof. Does need to be a little bit careful though, as Kepper is still lurking to the south. Might just be exposed if he peeks up over. And he can definitely hit those sprays. But that's not good news for NoTag with the zone shift. It will force them to either make a move directly to the south or over to the west. And that puts them in the firing line of Baldanini as well.
Interesting enough, 3 out of the 4 teams now, qualifier teams left alive, left standing in this one. And you can see, yeah, Hello Senpai, he's looking for it. He wants to make use of that MG. He's only got 90 bullets though. That might be a problem later on in this round. You can see his teammates not on too much either. And 24, you can tell if he would have the ammo, I'm sure he would shoot with the MG3, but he really doesn't. Slow jacket as well. Oh, first one goes against Hello Senpai. That's the MG3 dropped. Down and out for now. Soprano, that's a 1 shot.
No, Felix, that's one of the MG3s. They've got another one. Wow. All right. Yeah, they've really just been sitting here Like, I don't know. They've just
They have an AWM as well.
They've just been growing weapons on trees. It's ridiculous. Well,
That
Screams is
is
coming into the
nuts.
push. No visual cover from Baldinini on the opposite side. They've sent Explicit to try and dissuade Mercil from getting any angles on towards this push, but he's going to get to the tree just about in time. But Mercil has grenades to try and dislodge him from his cover.
Nate comes down. Explicit uses that timing to potentially push up the hill. He wants to make use of this nade that was being thrown, but Baldinini rotates off with just the right time on the clock. And yeah, Explicit, even though he isn't really able to do much with that timing, it's able to get back to safety. W now peeks over the ridgeline. 2 quick frags against no tag team. These are important. And who would have thought the MG3 played a role in it?
Yeah. A big role as well. Explicit now the last man standing, as he was the only one to not commit to the push into the compound that was just like walking into a trench with just MGs set up left, right, and center. No way forward for the rest of No Tag, and it looks like Explicit might not find too much of a way forward either. A big grenade from Sloyd Jacket, though, almost buys him some opportunity, but now the grenade won't reach. Just a little bit too short, but Explicit has very little to work with himself. The Molotov is all he can do to try and dissuade Mr. Shimada from taking this peak. At the very least, he's bought himself a second or so while he grabs a revive. That's surely a free headshot, but with a mini against level 3, he's got to headshot him 3 times for him to even go down, so it's probably not even worth taking those shots.
Probably not. I think he knows if he shoots now, they're not going to be focused on Baldinini anymore, but it doesn't even matter. Shimada with great peaks.
Nice peak.
MK14 around the corner. MK12. How am I mixing these two up? MK12 around the corner. Shimada takes him down. Now it's down to a 2-on-4. Unfortunately, his teammate is not going to be pressable. Oh, that would have been a knock. That was so important. He would have gotten that one.
Right.
Unfortunately, doesn't hit
And
that
let's
shot.
not forget, Ketper is still alive. Down on the south. Lil W is starting to sweep that way, and they're sending both of the MG3s on the front line, so Ketper has his work cut out for him if he wants to try and win that 1v2.
I might shave my head if he wins this.
He's already dropped down, and Lorex comes in. Yeah, I mean, maybe he had a chance at the 1v2, but for the third player, no chance. Nothing he could do at all. Lil W now taking full control. Information still being gathered by Sloyd Jacket with that AWM, forcing them to keep their heads down behind these broken BRDMs. The grenade. Oh, it actually landed? I thought it went wide, but no, he was not the target. It was Mercil. And oh, that is just disgusting. A huge grenade from Sloyd Jacket. That's like 100 meters down the hill. What a Kobe. That's massive. Huge from Lil W. Once again, a team that dominated in the EU Open qualifiers, rounding out day number 1 with a big win on our Military Island match on Erangel.
Yeah, we were questioning ourselves when some of these qualified teams were going to, pop up. And yeah, Lil W. I mean, what else can you say? Sure, they were gifted plenty of jobs, but they also fought really well on the edge. These 2 frags against No Tech Team was so massively important, and they made sure they got them.
Yeah, the MG3s definitely helped. The AWM definitely helped. They had a whole lot going for them in that game. Very solid positioning from the get-go, but really just good patience to not get drawn into any of the chaos and the frenetic fighting that's going on all around them. But at the end, we did get to see that little bit of individual stuff from them as well. Huge grenade right at the end from Slow Jacket, and great to see. That is going to do wonders for their position in the standings. And let's have a quick look at how our casters, we're the casters, how our analysts felt about Lil W's performance on our final game of the day.
Saga needs a little bit of break, which is understandable. He's just casted 6 games, so luckily for him, day 1 is over, so he can go and get a little snacky and get his mind back focused and remember what his role is this week. We'll swap it around next week for him just to confuse him even more. Right, Mark, what did you think about LW?
Oh, it's a good game at the end. I just can't get my head around how many drops they got. Like, what was happening? Did they just go farm all the time? But I think they came into a bit of an effect at the end. And nice little closeout for the end of day number 1.
What did you think about this game, Avenger?
That's great. They're able to hold a 2-2 split from phase 2, and obviously a great one. But yeah, drops coming in or not, like they're able to lock this down here. Rough circle. A lot of teams lost on the Western Bridge there. And of course, Felix and Budget Kylaris called it great throughout the game here. Them having that much, like 3 gear and like crazy guns just makes it so much harder for these other the guys to take them on, right? They're able to sit on top of the house. They're able to have all these angles here and just close it out. So good for them. They're able to put themselves into a quite comfortable spot going into the further days here. So it's good to see them there. But still, again, it's really been a day of the top have really been sponging it up.
Were you surprised to see some new names here in the final 5, 6, 7, 8 teams, Avenger?
I mean, they're known names, right? But it comes down to like the game. You can have one good game and you're gonna get 18 points like this, right? It's about getting multiple. You have to have the consistency. The consistency we've seen today has really been from 2 or 3 teams, especially BB Team SN has been super consistent. We saw, of course, the Mad Bulls guys get 2 wins on a second place on the first 3 games, and they kind of fell off 3, 2, and then 1 point in the last game here. So, but they don't need any more. Like at this point here, 70 plus points, 72 to be exact. They are safe. Congrats for them to go into the grand final. I would even say at this point here to SN and BB Team, like they need like 5-10 more points. We're talking about a hypothetical cutoff point of 65 points, right? So it's looking good for them.
Do you know what's quite nice is that if you're sitting in Group A right now, because obviously tomorrow Group B and C play,
right,
you have a chance, if you're kind of sitting around the top 12 mark, you have a chance to figure out exactly where you need to be in the final day. So that's going to be a huge benefit for those teams, right, Mark?
Yes, what we applied to, Mike said earlier. I would also be one of these people that want to play on the last day. You kind of like leave the fate into your own hands. I wouldn't want to do day 1, day 2, and then pray that you go through. Arguably, yes, Ascend I think needs about 5, maybe 6 more points. So BB the same. They're looking strong. But because those high teams are taking so many points away, if you're sitting in that mid pack or in the bottom of Group A, you've got to have a big day on the last one.
It's a big brain strategy, though, to make sure if you're in Group B, get as many points as you can today. Gives you a bit of a buffer for tomorrow, but do the same, and then you don't have to stress so much on the Sunday. We spoke a lot about Mad Bulls, but another team that was consistent throughout today was Ascend. Mark?
They were. We know Ascend like to play outside in. They're a team that will rotate, and with no surprise, they got some cars after an early drop, and they made their way to Zaki, quite far out actually. I thought they were going to stop here and then maybe go for that sort of North George, but late. They came in really late though on the things. A couple of E-picks looking at as well, and you can see like 5-6 minutes in, here we go. They started to make the move. 11 minutes, they're still not in. And it's at that point then they sort of overlooked the whole fight that happened on the West End side. It's Chris. I was praying for him to roll in on 2 wheels, but didn't quite work out for him, and this 2-2 split wasn't too bad. Full sends from the car, and I like Brett's go. Look, he before this he was looking over, he was checking out the bridge, he was checking out the coast, and he was like, look, do you know what, guys, it's free, I'll hold here for as long as I can. He did give the opportunity, but Martin, as it came down to an end of it, they ran out of zone. There was only 2 of them, and I actually think they left it quite late to come in. They held in the blue at the very end. Martin, yeah?
I thought Avenger was going to talk there.
I thought I was going to talk there as well.
Nothing to add?
I was looking, and I was looking at the shots, and I was looking at the map. I'm like, okay, Mark ended it there. Okay, sure. Okay, nice. Okay. Yeah, but of course, here, Ascend, fantastic day for them. Rough last game, as the guys were calling out through the game here as well. There is a little bit of Game 6 vibes, right? First of all, military circle makes it a little bit rough for some of the teams. But then on the western side of the bridge there, you have 4, 5, 6 teams that are holding out each other, delaying everything, which makes it so much space on military island, right? You have like 8, 9 teams on the military island that's going to have some kind of messy fights. So there's just so much space to make it out with. But yeah, making it across when you have a team like BB Team that are sitting there with so many points kind of accrued already, they can just sit there and just kind of wait for some points to kind of come rolling towards them. So it makes it hard for Ascend. You kind of throw some scraps towards what you can get towards the later stages of the game, but they've already made their day. Like, they are 60 plus points here with this, so I'm super happy for them. It's good to see them succeed here in Peg Spring.
Sitting on top of our leaderboard after day 1 is Mad Bulls, so it makes sense that we got to get their IGL in the mixture. He's going to be chatting to us. Ibiza is with us. Hello. Congratulations on a good first day.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Thank you.
I would love to find out why you think you were able to be just so much better than all the other teams in the first half of today in those first 3 games.
I mean, the first game, we had some nice zones. We had 18 kills. It kind of snowballed from there. The confidence goes. Then the second game, I died early. We managed to kill Howl. Then we did a good emergency. We had another good game. The boys played insane. And then the third game, we had a really good pre-drive in Tego. And we got center zone. And then, yeah, that's kind of how we played today. We played with confidence. Everyone was be able to make calls, good comms. It was good vibes, no tilting. So it was a good day. The last 3 games could have been better, but, you know, focus and stuff. And okay, you know, that's it.
Yeah, once you realize here, you'd be like, you have 65 points, 66 points, you know, like, are you just, you feel the shoulders drop a little bit in those last 3 games? Like, you feel the pressure kind of going off? Because at that point, after only like 25% of the games, you guys are already kind of going to the grand finals. Did you feel the pressure like completely stopping and you guys could just play what you want? Of course, circles were a little bit rough for you guys. It didn't really matter, did it?
No, so, I mean, yeah, the Laveni game, I could feel a little bit like that we weren't as focused. So right. I could tell everyone was a bit more relaxed. We kind of trolled a little bit. I would still say that we played the Erangel games pretty good. Like we were focused again. We reset because we still want to just like get more points and, you know, get the most out of it. But yeah, pressure dropped a bit. Everyone was chill. And yeah, it feels good to have a day like this.
Nice. Congrats, man.
Thank you.
Congratulations on day number 1. It's an outstanding first 3 games. Group C, obviously your next group stage. Is there any teams you're really sort of focusing on, changing any game styles or plans really coming to your final day of the groups?
Group C. I haven't really checked that group that good. I just think that Twisted, I guess, is in there. I mean, I haven't really checked yet, but I think, I mean, as long as we get our loot spots again, we're just gonna play the same. Gonna check some Twire stuff, maybe make some adjustments, but our playstyle's pretty set right now. It doesn't really matter what teams. So yeah, as long as we get our loot spots, we're good.
Thank you so much. Congratulations on day number 1 and good luck for tomorrow.
All right, thank you guys. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Bye. Pro Player is always my favorite Avenger. We spend all our time on the dash talking about how they prep and how ready they are. And then the moment we ask them about who they're worried about, they're like, oh, I haven't even looked at the group yet. Who knows?
Yeah, and good luck watching the games tomorrow because they're playing Sunday.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, obviously, it's obviously great. I kind of wanted to ask another question here, but like you don't want to put the guys on the spot because once you're in this power position, you have 72 points, right? You're already qualified for grand finals. They're coming into the last day playing a Group C. They could potentially really throw a spanner in the works no, they are playing tomorrow. They're B. They could really throw a spanner in the works for some of these teams here that are playing for the first time tomorrow, right? They're playing BC tomorrow. So in this case here, like I'm just thinking, you're coming in. Do you want to deny anyone? But like they don't. He doesn't want to say this. Like it's future stuff, right? But I really want to kind of theorize about these things, right? Because they have some teams that are going against them. They have some teams that could potentially be a little bit of a threat, and they have such an upper hand, having 72 points already. But yeah, I don't want to put him in the spot. But it's always fun to kind of theorize a little bit about.
You know that he will never tell us the truth in an interview either.
No,
that's what
never,
players do. They never ever. They're going to keep it all close to their chest. Day number 1 is done of the group stages here at PEC Spring. We hope that you've had fun. We've definitely had fun watching all the action. And tomorrow, Group B and C will face off. So get some rest because we need you back here at the same time so you can support some of the best PUBG in Europe. Good night.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.